This time it's probably really going to be the finale. Su Ting trembled as he injected the last dose of painkiller, freeing his remaining thoughts from the waves of agony. Brain-computer interface, perform a self-examination. The brain, now able to breathe again, reconnected with the brain-computer interface, adding a sliver of unrealistic hope to Su Ting's heart. But the constant warnings shattered his illusions. Warning: user's blood pressure is significantly lower than normal. Please immediately perform emergency hemostasis and seek treatment at the nearest hospital. Warning: the prosthetic arm implanted in my right arm has been attacked by cyber hackers and is currently unusable. Warning: no feedback from the leg nervous system. If you have a leg prosthetic installed, please restart the prosthetic and try to reconnect. Severe blood loss, damaged prosthetic body, and paralysis of both legs. Thinking of the number of pursuers behind him, Su Ting couldn't help but laugh. His mission this time was to help Tianyi Group steal the goods from the Blackwater gang. The goods were successfully delivered, but Su Ting was now trapped in an encirclement. So what if I robbed your Blackwater gang's transport convoy? Do you really need to send your entire gang to hunt me down? The goods were all taken by the company dogs of Tianyi Group. Why are they chasing after a lowly worker like me? Although he said that, Su Ting, as a well-established mercenary, had actually guessed the general idea. The Tianyi Group, a giant corporation, is the true master of this city of Hezi, and the Blackwater gang is nothing more than a stray dog in front of it. While the goods were still in the hands of the Blackwater gang, the greedy gang still dared to fight against the Tianyi Group. Once Su Ting helped Tianyi Group obtain the goods, the Blackwater gang would have no choice but to swallow their anger. However, the Blackwater gang's tolerance of the Tianyi Group does not mean they should tolerate Su Ting. Since he slapped the Blackwater gang in the face, the Blackwater gang naturally has to kill him as a warning to others. Su Ting had anticipated this situation, so when he signed the employment contract with Tianyi Group, he requested the latter's protection. But Tianyi Group is like a scumbag who tricks innocent young girls into bed. Beforehand, they promise everything and agree to everything, but afterwards they turn their backs on you. They stopped sharing information, unilaterally cut off contact, and finally even shot him. Tianyi Group is known for its trustworthiness when cooperating with other mercenaries, so why does Su Ting change his ways? The truth behind it all is no longer important to Su Ting now. His real concern should be how to kill as many Blackwater gang bastards as possible before he dies. Ah, if only a miracle could happen. As he was thinking this, he heard the sound of a miracle. Make a contract with me and become a magical girl. A crow landed on his wounded knee and said, hallucination? Su Ting's heart sank. It seemed his plan to take a few enemies with him before he died was also shattered. I've heard from other veteran mercenaries that mercenaries who have fought their way through life will see a white dove leading them to heaven before they die. He's probably in a similar situation now. Why do other people hallucinate as white doves while I hallucinate as a crow? Am I, Su Ting, some kind of really bad person? Su Ting sighed. Hearing Su Ting's mutterings, the crow angrily pecked at the bullet hole in his knee. I'm not hallucinating, I'm here to help you escape. Hurry up and form a contract with me, or you'll bleed to death if you don't transform into a magical girl. It hurts? The feedback from his knees made Su Ting realize that the crow in front of him was not a hallucination he had before his death. This talking crow is real. Moreover, according to it, magical girls also exist in this world. Magical girls are girls who sign contracts with contracted beasts and gain extraordinary powers to fight. Su Ting, who has watched a lot of magical girl anime, is very familiar with this. It was precisely because of this that Su Ting realized something of paramount importance. I'm a guy, how can a man be a magical girl? The crow answered matter-of-factly. Yes, theoretically only underage girls aged 12 to 18 can sign contracts. But now I really can't find a suitable target, so I have to find a workaround. Is this what you call making a compromise? The crow only mentioned two restrictions, gender and age, and Su Ting did not meet either of them. However, while one can be flexible before the contract is signed, one cannot be flexible after the contract is signed. That's what the crow said. Once you become a magical girl, you will only be able to live as a woman. Upon hearing this, Su Ting remained silent for a moment, then asked, does only gender characteristics change, or do a person's entire appearance, height, and other physical characteristics also change? Everything changes. The crow, thinking Su Ting was unwilling to accept these conditions, then tried to persuade him further. While you lose some things by becoming a woman, you also gain some things. And if you really miss that thing, with prosthetic technology so advanced these days, you can always get it put back on whenever you want. Su Ting interrupted the crow's persuasion and said urgently, stop talking nonsense, I'm willing to become a magical girl. The crow caught in surprise and said, seeing you ask that, I thought you were unwilling. How could he possibly refuse? The people struggling in the city of hell have long been accustomed to abandoning their original flesh and blood to install powerful prosthetic bodies. Those at the very top of the mercenary class have almost completely abandoned their physical bodies, their entire bodies being made of metal. If you remove the prosthetic body, the remaining part wouldn't even be enough to stir-fry a plate of shredded pork with green peppers. Would you care whether a plate of shredded pork with green peppers is made with male or female meat? Therefore, as long as Su Ting treats magical girls as a more effective and less costly form of cybernetics, he has no psychological burden whatsoever. My question about whether my appearance would be changed was something I was considering after signing the contract. Since signing the contract can change my appearance, I can escape from here more easily. So hurry up and make the contract, I feel like I'm dying. The crow realized that now was not the time to chat, so it quickly flapped its wings and flew away, colorful light emanating from its chest. The light shone on Su Ting's body, and a tingling sensation spread from the surface of his skin deep into his internal organs, easily swallowing up the pain and weakness. With a few clanging sounds, Su Ting's contract was completed. My height has decreased by about 15 centimeters, my center of gravity has shifted forward, and my skin is more sensitive to the movement of certain things in the air. Are those things magic? Also, all the implanted prosthetics have fallen to the ground. Remember to pick them up later, you can sell them for money. After sensing the changes in her body, she tentatively straightened up and spoke. Feed, feed. The sweet voice emanating from her throat startled Su Ting. She had thought her voice would become girlish, but she hadn't expected it to become so stereotypical. That's fine too, Su Ting said excitedly. Looking like this, those bastards from the Blackwater Gang and Tianyi group definitely won't recognize me. Once I've escaped their pursuit, I'll slaughter them all one by one. They probably never imagined that the famous mercenary the color loser would turn into a beautiful girl to seek revenge. Imagining the scene of her enemy's head being arranged on a plate, Su Ting couldn't help but hum softly. Let's try to escape the encirclement while we assess the current situation. First of all, although she has become a magical girl, she did not immediately gain the power to destroy the world. In the words of the crow, an adult can lift heavy objects, but a baby can be smothered by a blanket. You just signed the contract, and the magic power you've accumulated isn't even enough to unleash your magic armor, so don't expect to sweep through everything in your path. This situation was also within Su Ting's expectations. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If she really gained immense power so easily.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
She would suspect that she had fallen into a huge conspiracy. However, the current situation is much better than Su Ting had anticipated the worst. In the worst-case scenario, Su Ting would face the Blackwater Gang's enemies with her frail young body. Even if she still has shooting and combat experience, she will have difficulty moving around if she cannot withstand the recoil of the gun. Although Su Ting has now become a young girl, she is by no means weak. Magical girls have amazing bodies. She ran while sighing to herself. At this moment, she was running at a speed that surpassed her previous best sprint time. It's almost like having a prosthetic leg. Aside from her legs, her cardiopulmonary function, thinking speed, and arm and wrist strength have also been significantly improved, making her comparable to some low-level prosthetics. In some ways, she is essentially a monster with a full-body cybernetic body. The character's performance has been improved in all aspects, the area of the judgment point has been reduced significantly, and there is also a skill slot exclusive to magical girls. With my current physical condition, fighting the Blackwater Gang in a gunfight would definitely be easier than before. Even so, we cannot rashly engage in a life-or-death struggle with the Blackwater Gang and Tianyi group. It's not too late for her to take revenge once she has mastered the power of a magical girl. So here's the question, how is she going to escape the encirclement? The nearest safe house is several kilometers away from this neighborhood. Otherwise, even though she was paralyzed in the leg, she would have crawled to the safe house. Although she had cleared out the nearby enemies before the contract was signed, they would soon flood back into the neighborhood. Once they enter the neighborhood, they will find Su Ting still wandering the streets at night. Su Ting could have predicted what would happen next with his bare hands. The Blackwater Gang members would certainly be wary and say, it's suspicious that this woman is here in the middle of the night, she might be an accomplice. And they would decide to arrest Su Ting. Su Ting couldn't accept being captured, so the only outcome was war between the two sides. To deal with the current crisis, she came up with 3 solutions. Option 1, just grab your gun and charge out. The Blackwater Gang is hunting down seriously wounded male mercenaries, while Su Ting is a healthy and beautiful young woman. She can easily escape by exploiting this information gap. But the shortcomings are also obvious. During the battle with the Blackwater Gang, her new face will inevitably be exposed to them. Even if the Blackwater Gang doesn't guess that she's the mercenary, they'll still issue a separate arrest warrant for the beautiful girl who attacked the member. This still won't change the situation of being hunted down, it can only reduce the intensity of the hunt. Option 2, utilize the evil ideas of some of the enemies. Some people with special professions naturally appear at night, and Su Ting could also pretend to be someone with a special profession. Simply stating the desire to go to a hotel is enough to persuade the Blackwater Gang members, who control the larger organization, to cooperate. She knew all too well what kind of people the Blackwater Gang members were. There were definitely plenty of them willing to do this. Once we get to the hotel, we'll take out the enemies and escape. This plan can reduce the risk of Su Ting's appearance being exposed. However, its feasibility is very low. The reason is simple, Su Ting didn't have suitable clothes. Her magic power is not yet sufficient to transform, which is what the crow refers to as liberating her magic armor, so she can only wear the clothes she wore before the contract. In other words, it was an ill-fitting combat suit with a loose-fitting lining that was stained with blood and riddled with bullet holes. The Blackwater gang members weren't blind. They found it hard to believe she had a special profession, and they still arrested her on the grounds of suspicion. If only she could transform, the magical girl's outfit could be explained as clothes custom made to satisfy the fetishes of her customers. Only option 3 remains. Before they enter the neighborhood, they find a suitable hiding place and leave openly after daybreak. Su Ting believed that option 3 was the best option, so she came here. Adorable Maid Cafe. We are actively recruiting staff. Excellent benefits and safety guaranteed. The Adorable Maid Cafe is the safest place in this neighborhood. According to the intelligence Su Ting gathers daily, it belongs to a retired female executive of the Tianyi Group, making it an entity that no force in the lower city wants to provoke. Even when Su Ting was recently chased here, the Blackwater gang members were too timid to fire their guns. He took the opportunity to rest there for a few minutes until staff on the second floor of the coffee shop pointed guns at him and chased him away. The female executive had a daughter who died unexpectedly, so she had a certain compassion for girls her age and often took in homeless girls. They also forced those girls to work for low wages in maid cafes. Of course, that female executive wasn't some saint. She couldn't possibly save every girl. The coffee shop only hires exceptionally beautiful girls who haven't had plastic surgery. Girls who don't meet the requirements are ignored. After all, this is the city of Hercules. Coincidentally, Su Ting is now a super beautiful young woman. She confirmed it by looking at the reflections in the shop windows on the street during her escape. It was definitely the right place. Filled with strong confidence, Su Ting pretended to be in a sorry state and knocked on the door of the coffee shop. A few minutes later the door opened. The door opened with a dark, black gun barrel. Who are you, and what are you doing here so late at night? I need a reasonable explanation, or I will shoot. That's what the girl holding the gun said. Su Ting let out an affected, strange cry, then staggered back a step, and timidly began to speak. I'm here to look for a job. My father gambled away all our family's wealth, and a group of gangsters broke into my house and kidnapped me to sell myself. Luckily, we encountered a gunfight on the way, and I managed to escape in the chaos. Please take me in. I'll do anything. The other party coldly questioned. What's with your clothes? This tactical outfit doesn't look like something a little girl would wear. After I was taken away, I was stripped naked and locked in a truck with other women. Su Ting made up stories without any psychological pressure. Later, the truck overturned, and I picked up the clothes from the corpses on the ground and wore them. This explains the problem with her clothes. As for the firearms and prosthetics, she packed them into her tactical backpack and stored them in a smart locker. As long as the package is removed before the locker check every 15 days, the firearms and prosthetic body will not be discovered. Upon hearing the answer, the muzzle of the gun pointed at Su Ting's face moved down slightly. There was a gunfight between gangs in this area just now. Didn't they spot you? I heard gunshots and kept running away from the gunshots. I didn't encounter many people along the way. Maybe my mother's spirit in heaven was protecting me. Following his gambling father, Su Ting fabricated a deceased mother. As an abandoned orphan, Su Ting felt no qualms about fabricating her own background. To outsiders unaware of the details, this background sounds incredibly tragic. The girl in the coffee shop lowered the gun barrel. Come in, she said expressionlessly. If you pass the interview, we can hire you. If you don't pass, you're on your own. After leading Su Ting to the office, the girl with the gun turned on the light. She has long, almost silvery white gray hair and jewel-like sky blue eyes. Judging solely from her appearance, she is no less attractive than Su Ting, who is a magical girl. Let's begin the interview. She sat in her office chair issuing orders. I am Yen Yuling, the acting manager of the super cute maid cafe. In principle, I cannot recruit new people when the manager is away on business, but if you are good enough, I can make an exception. Come on, treat this empty cup as coffee, and me as the customer. Let's start the simulation. This piece of paper has the standard lines for the maids in the shop written on it. Just read them. As we all know, in principle means negation, and in principle cannot is the same as can. Su Ting picked up the cup and the porcelain plate together and walked to the door. She put on a sweet smile, walked briskly to the table, and gently placed the cup down. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, master. Here's the coffee you ordered. Let me cast a spell to make it even more delicious. Su Ting pressed the porcelain plate against her chest with her left hand and gently stroked the empty cup with her right, as if caressing the barrel of her beloved gun. After suppressing his discomfort, Su Ting read the lines on the paper and stepped aside, resuming his timid demeanor, awaiting Yen Yuling's evaluation. Yen Yuling stared at the empty rim of the cup and asked, Your appearance is definitely up to standard, but are you really willing to work here? Of course I'm willing, I have no other choice. Yen Yuling remained non-committal. She picked up the coffee cup with her fingers and took a sip. This tastes like a lie. You don't actually plan to stay here for long. What is this guy saying? Wasn't the cup empty? Was her taking a sip just a pretense? As if hearing Su Ting's thoughts, Yen Yuling immediately explained. You might think I'm deliberately making things difficult for you. I'm the one who's gone the furthest in the whole cafe when it comes to the way of the maids, so I can tell a maid's character just by looking at her behavior. She gently set down her coffee cup and continued, incisively. You are an arrogant person. Perhaps you really have nowhere else to turn, but you're only temporarily staying in our coffee shop. Sooner or later, you'll choose to leave. When you called me master just now, and when you recited the delicious magic lines, I could see very slight resistance from you. It wasn't the shy resistance of other girls, but a much more resolute resistance. She looked directly into Su Ting's eyes and delivered her verdict without any mercy. Deep down, you don't think anyone is worthy of the title master. People with these qualities are not suited for the path of a maid. Great. Su Ting thought he had eliminated as many flaws as possible, but Yan Yuling still saw through him. As expected, those who can serve as acting managers at the adorable maid cafe are no ordinary people. Sipping coffee from an empty cup is also a way to create pressure. Su Ting also likes to use some inexplicable little actions to put pressure on the other party when negotiating contracts. Now that things have come to this, Su Ting no longer needs to deliberately maintain a submissive demeanor. She straightened up and looked down at Yan Yuling in the office chair. So you're not planning to recruit me? Yan Yuling shook her head and said. The way of the maid is just my personal standard of judgment. It's hard to say according to the store's standards. A lot of your story was made up, wasn't it? Post this and repeat the true parts. Su Ting followed Yan Yuling's finger and saw a small machine lying quietly on the table. This is a lie detector. She put on the heart rate monitoring patch from the lie detector and said, It's true that I was abandoned by my father. She was indeed an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. It's true that I escaped from the mafia by sheer luck. Becoming a magical girl is no ordinary stroke of luck. It's true that I'm homeless, desperate, and can't find a single piece of clothing that fits me. Most importantly, I have no ill intentions towards the adorable maid cafe. I genuinely just want to use it as a place to start a new chapter in my life. After saying those 4 sentences, the lie detector still showed a green light. Yan Yuling nodded gently. You can try it out here for a while first. Once the store manager returns from her business trip, she will decide whether or not to keep you. The crisis was resolved. Su Ting breathed a sigh of relief. Even if she failed her probation period, she had achieved her goal of escaping the encirclement. Next, sign your real name on this contract. Starting tomorrow, I will arrange work for you. If you really don't like calling others master, then you can just call them guest like I do. Anyway, with your face, you could be a street-smart, delinquent-style maid and still have customers. Yan Yuling pushed a contract towards her. Su Ting signed his name on it. Because the lie detector had not yet been removed from her, she had to write down her real name. This was probably Yan Yuling's intention. She would definitely use this to investigate Su Ting's true identity. Unfortunately, she couldn't find anything by using the name Su Ting. People in the underworld only knew Su Ting by his code name the Color Loser, and no one knew his real name. The vigilance of the past has paid off at this moment. Su Ting, that's a somewhat androgynous name. Yan Yuling put away the contract and said, Go take a shower first, then put on my clothes and go to bed to rest. Some of them might not fit, I'll take you to buy new clothes later. The super cute maid cafe is indeed well funded, even new employees are assigned clean and beautiful private rooms. Lying on the bed in his private room, Su Ting began to consider his next move. Having joined the adorable maid cafe, she finally has a place to belong. After that, she had to find an opportunity to return to the safe house to gather her equipment, retrieve her anonymous bank account, and start killing the Blackwater gang leaders one by one. There's also Tianyi Group, which betrayed her. Tianyi Group is ultimately a behemoth that controls Hezi City. Su Ting cannot afford to be an enemy of the entire Tianyi Group. He only needs to kill the relevant personnel. In order to achieve the goal of revenge, the power of a magical girl is indispensable. Thinking of this, she silently called upon the crow with whom she had made a pact. I'm not a crow, call me the Black Phoenix. A crow suddenly appeared on her chest, flapping its wings in dissatisfaction. Because the crow is her contracted beast, Su Ting can communicate with the crow in team voice chat using only her thoughts, and outsiders cannot see the communication between the crow and Su Ting. How can I increase my magic power? Su Ting asked. The first month after signing the contract is a period of rapid growth in magic power. You can start by learning the finer control of magic power, and then wait for your magic power to grow naturally. Once you have enough magic power to transform, my power will also be restored to a considerable extent, and things will be simple after that. At that time, all you need to do is help me find girls with magical girl potential, have them sign contracts with me, and you can become their superior and receive a share of their magical power, enjoying a period of rapid magical power growth. How was it? Pretty easy, right? It's really easy, but it sounds like a pyramid scheme. And haven't you already discovered a promising candidate who's perfect for being a magical girl? The crow cawed twice and said, That little girl named Yan Yuling seems especially suited to be a magical girl. The lights shone through the coffee shop's floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the streets before daylight. Dawn has broken. In the dimly lit and cramped downtown area, natural sunlight is non-existent. The so-called dawn refers to the time when the street lighting system is turned on. This also means that the Blackwater gang's pursuit of the Color Loser has come to an end. According to the established rules in Xiakan District, daytime hours are reserved for residents' normal activities. The Blackwater gang wouldn't break their rules for Su Ting's sake. At this moment, Su Ting was surrounded by the other employees in the store. They chattered around her as if they had discovered a cute little animal. Are you a new junior? You're so cute. What's your name? Hello little sister, if you are ever bullied by customers in the future, just come to me and I'll stand up for you. Sister Yuling, isn't this child's work uniform yours? Look how tightly it's wrapped around her neck. This was the first time in Su Ting's life that she had been surrounded by so many people. This is the first time so many people have shown such clear goodwill. As expected, this world still relies too much on modeling. Su Ting, you won't be in charge of greeting customers today. You can be the shop's signboard girl at the entrance. The job is simple: stand at the door, greet each guest who comes in, and check if they have unloaded the bullets from their guns. Yan Yuling interrupted the maid's playful banter. Her command briefly restored silence to the store, but dissenting voices soon arose. Yuling, the ammunition removal inspection is not a job that anyone can do easily. Let me handle it as usual. The one who raised the question was the maid who had just said she would stand up for Su Ting. Judging from the name tag on her chest, her name was Luo Ruoyi. After becoming a magical girl, Su Ting's height shrank to 1.6 meters, while Luo Ruoyi was over 1.7 meters tall. This also gave Su Ting, who was surrounded by maids, a kind of illusion. She wasn't surrounded by a group of pretty girls, but by a group of cyborgs with elongated bodies. Su Ting is much more capable than you think. She's not the weak girl you imagine. Yan Yuling forcefully rescued Su Ting from the group of maids and explained to Luo Ruoyi. The maids looked at each other in confusion, but Yan Yuling did not offer any further explanation. She leaned close to Su Ting's ear and whispered, "You claim to have escaped a hail of bullets, so you should be familiar with the unloading process of firearms, right? This is natural." As a renowned mercenary known as the Color Loser, Su Ting is not only skilled at detonating bullets, but also particularly adept at quickly disarming enemies. Of course, she wouldn't do that to a customer. Seeing Su Ting nod confidently, Yan Yuling said no more. After briefly explaining the specific requirements, she began to arrange for the other maids. So another person, or rather another crow, took the opportunity to jump out. "Contractor, this is a good opportunity to hone the precision of your magic. You should be able to sense the tiny magical particles in the air. Gather them with your mind and then manipulate them to scan the guests' firearms." Su Ting acted immediately. She had sensed the presence of magical energy when she first became a magical girl, but she didn't know if it was dangerous at the time, so she didn't try to control it. With her will, the tiny particles gradually gathered into a ball in her palm. "Very good, you should have gained control over these magical powers. As long as you don't sever your control over them, you can use them to perceive things in reality. Concentrate and maintain the existence of the magic ball. Then, after the guests arrive, use the magic ball to scan the structure of their guns." Su Ting nodded almost imperceptibly. Maintaining the magic ball's existence is not an easy task, it requires her to concentrate. When the guests arrive, she has to greet them, unload their bullets, and scan the guns with a magic ball at the same time. This sounds like a difficult task, but the thought of gaining immense power by doing so filled her with fighting spirit. She turned her gaze to the guest who had entered through the door and said with a smile, "Welcome to the adorably cute maid cafe. Please take out your guns and help me unload the ammunition." "Hey, contractor, how come you couldn't maintain the magic orb so quickly?" the crow asked in confusion. Because Su Ting was distracted. She became distracted when she realized the guest was someone she knew. There were two customers entering the coffee shop. The one who looked like a nobody was not worth mentioning, but the refined-looking, thin man was the one to be noticed. Gold-rimmed glasses, a bespoke suit, a perfectly impeccably dressed facade. He is one of the leaders of the Blackwater gang, the cybernetic hacker known as Viper. During last night's chase, it was he who hacked into Su Ting's prosthetic arm, leading her to her current predicament. Just seeing him now makes Su Ting want to pull out the small pistol strapped to his thigh and shoot him 10 times. "Huh? Your shop is meddling in so much." Upon hearing Su Ting's request, the small fry following the Viper frowned and shouted rudely. Su Ting regained his magical power and spoke firmly. "I'm sorry, sir, but this is our store's policy. If you don't want your gun to be unloaded, you can go to another restaurant." Enraged, Brother Zeo reached out as if to strike. "You're such an unreasonable woman? What's the difference between us unloading the bullets and killing us?" Su Ting remained unmoved. The glass in the store is specially bulletproof, so bullets cannot penetrate it. And the customers in the store all follow the rule of unloading bullets, which is actually safer for you. Brother Miscellaneous Fish wanted to argue, but Viper stopped him. "Of course you have to follow their rules when you're in someone else's shop." The Viper adjusted his glasses and said politely, "Furthermore, as a gentleman, one should not be so rude in response to a beautiful woman's request. Bonebreaker, since you've decided to follow me, you'd better remember these rules." Brother Zeo broke out in a cold sweat, repeatedly agreeing, and completed the ejection in front of Su Ting. On the other side, Viper adopted a refined and courteous demeanor, proactively handing the gun to Su Ting while saying, "I'm sorry, ma'am, my subordinate is unfamiliar with the rules here. I'll discipline him properly when I get back." This customer doesn't seem to know the store's rules very well either. Su Ting skillfully emptied the magazine and the bullets from the chamber, and said, "The small pistol lining your trench coat should also be unloaded according to regulations." Under the scan of the magic ball, the weapons that the Viper had hidden were naturally exposed. The Viper's expression froze, and his humble smile was frozen on his face. This loss of composure lasted only half a second. Half a second later, he regained his composure, said he had forgotten about the incident, and voluntarily handed over the gun. There was no dissatisfaction with the rules, nor was there any anger at being pointed out. As the leader of the Blackwater gang, His gentle and polite attitude was indeed refreshing. However, Su Ting had seen the intelligence provided by Tianyi Group and knew the true nature of Viper. Viper is a patient, lecherous monster and a hypocritical beast who enjoys torturing and killing young girls. I want the maid at the shop entrance to serve me, Viper said after taking his seat. And it seems they've already set their sights on Su Ting. This guest, Su Ting, is a newcomer to the super cute maid group. She's not familiar with the business yet and can't provide maid services, meow. If you need, I or any of the other maids in the shop can provide service, meow. The tall maid, Luo Ruoyi, was the one who came to Su Ting's rescue. Despite her tall stature, she's designed as a cat girl. I don't know why this store designed it this way. Viper dismissed Luo Ruoyi's suggestion with disdain. I only want Ms. Su Ting's service. I'm not interested in anyone else. It doesn't matter if the service is a little bad, I just want her as a person. This customer really knows how to make things difficult for me. After saying that, Luo Ruoyi looked at Su Ting, who nodded slightly to her. Then please wait patiently, meow. Once the classic and delicious omelette rice is ready, the newly recruited maid Su Ting will be at your service, meow. She bowed and left the table, pulling Su Ting into the coffee shop's kitchen. As soon as she entered, she said worriedly, Su Ting, be careful. These two look like gang members and might try to harass you. Forcible physical contact with customers is not allowed in the store. If they do, call for help immediately. Yu Ling is on the second floor right now. She's the only maid in our shop with a prosthetic body. She'll come down and save you as soon as she hears your cries for help. Su Ting pretended to obediently agree with Luo Ruoyi's instructions, but in his heart, he had other ideas. A crisis equals danger plus opportunity. This is the consistent creed of the well-known mercenary, the color loser. The Viper, a lecherous fiend, has already set its sights on you. At this point, you shouldn't be thinking about hiding, but rather about striking first. Crow, is it really true that magic can attach itself to a human body for me to track, as you say? Su Ting asked in the team chat. Of course, magic is more omnipotent than you think. As long as your will is strong enough, it can do anything. However, this is an advanced application of magic, which is much more difficult than scanning a magic ball. You need to be mentally prepared. The crow jumped out and answered Su Ting's question, then disappeared. The next second, it reappeared on Su Ting's shoulder, belatedly protesting. Also, please call me Lord Black Phoenix, not Crow. Ignoring the crow's protests, Su Ting picked up the freshly made omelette rice and walked to the dining table. Thank you for waiting, gentlemen. Here are 2 servings of your classic delicious omelette rice. Now I'll cast a spell to make them even more delicious. She placed the plate on the table expressionlessly and read it perfunctorily. Cast a little magic spell, bang 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 bang, bullets fly and swirl, all the blood runs away. What the hell are you spouting? Broken Bone slammed his fist on the table and stood up, only to be stopped by Viper. The Viper looked at Su Ting gently and asked, Miss, may I ask what these lines mean? It's the magic that makes omelette rice delicious. Su Ting pointed to the ketchup on the omelette rice and said, the omelette rice has to be hit first to bleed so much, otherwise it won't taste good if there's not enough sauce. She tilted her head to look at the omelette rice, covered her mouth, and said in a deliberately affected tone, oh no, I think I misremembered the words. I'm sorry, sir, I'm really not familiar with these jobs. You'd better find a more experienced maid. No, I also find clumsy, quirky maids quite endearing. Viper adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and refused the request to replace the maid. Instead, he made an even further request. Miss Su Ting, please sit here and have a meal with me. Things unfolded exactly as Su Ting had planned. According to the information, vipers, like real snakes, are extremely patient with their prey. He once devised a 3-month-long scheme to steal the daughter of an executive at a small tech company by forcing the executive to resign and go bankrupt. What the Viper did after obtaining its prey remains unknown. But his colleague, another Blackwater gang leader, said this. If you're going to play, then play. Why eat it? Su Ting's childish resistance to such a scumbag did not arouse Viper's dissatisfaction. On the contrary, this resistance only fuels the Viper's desire to conquer and its sadistic tendencies, ultimately leading it to make the unreasonable demand that Su Ting sit beside it. Su Ting readily agreed to this request. She pursed her lips and sat down beside the Viper, then quickly began casting a positioning spell. If she doesn't sit this close, she won't have a chance to repeatedly use her skills. Positioning magic lived up to its reputation as an advanced application, as described by the Crow. Su Ting failed several times in a row, with no sign of success whatsoever. Fortunately, the Viper was sitting right next to her, giving her enough time to try again and again. Seemingly aware that touching was prohibited inside the store, Viper did not attempt to do so. He ate his meal and chatted with his subordinates like a normal guest. The first to speak was the small, broken fish. Boss, is it really a good idea for us to rest at this time? The Viper swallowed a mouthful of omelette rice and said, You've been searching all night, aren't you tired? To put it another way, I've already done a great service for the gang, so even if the boss finds out, he won't say anything. Pogo let out an "oh," but quickly raised his head. But our group didn't really push hard last night, will the boss blame us? What's there to blame? The color loser was so fierce, he almost wiped out the entire team that charged in. The Viper's teeth made the spoon clang loudly as it chewed. and I was almost able to break through his brain-computer interface with a virus, but then his brain-computer interface signal suddenly disappeared. Damn it, did the color loser really rip his own head off? Although it wasn't as scary as the Viper described, Su Ting did physically shut down her brain-computer interface by transforming into a magical girl. Big brother, what do we do next? Won't the color loser retaliate against us? Broken Bone asked. The Viper shook his head, he is severely injured and won't live much longer. How's the task I asked you to do going? Pogu then took out his personal communication terminal, glanced at it, and said with delight. Big brother, good news, we've already. Shut up. Viper interrupted Broken Bone's speech, then turned to Su Ting, who was diligently casting a positioning spell, and said, Miss Su Ting, I'd like this maid to sing a song. Please choose any song you like. Su Ting then stood up and sang the only song she knew, Happy Birthday Song. There are dozens of children in the orphanage. Every year, the older sister sings Happy Birthday dozens of times. Su Ting has long since memorized the melody of Happy Birthday. Only after Su Ting started singing did the Viper look at Pogu. Go on. Under the cover of the singing, Pogu cautiously spoke. We have located one of the Loser's safe houses and set up an ambush there. There are a lot of treasures in the safe house. Some of the brothers who have never seen anything like it are drooling. As you instructed, those treasures have all been delivered to your home. Snapped. Su Ting felt as if something inside her had shattered. What did those two just say? Did those beasts steal everything from her safe house? Gold, medicine, weapons, ammunition, semiconductors, and those priceless high-tech devices. This was the wealth she had accumulated after working for others in Hezi City for 8 years. No, calming down, she had considered this possibility, so she randomly allocated her wealth to several safe houses, and deposited more than half of her assets into bank accounts. Tianyi Group really made a fortune this time, Pogu said enviously. We only found one safe house, while Tianyi Group found at least 3. Furthermore, they froze the bank accounts of the victims, and who knows how much they profited from that. Depend on. An uncontrollable rage rose in his heart, and the magical factors used to construct the positioning magic also boiled over. Su Ting knew that this positioning spell was going to fail again. In a fit of anger, she threw the unfinished positioning spell at the Viper, venting her frustration. Then she saw a pink glow emanating from the Viper, visible only to her. I also sensed a clear connection in my mind. The magic worked. What happened? A crow appeared on her shoulder, looking completely bewildered. How did your magic power suddenly increase so much? I was about to ask you something too, Su Ting said in the team chat. The crow looked at the scene before it in confusion, then suddenly realized. Were you experiencing any intense emotional fluctuations just now? The power of magical girls is a power of the mind, it is easily affected by emotional fluctuations. This is why magical girls who shout about love and bonds often turn the tide and defeat powerful enemies. But that's a bit strange. Your positioning magic formula is completely wrong, so how can it still run despite the bug? Only magic should be affected by emotions. Just like a math problem, it's impossible to solve even when you're extremely angry. Since the crow couldn't figure out the principle, Su Ting didn't need to delve into it for the time being. The program is already running, so don't try to fix it. Furthermore, Su Ting had even more interesting questions to ask. Now that my magic power has increased, does that mean I can perform my first transformation sooner? The crow shook its head. It's hard to say. The length of the incubation period varies from person to person. The incubation period refers to the time between when a magical girl signs a contract and when she can transform for the first time. Aside from the rapid magic growth period, which usually doesn't last longer than a month, its duration is completely unpredictable. During Su Ting's private chat with Crow, Viper, and his companion finally finished their omelette rice and stopped singing Happy Birthday for the 43rd time. You can stop now, Miss Su Ting. Okay, sir. You have ordered a total of 43 songs, which will cost you 2,150 credits. Upon hearing Su Ting's response, Viper laughed heartily. He casually picked up the communication terminal and transferred 3,000 credits to the store. Consider the rest as a tip for Miss Su Ting. For a Blackwater gang leader, this amount of money is nothing. But for a theoretically ordinary shop assistant, this amount of money is definitely a considerable income. Su Ting put on a look of astonishment, as if she had been asked for an exorbitant sum but the wealthy man had agreed. The Viper indeed did not suspect anything. He pressed his advantage, adopting the demeanor of a caring older brother to offer his advice. Working in a coffee shop must be tiring, right? I've heard about what's going on at your store. It seems your manager pays you very low wages. Besides, your store manager only hires young and beautiful women, but no woman can stay young and beautiful forever. If one day the girls in your shop are laid off, and their meager income isn't enough to save enough wealth, then it's no wonder their lives will be in trouble. Having said that, he put on a mask called sympathy and said regretfully, seeing Miss Su Ting, I can't help but worry about your future. Viper really got the maid's biggest weakness. This is actually a common pain point for the vast majority of people in Hezi City. Aside from a few companies like Tianyi Group, there is no such thing as a retirement pension in Hezhikang. There will always come a day when people can no longer perform their jobs. At that time, all that can protect them is the wealth they accumulated in their youth. This is why gangs amass wealth, hire mercenaries to fight to the death, and ordinary employees have to work 18 hours a day. Thank you for your concern, but I have my own plans for the future, Su Ting answered neither humbly nor arrogantly. Undeterred, the Viper changed direction and began to probe indirectly again. He would sometimes ask Su Ting why she sought refuge in the coffee shop, sometimes inquire about her daily interests, and sometimes deliberately display his economic strength and social status, implying that Su Ting could have new options. As an employee, Su Ting could only respond to Viper's words one by one. This is why her desire to kill the Viper intensified. They hacked her prosthetic body, stole her money, and even targeted her. She had originally planned to kill all the leaders of the Blackwater gang, but now she had no choice but to put Viper at the top of the list. Finally, Viper received orders from the Blackwater gang and had to leave the coffee shop, temporarily ending Su Ting's troubles. Miss Su Ting, I'll come to see you again when I have time. Clearly, the Viper had no intention of letting the matter rest. After the Viper left, Luo Ruoyi, who had been secretly observing, went over. As she helped Su Ting clear the plates, she said, "These kinds of customers are the most troublesome. Almost all the women in the shop have been harassed by them. But they can only talk about it, they wouldn't dare to actually do anything. Our boss is a powerful and influential figure. This is not necessarily true. Vipers may not dare to do anything openly, but they certainly have no shortage of insidious tricks up their sleeves. Su Ting, although I understand you don't want to serve that guy, it's best to avoid doing things like this. After all, they are guests and can complain about us. If Sister Yu Ling finds out, we'll only get a scolding at most, but if the boss finds out, we'll be in big trouble." Luo Ruoyi lowered her voice and whispered in Su Ting's ear. "Anyway, I'll cover it up for you this time. Next time you bring a customer, don't use such an obvious trick." Next time? There won't be a next time. While Su Ting thanked Luo Ruoyi for the reminder, he was secretly discussing his idea with Crow. "I remember in Magical Girl anime, those magical girls often go out at night to eliminate evil, right? Then as a magical girl, I should follow my senior's example and go out at night to eliminate evil." She sensed the Viper's location, the connection was incredibly clear. Tonight is the time to eradicate this evil. To swallow one's anger is not the style of a loser. Nothing went wrong the following day. Su Ting returned to her post as the signboard girl and continued the work of unloading bullets. At 8 p.m., Hezi City entered a night fraught with danger, and the adorable maid cafe naturally closed its doors to customers. The workday has come to an end. Yan Yuling, the acting manager of the coffee shop, finally came down from the second floor. After receiving the compliment from Luo Ruoyi that Xiao Xuting performed exceptionally well today, she relaxed her brow. But after Luo Ruoyi embellished the story by saying, "A scoundrel gangster came today and tried to swindle Xiao Xuting away with money," Yan Yuling's eyebrows furrowed again. She walked to Su Ting's side, straightened the ribbons on her maid's uniform, and whispered, "Do you know that gang?" Su Ting replied, "His gang seems to be the same one that was fighting nearby last night. The Blackwater gang." Yan Yuling paused for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Is he a man who wears gold-rimmed glasses and looks very refined?" "Yes, you can check the surveillance footage to confirm." Yan Yuling shook her head, "Only the owner has the authority to access the store's surveillance footage. That man is dangerous, don't go near him. I'll handle this for you." It seems this acting store manager also knows the true nature of the Viper. That's understandable. If she knew nothing about the dark side of Hezi City, the boss from Tianyi Group wouldn't have entrusted the shop to her with peace of mind. Moreover, she was the one who brandished a gun and drove away Su Ting, who was still male, from the second floor last night. Yan Yuling likely knows about the lost color, so we can't be careless in front of her. Their whispers soon ended. Next up is the maid's party time. These are rules personally set by the boss, Luo Ruoyi explained to Su Ting, grabbing a bottle of cola. The sisters who have homes to go back to have already gone home by now, leaving only us homeless people behind. To make everyone feel at home in the coffee shop, we start our gatherings every night at 8 p.m., so we can enjoy our own evening. And the theme of today's gathering is... She took a step back and opened her left arm to reveal the cake on the table. "Tada! Congratulations to Su Ting for joining our adorable maid cafe and starting a new life." The other maids clapped in unison, and Luo Ruoyi shook the Coca-Cola in her hand vigorously, twisting the cap open in the open space. Carbonated drinks gushed out, fizzing with bubbles. She opened the Coke like it was champagne. "Go ahead." Yan Yuling patted Su Ting on the shoulder. "Although we have to wait for the boss to come back to confirm whether you can stay, you are still the main character today." Luo Ruoyi complained, "Yu Ling, you're saying discouraging things again. Little Su Ting is so cute, how could the boss not want her?" After saying that, she hugged Su Ting, who had come forward. Su Ting suppressed the urge to dodge and retaliate, and helplessly let her pull him into her arms. Luo Ruoyi turned to Su Ting and said seriously, "Your sister Yu Ling has a particular fondness for saying discouraging things, so please don't get angry about it, little sister Su Ting. Although she looks cold, she's actually an incredibly cute, expressionless, tsundere maid." As she spoke, she pulled a gift box out from behind her back. "The latest Qianming 12 communication terminal, a gift that everyone chipped in to buy for you. This thing is super expensive. If Yu Ling hadn't used her salary to cover 90% of the cost, we might not have been able to afford it. Is it Destiny 12? The Tianming series of civilian communication terminals launched by Tianyi Group is notorious for its excessively high price, claiming to have extremely strong information retrieval capabilities, but its actual performance is far inferior to that of cheaper and more user-friendly military communication terminals. Those who had lost their color would never have even glanced at this communication terminal in the past. But, for the average person, this is indeed the best communication terminal they can buy. Su Ting silently accepted the gift box, speechless for a moment. After a long while, she finally managed to squeeze out a soft thank you. Hey, what did you just say, Su Ting? Your voice was too soft, I didn't hear you. Luo Ruoyi affectedly put her hand to her ear like a megaphone and started teasing Su Ting. She just said thank you. It was Yan Yuling who came to the rescue. Luo Ruoyi shook her head vigorously. No, I didn't hear you clearly. I want Xiao Xuding to repeat it again. It's the same if I repeat it for her. Seemingly seeking revenge for being described as an expressionless, arrogant maid, Yan Yuling and Luo Ruoyi clashed. She just said, Luo Ruoyi, clean up the coke on the floor yourself, or I'll dock your pay. Did you hear me clearly this time? The maids then burst into laughter again, followed by another round of playful banter. Someone took out candles and asked Su Ting to sing the birthday song before blowing them out. Some people said, she's sung happy birthday 43 times today, so just let her off the hook. Some people, not wanting to miss out on the fun, made Luo Ruoyi sing a song for them and had Yan Yuling dance along, ultimately resulting in them getting a dishwashing bonus. The night passed just like that. It was 1:30 a.m. that night. Su Ting stood in front of the iron gate of the coffee shop. She was still wearing Yan Yuling's maid outfit, and she was about to give Viper a gift in the same outfit. After all, she had no other clothes. Her original inner lining and combat uniform had been taken away by Yan Yuling. Fortunately, the maid outfit is a conservative black and white color scheme, and as long as it is paired with the must-have black cloak for going out in winter uniformly distributed by the store, it will not be conspicuous in the dark. Even after eliminating all the witnesses, she can still carry out stealth operations. After being enraged by the Viper, Su Ting's magic power and precision were greatly enhanced. She easily gathered a magic ball, scanned the structure of the iron gate lock with magic, and pried it open with magic. And so, magical girl Su Ting's first nighttime outing began. Sensing the location on the Viper, Su Ting ran quickly. Thanks to her magical girl level prosthetic body, she could easily reach Viper's residence without needing a vehicle. Many magical girls' careers begin with the first time they sneak out of their homes in the middle of the night. The crow sighed. Seeing you reminds me of them from the past. You mean once upon a time? Su Ting asked the question that had been bothering her. Speaking of which, since magical girls exist on this planet, why has the world become the way it is now? Even I, in my incubation stage, could do so much. Surely a mature magical girl could do even more. But they seem to be completely oblivious to what is happening in Hezi City. At least I've never heard of anything related to magical girls. The crow fell silent for a long time before saying meaningfully. Because magical girls have basically ceased to exist on Earth. Su Ting wanted to ask more questions, but the crow simply disappeared. She had no choice but to stop and look at the mansion in the distance. That was the Viper's luxurious villa. It was also his elaborately decorated coffin. As is customary, I check my equipment before starting a battle. The weapon had been retrieved from a locker on the street and was intact. I have enough bullets, but considering that I've lost contact with the black market, I should use them sparingly. And most importantly, there's the EMP, electromagnetic pulse bomb. It can effectively disable electronic devices such as smart rifles, implanted prosthetics, and drones, while being virtually harmless to the human body. Even with her brain-computer interface and implanted prosthetics, Su Ting still habitually carries a few EMP grenades as a trump card. Not to mention that she is now a magical girl without cybernetic bodies, which further enhances the value of EMP. Phew, inspection complete. Su Ting silently repeated this to himself. Smart lockers are so convenient. Back when she first started out and had no savings, she created many temporary supply points by storing supplies in lockers. She only abandoned this risky approach later when she had the money to build safe houses. Unexpectedly, she now has to resort to the old methods again. I don't know what the Hezi city government was thinking. After spending a fortune to build smart lockers, the most convenient users are actually outlaws like us. Despite some lingering doubts, he acted without hesitation. Su Ting lowered his body and rushed towards the wall. After approaching the wall, the magic ball transmitted the scan results. The wall is covered with sensors. Any physical contact will trigger an alarm and activate the discharge module and concealed machine gun inside the wall. The problem is not difficult to solve if infrared detection is not available. Su Ting increased the distance, then took a running start and leaped into the air. The magical girl used her powerful joints, calf muscles, and thigh muscles to launch Su Ting's lithe body into the air, easily clearing the perilous high wall. In midair, she slightly adjusted her body and landed on all fours in a cat-like manner. Using the soft grass behind the wall as cover, she successfully and silently infiltrated the Viper's mansion. But then you can no longer stealth. Even with the naked eye, Su Ting could see the surveillance equipment operating in the mansion, which would inevitably expose her whereabouts. I know nothing about hacking techniques and can't hack into the monitoring system, especially the monitoring systems of professional hackers like Viper. But she still has a card that can unlock the surveillance system. Su Ting exerted his strength instantly, rushing towards the gate of the mansion at high speed, and then threw an EMP grenade forward. The EMP released a powerful electromagnetic pulse, instantly destroying the surveillance equipment in Viper's mansion. At the same time, it also conveyed the message that someone has broken into the security personnel in the mansion. Su Ting kicked open the door, lightly leaped up to the second floor of the hall, and then, without hesitation, grabbed his gun and ran deeper into the building. With the magic balls scanning, even in places she's never been before, she can instantly find the right route. And it doesn't stop there. In the magical girl's unique vision, a white frame appeared behind the wall in front of her. Su Ting raised his gun and fired. The powerful bullet pierced through the wall and hit the Blackwater gang member behind it. Wow, this frame looks really cool. Su Ting had long heard that advanced brain-computer interfaces could have a similar wall-penetrating locking effect, but he had never had the chance to experience it due to his lack of money. Now your dream has come true, she exclaimed. Playing with magical girls is so much fun. The magic ball detected an enemy approaching from behind. Without turning his head, Su Ting fired a shot. The magic bullet pierced the enemy's head, eliminating the threat. But as Su Ting delved deeper, she gradually felt the pressure. More and more security personnel reacted and consciously took cover behind bunkers. Even though Su Ting possesses magical abilities like X-ray vision, tracking, and the ability to see behind her, she still has to reload her gun. The enemy understood this as well. When Su Ting was reloading, they changed cover and approached him in order to eventually encircle him. After losing several more Blackwater gang members, they successfully approached Su Ting's location, forcing him to also take cover. The enemy is already at their last gasp. They will definitely think that way. They were wrong. After emptying his magazine once again, Su Ting did not choose to reload, but instead tore off his cloak and threw it out of the cover. Because the EMP interfered with the brain-computer interface, the gang members failed to realize in time that it was a decoy, their attention drawn to the cloak. By the time they realized something was wrong, it was too late. Boom! Su Ting rushed out of the cover and punched a gangster in the chest, sending him flying through the air. Using the gangsters' bodies as cover, Su Ting didn't even catch his breath before continuing his charge and closing in. Then he grabbed the military knife in his left hand and slit the enemy's throat. What the hell is this? The gangster furthest away muttered to himself. Because he was the least capable security guard in the group, he didn't dare to go forward and witnessed the whole thing. My mind went completely blank as a result. What did he see? A burly man weighing over 200 pounds, carrying equipment, was sent flying into the air by a single punch. Before the burly man's body hit the ground, the monster that had knocked him away lunged at another burly man's face and instantly killed him. And the monster that accomplished all of this? She was a maid wearing a black and white long dress. Did some company develop this maid-shaped killing robot? After the gunshot, his question could only be answered in the afterlife. After dealing with another gang member who attempted a sneak attack, Su Ting continued forward. The location magic told her that the Viper was just ahead. His security forces have been almost entirely wiped out. He neither ran away nor appeared, he seemed to be hiding in his study, helplessly awaiting his final judgment. Viper is a hacker, but there's not a single part of Su Ting's body that's connected to the internet. His abilities were of no use to Su Ting. Moreover, Su Ting used EMP again to ensure the drones in the paralyzed mansion could be turned on, so Viper might not even be able to operate. To ensure safety, Su Ting cautiously increased the scanning range of the magic ball. There were no ambushes in the study. There were no other living creatures around besides the Viper and himself. Without further hesitation, Su Ting walked to the door and kicked it open. A pricking sensation rose up from my spine. Before she could figure out the cause of this feeling, a sharp pain came from her right shoulder. She was shot. The magic ball scanned again and determined the source of the bullet. The bullet came from the corpse of a gang member behind her. So she threw her saber with her left hand, knocking the gun out of the corpse's hand. It's a smart rifle. The smart rifle was not completely disabled by the EMP. Viper connected to the rifle and controlled it to complete the firing. We've been tricked. Fortunately, the smart rifle has an upper limit to its firing angle adjustment. With the muzzle of the gun pointed at Su Ting's right shoulder, the Viper could only hit his right shoulder. Do you think I'm powerless just because I use EMP? The Viper spoke from behind the bookshelf. It must feel terrible to be shot by a corpse. Su Ting clutched his right shoulder and stepped into the study. She also hid behind the bookshelf to avoid being shot by the Viper. I was quite surprised to see you through the scope of the smart rifle, Miss Su Ting. Relying on the cover he had, the Viper kept talking. I never imagined that those most absurd rumors were true. Your adorable maid cafe is truly a leftover piece of the Tianyi group. To be able to break through my security, you must be equipped with a lot of tactical cybernetic implants, right? These are all advanced cybernetic bodies that I can't find any hacking points for. Tianyi Group really has big money to spare. The Viper had clearly guessed Su Ting's identity wrong. He could only guess based on the background of the Tianyi Group behind the adorable maid cafe, and thus came to an absurd conclusion. You came here for the things belonging to the lost ones, didn't you? I never thought I'd run into a landmine just by randomly picking a maid. I'm never going to a place like this again. Su Ting decided to continue playing along with the Viper's act. She endured the pain of being shot and spoke. The Blackwater gang made the worst choice. If you hand over the victim's belongings to me, Tianyi Group might spare your life. The Viper refused. That won't do. I know you want to use these items to find the madman, the loser, but so do we in the Blackwater gang. The goods he has will only end up in the hands of our Blackwater gang. What does that mean? The goods have already been delivered to Tianyi Group, haven't they? If your Blackwater gang wants to find more goods, go ask Tianyi Group for them. She asked in a deep voice. Our Tianyi Group has already received the goods, now we are simply recycling the items belonging to the disgraced individuals. Miss Su Ting, if you want to get more money from me, you'll need to be more skilled at scamming. The Viper responded in a disgusting tone. Don't underestimate our Blackwater gang's intelligence agents. We can get our hands on this kind of information. We already know that the loser kept the ultimate weapon for himself, leaving only an empty box for the Tianyi Group. Did I pocket the ultimate weapon and then give Tianyi Group an empty box? Su Ting's mind was filled with doubts. Honestly, she has always been a mercenary who respects the spirit of contracts and has never had the thought of breaching the contract. She only just found out that the goods Tianyi Group wanted were the so-called ultimate weapon. The original plan was to capture the Viper alive just to find out the location of her treasure. Now it seems we need to add another reason to capture him alive. By buying time through conversation, Su Ting regained strength in his right arm. She clenched her right fist, strained with her right shoulder, and endured the excruciating pain to push the bullet out of her right shoulder. As a result, the wound on her right shoulder bled profusely, staining her maid outfit crimson. Soon after, the wound stopped bleeding and then healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although he had already sighed many times tonight, Su Ting still couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Is this what magical girl stats are? Having resolved the issue with his right arm, Su Ting began walking deeper into the study. At this moment, Viper was still speaking sarcastically. Miss Su Ting, wearing that kind of thin-made outfit is not a good idea. That bullet has already destroyed your right arm. How much fighting ability do you have left? Su Ting had already arrived near the Viper, and was only a row of bookshelves away from him. Taking advantage of the Viper's verbal outburst, she kicked over the row of bookshelves, sending them crashing down on the Viper. This approach had little effect. The Viper punched through the bookshelf, and with its other hand, it tore the bookshelf apart from the hole. This cybernetic hacker is not powerless. Both of his hands are fitted with implanted prosthetics. After smashing through the bookshelf, Viper continued to exert force with both fists, attacking the injured Su Ting. He never intended to engage Su Ting in a gunfight in a terrain resembling a bookshelf. After injuring Su Ting's right shoulder, Viper decided to engage Su Ting in close combat. He looked at Su Ting, feeling quite smug. I know you also have implanted prostheses, but implanted prostheses also require the assistance of muscles themselves. Unless you have a prosthetic arm that completely replaces your hand, you won't be able to use your right hand. However, the appearance of a replacement prosthetic body is significantly different from that of a human body, which is also impossible. So you can only use one hand to fight against my two hands. Heh, it seems the outcome is already decided. Now, what should I do with you? Boom! Viper's fists collided with Su Ting's left arm. The girl's left arm strength was somewhat unexpected for the Viper, but it was still a bit short of being able to withstand two arms with one hand. Okay, crushed. The Viper looked excitedly at Su Ting's left arm that had been pried open, then its gaze shifted to Su Ting's soft chest. The next blow will hit your lungs, making it impossible for you to breathe normally. Just then, Viper saw Su Ting raise her crippled right hand. Before the Viper could react, the beautiful girl's slap landed on his face. He was slapped hard across the face by Su Ting. Warning: severe head injury, brain-computer interface dysfunction. A warning sounded in the Viper's brain, but the Viper didn't hear what the brain-computer interface said at all. He was slapped so hard that he lost all self-awareness and collapsed helplessly to the ground. Su Ting withdrew his right hand and looked down at the Viper on the ground. Slapping him was a strategy Su Ting devised to capture the Viper alive. After all, she wanted to find out where her wealth came from. Looking at the unconscious Viper on the ground, Su Ting felt a surge of anger. She controlled her strength and kicked the Viper in the groin. Get up, stop pretending to be dead. No man could endure such pain, and Vipers were no exception. He was jolted awake by the kick, and tears welled up in his eyes. Su Ting stomped on it again, pressing for an answer. Where are the things belonging to the one who lost their color? The Viper's bones were softer than Su Ting had imagined. Once subjected to physical torture, his psychological defenses completely collapsed, and he confessed everything like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. Su Ting picked up the Viper, which looked like a dead dog, and headed towards the basement. Su Ting successfully entered the Viper using the Viper's pupils as a form of authentication. Are there security cameras here? We've installed fixed cameras, all of them are in plain sight. Su Ting frowned as he looked at the camera pointed at the bloodstained operating table behind it, and immediately understood the purpose of Viper's basement. I originally thought you were just weak-willed. Su Ting spoke up. But now it seems that you are too clear about how to torture people, which is why you are afraid that I will use those methods on you. The Viper did not respond. After Su Ting used his military knife to cut out his prosthetic arms, he lost the strength to cry out. Su Ting walked to the table in the basement and began counting his treasures. Gold bars, medicine, firearms. After Su Ting finished taking inventory, he discovered that the most important thing was missing. 3 boxes are still missing. The Viper replied weakly. The box is in the cupboard. They require a password to open. Only the lost ones know the password. You can't open them. Su Ting chuckled and entered a password consisting of numbers, letters, and characters. The box was then opened. The first box contained a tube of nanobots. Su Ting opened the lid and poured it onto the hole in his shoulder. The nanobots filled in the holes in her clothes and cleaned up the bloodstains around them. In the blink of an eye, the maid outfit was back to normal. Pressing the button at the bottom of the tube causes the nanorobot to fly back into the container. This is a treasure of Keikata technology, capable of quickly repairing damaged armor and even prosthetics on the battlefield. It consumes fuel every time it is used, and when the fuel runs out, it needs to buy fuel from Kagaki technology to recharge. Su Ting's use of it for a maid outfit is indeed a waste of its potential. But she had no other clothes to wear, so she had to do this. The second box contained a metal object about the size of a fist. Upon seeing the metal object, the Viper, which was already half dead, immediately began to struggle. He kicked his feet in despair, his features contorted with fear, his appearance transforming into a grotesque form befitting his inner ugliness. No, you can't. Su Ting punched him in the stomach, silencing him with pain. Then, she lifted the Viper by the neck and slammed the metal object onto the back of its head. The Viper then began to convulse as if it had been electrocuted, a convulsion that lasted for a full half-minute. His convulsions only stopped when the light bulb on the metal object changed from red to green. Upon closer inspection of the metal object, it was discovered that the Viper had gone into shock and died. Or to put it in simpler terms, he died from the excruciating pain. Does being penetrated during memory extraction really hurt that much? Su Ting put the memory extraction device into his pocket and muttered to himself. The memory extraction device is another amazing gadget developed by Keikata technology. It is possible to physically hack into a brain-computer interface and forcibly download the memories stored in the brain-computer interface, although the process may involve some minor pain. It only takes half a minute to pry open a Viper's brain. It's much faster than torture. It truly lives up to its reputation as a great helper for home and travel, possessing its own unique soul-searching technique from the cyberpunk era. Having accomplished all his goals for the trip, Su Ting didn't linger any longer. She opened the last safe and stuffed it with the nanobots, the memory extraction device, and all the gold bars she had saved up. Then, carrying his own few guns and as much ammunition as possible, he ran away as fast as he could. Although EMPs can damage electronic equipment, there is no guarantee that the Blackwater gang will not be able to detect Viper's attack. We must leave before Blackwater reinforcements arrive. Perhaps Su Ting was fast enough, or perhaps the Blackwater gang hadn't received any news of the attack at all. In conclusion, Su Ting successfully escaped the danger zone, bringing a perfect end to tonight's night tour. The guns and ammunition are still in the lockers on the street. The most important thing, the combination lock, had to be carried with me at all times. After sneaking into the dark coffee shop with the combination lock, Su Ting returned to his bedroom and immediately began the next step of his work. She opened the safe, took out the memory extraction device, and then connected it to the gift her maids had given her, the Destiny 12 communication terminal. The communication terminal begins decoding and displaying the Viper's memories. Most of the memories are trivial matters, while a small portion are evidence of the Viper's torture of the female victims. Looking at this evidence, Su Ting felt that he hadn't been lenient. Finally, Su Ting found what she was looking for in the recent memories folder. That was the Viper's memory from 12 hours ago. Viper and another man were having a secret conversation in a dimly lit, cramped room. Su Ting also knew that man. Wu Longtao, the founder of the Blackwater gang and Su Ting's greatest enemy, is known as Dead Sea. There are many stories in the city of Hercules about how the Dead Sea got its fortune. Some people say that Dead Sea was a former employee of those giant companies who lost an office power struggle and returned to the lower city with funds and technology to become a local tyrant. Some people say that Dead Sea participated in the wilderness expedition, but was terrified by the evil beasts in the wilderness and then believed in the Doomsday Cult. The current Blackwater gang was supported by the Doomsday Cult. Some even say the Dead Sea is actually the illegitimate son of a political bigwig, who established his gang to do favors for a powerful figure in parliament. Regardless of which version is true, one thing remains unchanged. The Dead Sea has an unusual background. Regardless of whether he comes from a giant corporation, a doomsday cult, or the political arena, he possesses sufficiently reliable intelligence sources. TNE Group says the discoloration is still alive and definitely hasn't escaped the lower city. The Dead Sea said, even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. When it comes to control over the lower city, TNE Group is no match for our Blackwater gang. So they want to cooperate with our Blackwater gang to find the loser who tricked both us and them. Viper, what do you think? When did Su Ting manage to trick TNE Group? Su Ting recalled his conversation with Viper in the study, where Viper firmly believed that the one who lost color had embezzled the ultimate weapon. From this perspective, everything she experienced makes sense. If TNE Group receives an empty box from her, they will be furious. Then they would order the cessation of information sharing, the severing of contact with the victims, and the shooting of the victims. This perfectly matches Su Ting's experience. So it wasn't TNE Group that betrayed me? It was me who betrayed TNE Group? No, I didn't take that so-called ultimate weapon. Someone must have sabotaged it and switched the box containing the ultimate weapon with an empty one. Su Ting calmed himself down and continued looking at the Viper's memories. In the video, Viper rambles on about the pros and cons of cooperating with Tianyi Group, while Dead Sea remains non-committal throughout. Only after the Viper finished speaking did the Dead Sea say that he needed to think about it some more. The Viper was about to leave when the Dead Sea called him back. Then, the Dead Sea said something that sent chills down Su Ting's spine. I can't be bothered with what you do to those women, but don't think that women are just prey to be toyed with. If you find a woman fighting alongside the colorblind, be extremely wary of her. She is likely in more danger than the person who lost her color. Su Ting's mind went blank for a moment. The colorless one is a lone wolf among mercenaries, with no close female companions. Her closest sisters were all in an orphanage in the outer city, making it impossible for them to have any contact with the Blackwater gang. Who could be the woman who might appear and fight alongside the colorless? It's myself. Su Ting looked at his own body and muttered to himself. The color loser stole the ultimate weapon. Su Ting has become a magical girl. The Dead Sea is wary of a woman who might appear. Crow, come out here. Su Ting asked in an unprecedentedly stern tone. Tell me, is the power of magical girls the ultimate weapon that the Tianyi Group wants? Oh no, we've been found out. A crow appeared before Su Ting and said casually. Is the power of magical girls the ultimate weapon in the box? Su Ting asked with a dark face. To be precise, what's in the box is a magical girl contract document, but it doesn't really matter. The crow began to tell its story in a leisurely manner. I didn't do anything to you. It was the contract document in the box that recognized you and quietly attached itself to you. But although you have sufficient qualifications, you are not a woman. And so we got stuck here. The contract couldn't grant you the power of a magical girl, but it couldn't bear to leave you. As a result, you were hunted down by the Blackwater gang and the Heavenly Will group, and almost died on the roadside. If I hadn't discovered you in time and helped you complete the contract, you would have already gone to the Western Paradise with powerful abilities that you couldn't use. From that perspective, you should be thanking me. Su Ting reached out and grabbed the crow, which transformed into a cloud of black mist and floated onto Su Ting's shoulder. Turning to the raven whose words were rather irritating, Su Ting continued to ask. But you hid the truth from me. While I was internally cursing Tianyi Group for its lack of integrity, were you just standing by and laughing? The crow shook its head vigorously. You didn't ask me. I originally planned to tell you the truth after you learned how to transform, but I didn't expect you to find out so quickly. Furthermore, you have already experienced the power of a magical girl. If you could go back in time, would you really be willing to honestly hand over this power to Tianyi Group? An ominous red light shone in its eyes. If you give up this power, you will only become an unknown nobody in He City. But by becoming a magical girl, you can become a legend of the City of Hell. Are you planning to fall out with me over some small misunderstanding, choosing the former, or are you going to let go of your resentment and choose the latter? A gust of cold wind blew past the window, making the locked window rattle. Su Ting looked at the open briefcase and said, I have no interest in becoming a legend, nor am I prepared to forget the fact that you withheld important information. But I can still work with you. She reached into the safe and grabbed the third treasure, besides the nanobots and the memory extraction device. An envelope. She took out the only letter in the envelope and looked at the neat handwriting on it. Bon voyage. Crow, becoming a magical girl will allow me to make a lot of money, right? Su Ting asked. The crow nodded. As long as you live to that time, wealth will be within your grasp. Su Ting nodded and put the letter back in the envelope. With enough money, she could buy resident certifications for everyone in the orphanage in the upper city, so they wouldn't have to suffer the same hardships Su Ting had endured. This is something that mercenaries of the past would never have dared to dream of. She worked as a mercenary for 8 years and met all sorts of middlemen. Some of these individuals, who act as a bridge between mercenaries and employers, are extremely lacking in professional ethics. Concealing crucial intelligence, deliberately providing false information, and colluding with third parties to set a trap for the victim. Compared to those guys, the crow is an extremely reliable partner. But compared to the cute mascots beside magical girls in anime, you really are cunning. The crow cawed twice in response. Same to you. Now that it has been confirmed that the magical girl power is the ultimate weapon that the Tianyi Group wants, another question has surfaced. The Tianyi Group already knows about the existence of magical girl power, but to what extent do they control it? Almost completely under control. The crow gave the worst answer. After all, the contract documents you possessed were lost from Tianyi Group. Although I don't know the specifics, there must be a secret magical girl squad within the Tianyi Group. You're already a thorn in the side of the Tianyi Group, and you'll inevitably clash with those magical girls sooner or later. They are true magical girls, completely different from you, a half-finished product who can't even transform yet. Are they semi-finished products and regular troops? When she was a mercenary, she had to avoid the troops of giant corporations. Now that she's a magical girl, she still has to hide in the Tianyi Group's magical girl world. Then her transformation was for nothing, wasn't it? So all I can do now is wait for my magic to grow naturally until I can transform. The crow answered, yes. At least you're safe for now. The magical girls from the Tianyi Group can't find you. Time is on your side now. The next morning, at 8:30 a.m., Yan Yuling, the acting manager of the Adorable Maid Cafe, made a phone call from her office on the second floor. It's me, Yan Yuling, the acting manager of the Adorable Maid Cafe. Yes, Ms. Wu's coffee shop. That's right, Dead Sea, I do have something to discuss with your Blackwater gang. On the other end of the phone was Wu Longtao of the Dead Sea, the leader of the Blackwater gang. At this moment, she spoke to the leader of the most vicious gang in the lower city in a commanding and threatening tone. Keep an eye on that guy in your gang called Viper. Tell him not to have any inappropriate thoughts about the maids in our shop. On the other end of the phone, Dead Sea looked at the report on the communication terminal. Ms. Yan, your call comes too late. If he were still alive, I could easily take him to your store and make him apologize to you. But the Viper is dead. Just last night, there wasn't a single survivor in the entire house. He paused for a moment, then continued. It was most likely done by the person who lost their color. The one who lost his color? Yan Yuling asked, rubbing her fingers against her coffee cup. The one your Blackwater gang was chasing before. The one being hunted down by the Blackwater gang and the Tianyi group. The Dead Sea said. He stole Tianyi group's ultimate weapon. Miss Yan, you should have heard about it. I've never heard of any ultimate weapon, Yan Yuling said. Haha. The Dead Sea seemed to have heard some incredibly funny joke. Your boss's position at Tianyi Group before he left was inextricably linked to that ultimate weapon. Yan Yuling retorted firmly. What the boss knows doesn't mean what I know. I'm just a maid, nothing more. The Dead Sea did not delve deeper into this topic, but instead said, all right, then let me relay my words to those who know. The death of the Viper proves one thing, the one who has lost his color has completely become a vengeful demon. And he may have already mastered the power of the ultimate weapon through someone else. The owner of the super cute maid cafe once held a position related to ultimate weapons. This is information he'll find out sooner or later. At that time, this vengeful demon might very well target your cafe. Dead Sea's words came to an abrupt end. He did not specify what the colorless ones would do. That's all I have to say, Miss Yan. I'll leave the decision of how to handle this to you. Pat. Yan Yuling hung up the phone. She looked at her right palm and murmured the words the one who has lost her color. The magic in the room gathered in her palm as she focused her thoughts. Speaking of which, Xiao Xuding has been working at the shop for almost a week now. Luo Ruoyi, leaning on the bar counter, held up an empty coffee cup in one hand and suddenly spoke. But it still feels like there's a deep distance between us. Cold and icy. Yan Yuling responded, not everyone is an optimist like you. She sat at the bar, intently grinding coffee beans, filling the small bar with the rich aroma of coffee. I knew Yuling would speak up for Xiao Xuding. Luo Ruoyi complained. When you joined our store, you were also very aloof. When I tried to befriend you, I was scolded instead. Apologize to me quickly and soothe my wounded heart. Stop making up non-existent memories. Yan Yuling didn't even blink before exposing Luo Ruoyi's lie. When I started working for the boss, the adorable maid cafe hadn't even been established yet. She glanced behind Luo Ruoyi and raised an eyebrow. If you want to get closer to Su Ting, you can just tell her directly. There's no need to beat around the bush and pretend to talk to me. Su Ting, who had been sitting behind Luo Ruoyi the whole time, awkwardly looked away. Luo Ruoyi was right, she did indeed feel distant from the other maids. For Su Ting, the adorable maid cafe was ultimately just a temporary resting place. Joining the coffee shop as a maid was just a temporary measure. Yan Yuling, Luo Ruoyi, and the others were just passers-by. Moreover, Su Ting has been extremely busy lately. After learning from the crow that she was being chased by a magical girl, she has been training her magic power all day long and has no time to get along with the other maids. Little sister Su Ting, you heard what Sister Ruoyi just said, right? After Yan Yuling saw through her thoughts, Luo Ruoyi stopped beating around the bush and turned to talk to Su Ting. Come play with your sister, I'm so bored. Su Ting asked tactfully, aren't there many maids left in the shop? Upon hearing this, Luo Ruoyi stretched out her arms and leaned back on the bar. She wriggled around like a child throwing a tantrum on the ground, complaining loudly. Today is the finale of even 3 visits to the city can't win her over, and they've all crawled into their rooms with their communication terminals. What's so good about the romance dramas produced by Tianyi Group? They're all so messy with lovey-dovey stuff. If you put the male and female leads in real life, they'd be fighting over interests within 3 days. After saying that, she straightened up with a somersault and grabbed Su Ting's arm with both hands. Little sister Su Ting, please, play with me for a bit. I'll do anything if you just spend one night with me. Yan Yuling walked up to the two of them with 2 cups of coffee, looking at Luo Ruoyi with pity. Luo Ruoyi chuckled, loosened her grip to take the coffee, and handed 1 cup to Su Ting. Su Ting, why don't you play with Ruoyi for a while? Yan Yuling advised. Don't let her continue to embarrass our shop. All right. Su Ting had no choice but to agree to their request. Luo Ruoyi cheered and immediately pulled out a deck of cards from her pocket, clearly having come prepared. Come on, there are 3 of us, let's have a thrilling game of Dodizu. Let's get this straight, playing cards without any stakes isn't very interesting. Let's add some money involved. Yan Yuling sipped her coffee without comment, leaving Su Ting to offer his opinion. So what exactly are we betting on? Su Ting asked. Mercenaries live on the edge and desperately need a place to release stress, which is why many mercenaries have a gambling addiction. Su Ting wasn't particularly enthusiastic about sending money to the orphanage, but she had become somewhat familiar with such practices through her exposure to the world around her. If Luo Ruoyi's gamble is too big, then she will have no choice but to refuse. However, Luo Ruoyi is, after all, a full-time employee of the adorable maid cafe, and her character has been assessed. She shouldn't be asking for such a large bet. How about we play strip poker? Luo Ruoyi made a surprising statement. Yan Yuling sprayed all her coffee onto the table with a pft. Su Ting remained composed, but accidentally spilled coffee on his hands. The two hurriedly fought over the napkins on the table, each denouncing Luo Ruoyi. What nonsense are you spouting? We are a legitimate maid cafe. Seriously, strip poker sounds too much like a red light district entertainment. I thought it was a bet on who would do the cleaning tomorrow. Su Ting is right, her idea is much better than yours. Excuse me, acting store manager, please don't take all the napkins away. I'd like a few to wipe my hands too. Seeing their flustered state, Luo Ruoyi chuckled. You two are hilarious. I was just joking, and you all panicked like this. Besides, we're all girls, so it wouldn't matter if we took our clothes off, right? Su Ting nervously wiped his hands, not daring to look Luo Ruoyi in the eye. Although she has become a woman in terms of physical structure, her psychological awareness has not caught up. Every night, she has to take a shower when no one else is around. Okay, let's not play strip poker anymore, let's just wager some of our wages. The base multiplier is 1 credit, and it doubles with a bomb. Not much, right? Indeed, it's not much. It costs 50 credits to have Su Ting sing a birthday song. But Su Ting still refused the bet. I have a problem. Su Ting raised his hands high. I don't have any credits right now. Ha. Luo Ruoyi looked at Yan Yuling in disbelief and said righteously. You actually withheld Xiao Suting's salary? You heartless capitalist. Yan Yuling coughed lightly and explained. Su Ting's situation is a bit special. Her family owes some money, and I'm helping her get new identification and bank accounts to avoid being chased by debt collectors. The process takes some time, so we can't pay her salary yet. But the salary is already recorded in the account, and it will be paid out together once the paperwork is completed. Yan Yuling paused for a moment, her gaze sweeping over Su Ting's face, before continuing to speak to Luo Ruoyi. Maybe we shouldn't add any prizes. Su Ting might not really like it. Luo Ruoyi gave an "oh," then turned around and began to boast enthusiastically. Even without any prizes, I, Luo Ruoyi, am still the most cunning maid in the company. You two newbies, bring it on. Ugh, I lost so badly last night. Luo Ruoyi complained. Su Ting walked beside her and echoed her complaint. It's nothing, there's no betting involved anyway, but I feel guilty. Luo Ruoyi shouted, attracting the attention of passers-by on the street. The girls who could join the coffee shop were all quite beautiful. The two of them walking together were already eye-catching, and now that Luo Ruoyi had made such a fuss, even more people were staring at Su Ting and the others. Feeling uneasy under the gazes of those around him. The last time she was stared at like this was when the Blackwater gang was chasing her. Her hand couldn't help but reach for her waist, but there was no gun there, and this wasn't the lawless downtown area. So, to make up for what I lost to you last night, I came here especially to pick out some nice clothes for you. Luo Ruoyi, seemingly oblivious to the stares of passers-by, gave Su Ting a thumbs up. Here's the thing. Last night, Su Ting, Luo Ruoyi, and Yan Yuling played cards until 1 a.m. Actually, I didn't plan to play for this long at first. But Luo Ruoyi, blinded by her loss, refused to let Su Ting, the winner, leave the table, which is why the game dragged on until that point in time. Helpless, Su Ting had no choice but to let Luo Ruoyi win big in the last round, thus ending the long game. But as Luo Ruoyi lay in bed reviewing the events, the more she thought about it, the more something seemed off. She felt that Su Ting was going easy on her, so she barged into Su Ting's bedroom in her pajamas, wanting an explanation from him. Then she saw Su Ting, who had taken off her maid outfit and was only wearing a thin shirt. Luo Ruoyi was stunned. After a while, she finally spoke. You're wearing Yuling's clothes, don't you feel uncomfortable with the tightness in your chest? The next day, Luo Ruoyi reported to the acting store manager on the issue of employees' clothing styles not matching the requirements. The final result is as follows. Luo Ruoyi took Su Ting to the shopping center to buy him clothes that fit. The store will reimburse the expenses. And today is paid leave. Guns are prohibited inside the shopping mall, so Su Ting and his companion stored their guns at the entrance and began to stroll around. Su Ting thought that buying clothes wouldn't take much time, but the final result was beyond her expectations. They shopped all day. We set off at 9 in the morning, and it's already 5 in the afternoon. If it weren't for the fact that gangsters would randomly select lucky passers-by to shoot at night, Su Ting suspected that Luo Ruoyi wouldn't stop wandering around until 10 p.m. Shouldn't we head back to the shop? Su Ting reminded him. Luo Ruoyi let out a long sigh of relief, still feeling a bit unsatisfied. It's getting dark indeed. She looked at her hands full of shopping bags and said regretfully. It's a pity I only bought these clothes today. I didn't get much of a bargain. Didn't you get much? Su Ting felt as if he had entered a world where the world's knowledge of numbers has expanded 100-fold, but my own remains unchanged. Can you really call these dozens of bags not many? Will the store manager really agree to reimburse me for that much? Su Ting asked doubtfully. Why don't you agree? If she doesn't agree, I'll make a scene in front of the boss. If she weren't carrying bags in both hands, Luo Ruoyi would definitely have patted her chest to increase her persuasiveness. Although the boss pays a low salary, he's never stingy when it comes to reimbursement. And Luo Ruoyi's face suddenly turned pale. She held up the bag to cover her face and whispered to Su Ting, "Let's go." Su Ting followed Luo Ruoyi's gaze. A middle-aged woman who looked quite similar to Luo Ruoyi was walking straight toward them. He was small in stature, over 50 years old, did not demonstrate tactical skills, and posed no threat. This woman is not a dangerous person like a gangster. The reason why Luo Ruoyi was avoiding her was, "Ruoyi, is that you?" Luo Ruoyi's attempt to cover it up was completely ineffective. The middle-aged woman recognized her immediately. "Where have you been these past 2 years? Your dad, brother, sister, and I are all very worried about you." Luo Ruoyi put down the shopping bag with a complicated expression, and spoke with mixed emotions. "Mother." The middle-aged woman stepped forward and grabbed Luo Ruoyi's wrist, forcefully commanding, "Come with me, we'll talk about what's happened these past few years when we get home." Luo Ruoyi threw down her shopping bag and pried open the middle-aged woman's hand. "I'm not going back." "Luo Ruoyi, what do you want?" "I'm your mother." The middle-aged woman's eyes were wide open, and a large character was twisted on her forehead. "I gave birth to you and raised you, and you don't even want to acknowledge me as your mother? Shameless thing." Luo Ruoyi was panting heavily, displaying a toughness that Su Ting had never seen before. She shoved her aggressive birth mother away and roared at her. "Yes, I just don't recognize you anymore." The middle-aged woman stumbled, and Luo Ruoyi seized the opportunity to pick up the shopping bag from the ground and run away. Luo Ruoyi ran very fast, and Su Ting could easily catch up with her, but the middle-aged women couldn't catch up with them at all. In the end, only words mixed with resentment and pleading caught up with Luo Ruoyi's pace against the wind. "Ruoyi, come back soon? I've found you a marriage partner. You'll definitely have a good life when you come back." Luo Ruoyi's pace did not slow down, on the contrary, it became even faster. She only stopped walking after the two escaped from the shopping mall and retrieved the gun. What happened just now, the reasons behind it are very complicated. Luo Ruoyi looked at Su Ting apologetically. "Your mother is a prophet of doomsday cult," Su Ting said. Luo Ruoyi's eyes widened like saucers. "How did you know?" "I saw the tattoo on her wrist," Su Ting explained. "Either she was involved in gangs when she was young, or she believed in some evil religion. I can't think of a third reason. The doomsday cult is the biggest scourge in the lower city, besides gangs and giant corporations. It is not a unified religion, but a collective term for all cults that believe in the existence of a divine will behind the end times. Their birth was an inevitable outcome of this era. After the apocalypse, ferocious and terrifying monsters occupied most of the earth, turning former cities into wastelands. The survivors could only cower in giant city-states like the city of Her, enduring endless suffering. People cannot accept that they are suffering for no reason, they must find a source for their suffering. The followers of the doomsday cult have found their source to be God. God brought down the end times, God spread suffering, all the torments of the world are God's tempering of mortals, a baptism before the attainment of happiness. The doomsday cult wields immense power, with some factions even capable of controlling the political sphere and influencing major corporations. "What religion does your mother believe in?" Su Ting asked. "If it were one of those major religious sects, it would be troublesome. To impart etiquette and manners," Luo Ruoyi replied. "A name I've never heard of before. My family doesn't believe in any major religion, just a small, ordinary cult. But precisely because it's not well known, the police don't bother with it." Luo Ruoyi shook her head and didn't continue the conversation. "Let's go back to the shop. I have nothing to do with that family anymore. What they do is none of my business." Su Ting remained silent. In her experience, people can get rid of the past temporarily, but once the past catches up with you, it's not so easy to get rid of it again. "I'm still wearing the adorable maid cafe uniform, your mom might come looking for me," Su Ting reminded him. Luo Ruoyi paused. She stood with her back to Su Ting, the dim sunlight filtering through the gaps between the buildings and casting a deep, dark shadow on her. "Let them come." Luo Ruoyi spoke with firm words, but her tone was weaker than ever before. "The boss will handle this. We'll handle this." She repeated herself as if in self-hypnosis. She disappeared the next day. Who was the last person to meet Luo Ruoyi? In the adorable maid cafe, Yan Yuling, the acting manager with long grey-white hair, gathered all the maids in the store and asked them seriously. It was almost time for the store to open, but Luo Ruoyi was nowhere to be seen during roll call. Sensing something amiss, Yan Yuling immediately sent people to search for Luo Ruoyi, but to no avail. Ultimately, she could only come to one ominous conclusion. Luo Ruoyi has disappeared. "I saw it last night before I went to bed, around 11 p.m. "Me too. I didn't see her until I got off work yesterday." The maids answered one after another. When it was Su Ting's turn, she thought carefully and answered. "I've been staying in a spot where I can see the store entrance since I got up at 6 this morning. I didn't see Luo Ruoyi leave. Since we can't find her in the store, she must have left before 6 o'clock." Su Ting's answer sparked a discussion among the maids. "Is it really true that we can't find Sister Ruoyi in the store? Could she be hiding somewhere?" But Ruoyi has never been absent from work, so she has no reason to hide. "Let's check the surveillance footage. It must have recorded when Sister Ruoyi left." "That's enough, stop." Yan Yuling loudly silenced the maid's discussion, concluding with a definitive statement. "I'll handle this. I'll contact the boss and ask her to give me access to the store's surveillance cameras." You should all return to your posts. After issuing the order, she left the bewildered crowd behind and headed straight for her office on the second floor. Su Ting followed without hesitation. Acting store manager, I have something to report. After arriving at the office, Su Ting told Yan Yuling about what had happened the day before. This includes Luo Ruoyi's mother, who is a follower of a cult, and the possibility that Luo Ruoyi's location was exposed because of his maid attire. Yan Yuling listened to the report, her brows furrowing slightly, a complex expression on her face. A doomsday cult. Even after escaping here, they still won't let Luo Ruoyi go. This is a difficult matter to handle. Yan Yuling's attitude puzzled Su Ting. Therefore, Su Ting asked in confusion. Acting store manager, the gift cult is just an obscure little section. Our store shouldn't be afraid of it, right? According to the power formula of Hezi City, giant corporations are greater than gangs, and gangs are greater than small and medium-sized doomsday cults. Large doomsday cults are indeed powerful, but they are mortal enemies of giant corporations and cannot operate in the open. Although the doomsday cult has its own fearless followers and armed forces, they are likely to be no match for the gangs that abuse cybernetic bodies, let alone the giant corporations that monopolize the production of cybernetic bodies. With the backing of the Tianyi Group, the Adorable Maid Cafe has nothing to fear from the mere gift cult. Furthermore, when the Viper harassed Su Ting, Yan Yuling stated that she would help Su Ting solve this problem. They weren't even afraid of Viper from the Blackwater gang, so there was no reason for them to care about a small-time cult like the gift-giving sect. Su Ting, the doomsday cult is not as simple as you think. Yan Yuling sat on the desk, crossed her hands and rested her chin on them, and said meaningfully, I'll go find out when Luo Ruoyi left first. You go back to your post. After speaking, she used her communication terminal to contact her boss who was away on a business trip. Su Ting also shamelessly sat down, showing no intention of leaving. Luo Ruoyi and Yan Yuling are the only semi-acquaintances Su Ting has after becoming a magical girl. Luo Ruoyi counts as 0.95, and Yan Yuling counts as 0.55. Luo Ruoyi has now disappeared. Regardless of whether this is really the style of the disfavorites, Su Ting explained to himself. Seeing that Su Ting refused to leave, Yan Yuling didn't say anything more and tacitly approved of her participation. The communication terminal projected the boss's image. Yuling, is there something you need calling so early? Let me tell you, I recently found another adorable child. When I get back from my business trip, our big family will welcome a new member. The real-life image of the owner of the Adorable Maid Cafe is quite different from what Su Ting had imagined. She has a square face, and even after years of skincare, noticeable wrinkles have appeared on her face. She speaks with a smile, like an ordinary, kind-hearted middle-aged woman. This is completely different from the stereotypical image of the Tianyi Group executives as decisive, eternally youthful, fully prosthetic, and with an attitude of lowly commoners. Hurry up and pay me. Su Ting thought that the boss who could bring out Yan Yuling, a little expressionless person, was also a big expressionless person. Boss, a maid has gone missing. I want access to the security footage. Upon hearing Yan Yuling's request, the boss remained unfazed and smiled as she said, All right, do whatever you want with this. I'll cover for you. The two did not exchange many words. After confirming that Yan Yuling had no other requests, the boss hung up the phone and sent Yan Yuling the key to unlock the monitoring system. Yan Yuling didn't waste any time and immediately started checking the surveillance footage from last night to early this morning. Luo Ruoyi left the coffee shop at 3 in the morning. In the surveillance footage, her hair was disheveled, the ribbon on her clothes was not tied properly, and she looked like she was in a hurry. Ruoyi decided to go out at the last minute. Is there something important she needs to do? Su Ting didn't respond to Yan Yuling's words, but instead stood up abruptly. I'll go out and check the surrounding area for any traces she left behind. No. Yan Yuling stopped Su Ting. This is too dangerous. Leave the investigation to me. Su Ting shook his head firmly. I'll be carrying a gun when I go out. Acting store manager, don't forget how I got here. I'm very good at avoiding danger. Yan Yuling gazed into Su Ting's eyes and slowly nodded. Contact me immediately if you encounter any danger or make any discoveries. Don't act impulsively and put yourself in a dangerous situation. Su Ting nodded, indicating that he had heard Yan Yuling's instructions. She went back to her room to change into some casual clothes that were easier to move in, picked up the gun from the coffee shop front desk, and headed in the direction where Luo Ruoyi had disappeared according to the surveillance footage. Crow, is there any magic that might be of use? Ever since the crow revealed that it was the magical girl's power that caused Su Ting to be hunted down, it has stopped appearing on its own initiative. It can only be seen when assigning training tasks for the day in the morning and when checking magic power growth in the evening. Upon hearing Su Ting's call, the crow slowly appeared on Su Ting's shoulder. It said lazily, Magical girls are only good at tracking evil magic. When it comes to tracking down criminals, we still have to rely on the police. There are spells that can be useful, but you definitely can't learn them right now. The magical girl's power is useless. It seems that tracing clues from the scene is not feasible. We must reverse our thinking. Although there is no clear reason why Luo Ruoyi left in the middle of the night, nor does anyone know where she went in the end. But this matter is absolutely inextricably linked to the practice of gift-giving. So all you need to do is find the headquarters of the gift-giving cult and then break into investigate. Su Ting doesn't know how to play reasoning games, all she knows how to do is mow the lawn. So the next step is, find an information broker and get Luo Ruoi's home address. You must be Cliff, the affordable information broker. This is airport number 5, a major thoroughfare for those leaving the downtown area, with extremely high foot traffic, making it ideal for underground transactions. An intelligence broker named Cliff frequents this place, exchanging information with other clients. Compared to other intelligence brokers, Cliff was really unremarkable, and his professional skills were quite questionable. But Su Ting had no better option. Skilled intelligence brokers have strict entry requirements and will only sell intelligence to those they approve of. They did accept the person who had lost their color, but this identity is no longer usable. The less mediocre intelligence brokers prefer to hang out in bars and nightclubs. After Su Ting transforms into a beautiful girl, she obviously can no longer go to these places. So she had no choice but to settle for this guy who was famous for his cooking. Even if Cliff is useless, surely he can open a normal person's box? However, where did this little girl come from, learning to buy information from others? He glanced at the gun in Su Ting's hand and smiled contemptuously. It's the model for home self-defense. Su Ting looked down on Cliff, and Cliff actually looked down on Su Ting in return. I'm serious, and the compensation is negotiable. Su Ting tried to communicate with him. Cliff looked Su Ting up and down, and said flirtatiously, serious. If you're serious, sleep with me for a night, otherwise, go back to your mother's milk. Sure enough, this kind of person is impossible to communicate with properly. Su Ting was prepared for this. She took out an apple she had bought on the way and crushed it with one hand. Fruit pulp splattered everywhere, and some of the liquid splashed onto Cliff's face, staining it a deep reddish brown. I have a prosthetic right hand. Do you understand? Understood, understood. Cliff, a burly man with scars, bowed repeatedly. What do you require? I need information about one person. A middle-aged woman, surnamed Luo, has at least 2 daughters and 1 son. Her eldest daughter is named Luo Ruoyi. Su Ting described the characteristics of Luo Ruoyi's mother, and Cliff immediately took out his equipment to start investigating. He quickly handed over the equipment with a fawning expression and asked, these are some of the targets that match my criteria. Which one do you prefer? Su Ting flipped through the information on the device. Cliff seemed to be very professional in the field of unboxing, as each item had a commonly used online ID and profile picture. Su Ting and Luo's mother had met once in real life and knew each other's appearance, so they quickly found the corresponding person. Continue searching for information about Luo Shanshui, focusing on her current residence and activity area. The investigation results came out quickly. Cliff not only provided Mrs. Romney's address and daily activities, but also diligently listed other intelligence. For example, Luo Ruoyi's mother is often active on a niche forum. This forum is most likely an online base for followers of the Giving Church. Alright, here's your payment. Su Ting handed several banknotes to Cliff as payment for purchasing intelligence. This is something Su Ting casually grabbed from the counter of the coffee shop before leaving. Although the people of her city are used to online transactions using credits, paper money still has a certain purchasing power, and there are also conservatives who use paper money to make payments. Cliff counted the number of banknotes and looked troubled. Ma'am, this amount of money is a bit too little, and it's paper money that's easily depreciated. The paper money was issued by the government of Hertz City, and its value retention was far inferior to that of the credit points issued by the Business Federation, so it was understandable that Cliff was in a difficult position. But Su Ting ignored Cliff and turned to leave. Recalling Su Ting's actions of crushing the apple, Cliff didn't dare to say anything to stop him. Once Su Ting had disappeared from his sight, he slapped himself hard across the face, half scolding and half regretting, and said, so you can look down on others. Serves you right for not making a name for yourself after more than 10 years in this line of work. After leaving airport number 5, Su Ting went straight to the residential area. According to Cliff's records, the Rosie family has lived here for more than 10 years. If Luo Ruoyi was indeed kidnapped by her mother and the Zengli sect, she was likely taken home. Security in the residential area is fairly good for the Xiakan district, but it's practically non-existent for Su Ting. Without much hesitation, she knocked on the door. She had hidden the gun beforehand to avoid startling the people inside and causing them to refuse to open the door for Su Ting. Su Ting was quite confident about whether he could trick his way into opening the door. She doesn't look threatening at all right now. Cliff's previous performance has confirmed this. The door opened. The person who opened the door was Luo Ruoshan, Luo Ruoyi's younger brother, as listed in the documents. He is 1 year younger than Luo Ruoyi, but 10 centimeters taller. Luo Ruoyi was originally more than 10 centimeters taller than Su Ting. Combined, Su Ting was a full head shorter than Luo Ruoshan. Luo Ruoshan looked down at the petite Su Ting and asked, who are you? What brings you here? I'm Luo Ruoyi's colleague. She didn't come to work today, so I came to her house to look for her. Luo Ruoshan's pupils suddenly contracted. Sister? She left this family a long time ago, and nobody in the family knows where she went. I met her mother yesterday. She should also be your mother, right? Sister Ruoyi told me she has a younger brother. Su Ting deliberately used intimate terms of address to create the illusion that the two had a close relationship. She clenched her fists again and placed them in front of her chest, feigning unease. I heard that Ruoyi's relationship with her family is a bit strained, and now that she's disappeared, I'm really worried about her. Are you telling the truth? Luo Ruotian's breathing became rapid as he spoke at an extremely fast pace. Did my sister and mom really meet? He paced anxiously in place, then finally waved his hand sharply and said, "Don't get involved in this. Going deeper won't do you any good. Don't meddle in our family matters, you're an outsider." This change in attitude is a bit strange. Luo Ruotian lived with his mother, so he had naturally been drawn into the gift-giving cult, and might even be a believer. But he didn't know that Luo's mother had found Luo Ruoyi again. I didn't have time to say it. Or did Luo's mother think it was inappropriate to tell Luo Ruotian? Furthermore, Cliff's records state that Luo Ruotian did not post on the niche forum of the Gifted Church. In contrast, the youngest sister in the family registered an account early on and was frequently active on that forum. Su Ting decided to take a gamble. She pressed down on the closing iron gate, stepped forward, and said, "You don't actually want your sister to get caught by the gift-giving cult, right?" Luo Ruotian stared in shock at the unmoving door and asked, "Who exactly are you? Don't answer questions with questions." Su Ting snatched the door from Luo Ruotian's hands. "Are you planning to side with the Doomsday cult, or have you decided to side with me?" Luo Ruotian's hesitation had already given Su Ting the answer. If he were truly a cultist who disregards family ties, he would only be condemning Su Ting at this moment. Just like how Luo's mother scolded Luo Ruoyi yesterday. Seeing that Luo Ruotian was still hesitating, Su Ting decided to make a bold statement. "I don't know what Ruoyi went through in the past, but she would often mention her younger brother casually, then gaze into the distance with a complex expression." Luo Ruotian's tall body began to tremble violently. Finally, resigned, he lowered his hands and answered, "I still want to save my sister after all. Just like back then." Same as back then? Su Ting had some guesses in his mind. Luo Ruoyi, Luo Ruotian, and their younger sister Luo Ruolin, who were several years younger than them, should have shown decreasing hostility towards the Zengli cult. Luo Ruoyi, who was most hostile to the gift-giving cult, ran away from the house. The youngest, Luo Ruolin, frequented the forums of the gifted etiquette cult. Considering her age, she had likely been completely brainwashed by her mother. Luo Ruotian, caught between the two, was extremely conflicted. "Did you help Ruoyi escape back then?" Su Ting stared into Luo Ruotian's eyes, making the latter feel uneasy, and he looked away. "No, I'm not as crucial as you say. When my sister ran away, the gift cult sent many people to capture her, including my mother and me. At the time, I knew there was something wrong with the Zengli cult, but I didn't dare disobey my mother's orders, and I almost actually took my sister back. It was my sister's earnest persuasion at the last moment that brought me back to my senses and prevented things from going to the worst possible outcome." Luo Ruotian turned to look at the dilapidated room, his voice somewhat hoarse. "My sister said that sooner or later, Mom will give everything to the Doomsday cult. She's right. My sister and I had our tuition fees taken away by the gift-giving cult, and all we got in return was a verbal praise from the cult leader. The furniture in the house was sold off one by one, and the food on the dining table got worse and worse. Meat dishes, all vegetarian dishes, thin porridge, synthetic food, and in the end, we couldn't even get enough of the synthetic food." Luo Ruotian's description is still too conservative. Judging from the view inside the door, their house was not only empty, with only the floorboards left, but also had all the furniture sold off. The bedding was spread out on the floor, clothes were hung on the window frames as curtains, and empty cans were piled up in the corners to serve as trash cans. The most technologically advanced appliance in the entire room was a router whose model was so outdated that even Su Ting couldn't recognize it. "That's so shabby. Even the orphanage that raised Su Ting wasn't this poor. Since you have so many complaints about the gift-giving cult, then hurry up and take action. Where will the gift-giving cult put your sister after they capture her? List all the places you can think of." In terms of height, Su Ting is short, while Luo Ruoyi is tall. But in terms of sheer presence, Su Ting is the real giant. Luo Ruotian was stunned by the shout, and in a daze, he saw the image of his sister in Su Ting. When he was a child, Luo Ruoyi would order him to do chores in this way. Girls develop faster than boys. Luo Ruotian had never beaten his older sister since childhood and could only humiliatingly serve as her slave. "I can only say that she is indeed my sister's colleague. Despite their significant size differences, their ability to boss people around is exactly the same. As for the location, I'll find a pen and write it down. No, take me directly there. Grab the gun from home, and we'll search each location one by one." Faced with Su Ting's order, Luo Ruotian subconsciously nodded in agreement. But as soon as he returned to his room, he came out looking troubled and said awkwardly, "The gun was also donated to the church. My god, your mother is really crazy that she doesn't even keep a gun at home." Su Ting was completely speechless about Luo Ruoyi's mother. She shook her head and patted the heavy iron door, the rumbling sound echoing through the corridor. "Close the door and come with me. I'll give you a gun." Looking into Su Ting's eyes, Luo Ruotian nodded blankly, closed the door, and followed Su Ting. At this moment, he seemed to be completely overwhelmed by Su Ting's aura and had completely entered a state of subservience, doing whatever Su Ting said. Su Ting took one step, and Su Ting turned around, and Su Ting turned around too. Even after Su Ting handed him the gun, he remained in a dazed and confused state. Su Ting was furious. "Are you sleepwalking? If you still want to save your sister, then use that stupid brain of yours. If you're just scared out of your wits, then give me back the gun. Given your current condition, if a fight really breaks out, the first bullet might hit me. After being scolded by Su Ting, Luo Ruotian's eyes gradually regained their clarity. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but forgot what he was about to say. His final words were even puzzling to himself. I think I was just startled by your eyes, they were so red they were a bit frightening. After saying it, Luo Ruotian felt that he was being stupid. The hair dyeing and contact lens technology in Hezi City is extremely advanced, and there are all sorts of colorful people on the streets. No matter how timid Luo Ruotian is, there is no reason for him to be frightened by a little girl. But Su Ting felt that things were not as simple as Luo Ruotian making a foolish mistake. Crow, have my eyes always been red? The sound of crows echoed in Su Ting's mind. After you made the contract, you've always been a beautiful girl with black hair and red eyes. And don't you even know what you look like? Su Ting really didn't know. She only confirmed that she had a beautiful face on the night she transformed, by looking at her reflection in a shop window on the street. Because it was too dark, she couldn't see her own eye color clearly. In dim light, even blood appears black, let alone one's own eyes. Even after starting work at the super cute maid cafe, Su Ting never confirmed her own appearance. Even though there are mirrors in the rest area for the maids to groom themselves. Even if she can only turn on the front-facing camera of the communication terminal at any time. Even though life is full of mirror reflections, she can see her own appearance as long as she doesn't avoid them. Although she didn't want to admit it, Su Ting was indeed deliberately avoiding mentioning her appearance. Although she doesn't regret becoming a magical girl, she has ultimately changed her appearance. She can't forget everything from the past 22 years and accept her new face in the mirror without any resentment for the time being. Fine, if you won't answer me, let me explain what happened earlier. The crow answered proactively. The kid in front of you just now wasn't just distracted, he's probably under a spell. Your magic. My magic? Su Ting asked, puzzled. I didn't cast any magic. What do you mean? Magical girls do need to write spell formulas to cast spells, but there is one exception. My innate magic. Like that signature move that magical girls in anime always have. Casting one's innate magic is extremely easy for magical girls, requiring very little magical power, and it usually awakens when a magical girl completes her first transformation. However, there are also cases where the magical girl awakens her innate magic prematurely, resulting in her being unable to control her power before transforming. I saw it once before. The magical girl's innate magic was crystallization. On the night she signed the contract, her power went out of control and turned her parents into two stone statues. As for other cases, I've only heard about them, but most of the out-of-control innate magic that has occurred has powerful or complex effects. Hihi, your innate magic might be quite powerful too. My innate magic has gone out of control. The crow put forward a shocking conjecture and showed schadenfreude. As a contracted beast, the crow doesn't have a cute appearance, its ugly face would make it a villain in a magical girl anime. What it said next revealed its villainous nature. How can this problem be solved? Su Ting asked. Solve it? There's no way to solve it. My understanding of innate magic is very limited. And the loss of control over one's innate magic is extremely rare. Plus, you're the first magical girl in the world to originally be male. It's not surprising that any kind of plot hole would appear. But don't worry, the destructive power of a natal magic that goes out of control varies in magnitude, and it will not harm the magic's owner regardless of the magnitude. Even if your magic completely spirals out of control and brainwashes this kid into a puppet who obeys your every word, isn't that a good thing? This crow is bewitching me again. Stop talking nonsense, this is Luo Ruoi's brother. Su Ting rolled her eyes inwardly at this crow that liked to make sarcastic remarks. Alright, crow, that's all for now. Turn off your phone. I am not your personal AI, nor am I a crow, I am a noble phoenix. Su Ting ignored the crow's protests and called over Luo Ruotian, who was standing there not knowing where to put his hands and feet. Forget about what just happened, let's head to the first location. Receive. The tall young man immediately stood at attention, as if he had encountered a leader coming to check on him. Luo Ruotian continued forward, and Su Ting quickly took a step back to check on his condition. They didn't follow me back, so it seems they weren't under a spell. Su Ting breathed a sigh of relief. Is it true that one's innate magic is the ability to control humans? Su Ting sensed something was wrong. It's not that I dislike the performance of magic, its ability to control behavior is by no means weak. It's not that I think this magic is too evil. Power has no inherent evil, even magic that consumes human flesh and blood is no exception. As long as the flesh and blood provided are from heinous death row inmates, then this magic is being used for the right purpose. What made her feel uneasy was, is my innate magic really that simple? Never mind, once she completes her transformation, the effects of her innate magic will become clear. We've arrived? Luo Ruotian, who was ahead, suddenly stopped and said in a low voice. Su Ting looked ahead at the scene before him, which was an ordinary street in the lower city, crowded, cramped, and dark, with a lot of exposed cables and randomly flashing neon lights. But upon closer inspection, something seemed amiss. The air lacked the stench of blood, corpses, flames, and rust, and it lacked the unique fragrance of the lower town. Gangs don't seem to like fighting on this street. This alone makes the place particularly suspicious. The only places in the downtown area that don't have this smell are department stores and places like the cute maid cafe. The former had a large number of employees responsible for the cleanup, while the latter had the background of Tianyi Group. Which type is this alley? This is an activity room of the Zionist Church. I was led to worship here once. It has a very complicated underground structure that can accommodate dozens of people. Luo Ruoshan turned to look at Su Ting, opened his mouth to call out, but found that he didn't know how to address him. Su Ting noticed his embarrassment and said, "My name is Su Ting. I am Luo Ruoshan." After learning Su Ting's name, Luo Ruoshan continued, "Sister Su Ting, let me go in and investigate. There should be other believers inside. Although I'm not very devout, I should be considered a member of the gifted church in their eyes." Just as Luo Ruoshan was about to leave, Su Ting grabbed his shirt, almost making him fall. "Take this. If you find your sister and can't get away for the time being, crush it and throw away part of it. Do the same if you're in danger." Like this, she crushed a glass bead into several pieces, then threw the largest piece behind her. She then handed a perfectly intact glass bead to Luo Ruoshan. Su Ting cast a positioning spell on the glass bead. As long as Luo Ruoshan crushes the glass bead and throws away a portion of it, she can sense that the positioning magic has locked onto 2 locations. For cult members, piety is a serious crime, so be careful. Luo Ruoshan nodded and walked into a small door in the alley. Su Ting then moved away and waited in a position where he could ensure safety and have a clear view of the entrance. Time passed second by second, but Luo Ruoshan still hadn't sent any news. Are we being held up? Or is the situation so critical that they can't even crush the glass bead? Su Ting gradually frowned. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar figure walking towards her. He was pale and thin, with unsteady steps, yet he wore a happy smile. The visitor was none other than Luo Ruoi's mother, Luo Shanshui, who had dragged her entire family into the abyss. Behind her was a group of gangsters armed with guns, sporting brightly colored dyed hair, and wearing earrings and tongue piercings. The Doomsday Cult does indeed have the possibility of colluding with gangs. However, considering the current time, the actions of these gang members do not seem so simple. Luo's mother strode into the room of the gift ceremony, while Luo Ruoshan still hadn't broken the glass bead. Su Ting immediately sensed something was wrong. "Luo Ruoshan, what are you doing? Have you fallen into the magically controlled state again?" Luo Ruoshan, standing in the middle of the believers of the gifted church, was drenched in sweat. Good news? Luo Ruoshan was incredibly lucky. He found the main force of the Zengli sect at the very first location. The bad news is that Luo Ruoshan had terrible luck. On his first infiltration attempt, he found himself surrounded by a group of cultists. At this moment, the gift-giving ceremony is underway. The cult leader, a gaunt old man with no hair, sat on the main platform in the basement. He always squinted his eyes when he spoke, giving him a kind impression. But once you see his body, it's a completely different story. The cult leader's arms and back were covered with dark red snake-shaped patterns. Judging from the depth of the patterns, they were more like gouged scars than tattoos. And he is creating new scars for himself right now. He pierced his own palm with a dagger, and blood flowed down from the groove in the blade, into the altar on the platform. On the altar stood his missing sister, Luo Ruoyi. From the moment the cult leader announced the start of the ritual and carried out the unconscious Luo Ruoyi, Luo Ruoshan was ready to crush the glass bead. But there is a huge problem. The glass bead was small and hard, he couldn't break it. He had previously seen Sister Su Ting easily crush the glass bead, and he thought that the bead was specially made and easy to break. But he used so much force, how come he still hasn't crushed it? Luo Ruoshan exerted force again, and immediately many wary gazes came from the surrounding area. Oh no, I rarely participate in the activities of the gift-giving ceremony, and my sudden intrusion into the ceremony has drawn the ire of many people. If I had used a little more force, the glass bead might not have broken, but I'll most likely be beaten to pieces by the madmen of the gift-giving cult. On the high platform, the ceremony proceeded in an orderly manner. The cult leader chanted obscure incantations, while the followers clenched their fists and placed them over their hearts, offering a solemn prayer. Luo Ruoshan's heart was in his throat. He knew now was the time for him to make a decision. If he didn't want to be exposed, he could only do what other believers did, raise his hands, and for a short time he wouldn't be able to touch the glass beads in his pocket. If he takes one last gamble and crushes the glass bead with all his might, he will inevitably be exposed and subjected to cruel torture. What should we do? Moreover, rationally speaking, crushing the glass bead wouldn't help. No matter how powerful Sister Su Ting is, can she rescue her sister from an entire group of gift-giving cult believers? Or maybe we should wait until the ceremony is over before sneaking out to tell Sister Su Ting. The scales in Luo Ruoshan's heart gradually tipped towards giving up. Finally, he raised his hands and joined the believers in prayer. As the prayers continued, the 2 devout believers were summoned to the high platform by the leader. Each of them raised a torch and lit the braziers located on either side of the platform. Dull flames emerged from them, followed by billowing blue smoke. Blue smoke quickly spread, enveloping the entire basement. The cult leader looked at everything below the stage with satisfaction and took the ceremonial dagger from his palm. The wound on his palm healed rapidly, as if an invisible spider was filling the hole in his palm with flesh and blood. In just 3 seconds, his palm was almost completely healed, leaving only a brand new scar. The Lord is very satisfied with this ceremony. He has given me a new gift in the palm of my hand, granting me the power to transcend life and death. In the eyes of believers, the healing of the leader's palms was clearly a miracle. They worshipped these miracles and therefore deeply believed the second half of the leader's statement. My lord, have you truly gained the ability to transcend life and death? When will you bestow your grace and bring my husband back? Luo Ruotian's pupils suddenly contracted. Because at that moment, it was his mother who squeezed to the front of the stage to ask the cult leader a question. Since my father died suddenly while working overtime, my mother's mental state has become increasingly unstable. She couldn't believe that a perfectly healthy person could suddenly die. She firmly believed that her husband's soul had only temporarily flown away and would return to her sooner or later. So she began searching for a way to bring the dead back to life. So she joined the gift-giving cult, which Luo Ruotian loathed. For a vague and unrealistic fantasy, she ruined her entire family's lives. All the assets she had accumulated over half her life were donated, and her husband's 3 children were dragged into different hells by her. The older sister was dragged into the hell of reality. She had lost everything while fleeing and didn't know how she was managing to stay afloat. He was dragged into the hell of his mind, and he was unable to move forward because of his hesitation. He did not know which choice to make to find the light. And the youngest sister. Yes, Your Excellency, when will you be able to call my father back? She has completely fallen into the most terrifying hell. The young girl looked up at the cult leader with longing. She had grown to the most beautiful age and had wanted to offer herself to the cult leader more than once, just like other young female believers. But the cult leader rejected her every time because she had a huge scar on her face. The scar that Luo Ruotian created before she fled. The cult leader smiled kindly and gave the devout mother and daughter the answer they wanted to hear. Don't worry, your family has contributed a lot to the Lord. I will soon use the divine power bestowed by the Lord to resurrect your loved ones. Let his resurrection take place after today's wedding. What? A wedding? The woman on the high platform was her own sister. It was obvious who the bride was. His head throbbed with pain, and a tremendous impulse surged within him. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Luo Ruotian rushed to the front of the stage in a few strides. Who is my sister going to marry? Why didn't you tell me? The believers responsible for maintaining order immediately rushed forward to pull him away, but the cult leader waved them off, saying, Today is a joyous day for their family, let's give them space to celebrate together. The mother looked gratefully at the cult leader, then gave Luo Ruotian a relieved look. Ruotian, I thought you were beyond redemption, but I didn't expect you to still come to the ceremony. Your sister must be so happy to know this. Our family is finally united. So, who do you plan to marry my sister to? Luo Ruotian looked at the group of gangsters who had just entered the basement and asked incredulously. Are you going to marry your sister off to a gangster? They're not just any gang, they're a very powerful gang, the sister explained. The other party is extremely powerful. They have many loyal subordinates, advanced cybernetic bodies, private mansions, and are also very skilled cybernetic hackers. That's a gang too. Luo Ruotian had barely uttered those words when a burning pain shot through his cheek. When he came to his senses, he had been knocked to the ground by a gangster who had approached him at some unknown time. It hurts. My face hurts, my body hurts, and my head feels like there are bugs drilling into it. This gang must have had prosthetics installed, otherwise there's no reason for them to have done it so quickly. How terrible. The gangster glanced at him dismissively, without uttering a single insult. The gangsters stepped over Luo Ruotian on the ground, walked up to the platform, and whispered to the cult leader. What's wrong with you? You promised to arrange my brother's marriage, but you haven't even gotten the girl's family on board. Lost sheep always do foolish things, the cult leader muttered incoherently. Never mind, it's just to comfort my brother's spirit in heaven anyway. Finding a maid from that coffee shop is enough. The gangster convinced himself, then muttered to himself. Brother Viper, you can go in peace. Broken Bone, I've fulfilled your last wish before you died. I've found you a maid at that shop to be your underground wife. Although he said that, Pogu's purpose for this trip was not so simple. Arranging a ghost marriage for the Viper was just a pretext. His real purpose was to get in touch with the gift-giving cult. After Viper died, the brothers in the same group were all vying for the vacant position, and Bonebreaker was just one of the competitors. However, if he gains the support of the gift-giving cult Viper's biggest partner in life, then he will be close to success. Because he was very close to the platform, Luo Ruotian on the ground heard the entire conversation between the two. And that's how I learned about my sister's fate. My sister will die. The traditional rites did not extend to allowing a living person to marry a dead person and then spare the living person's life. Luo Ruotian felt that he had lost all hope at this moment. He originally thought that even if the Zengli sect kidnapped his sister, they wouldn't show their fangs so quickly. He originally thought he only needed to deal with a few believers and could steal his sister away when they weren't looking. But now not only is the entire gift-giving cult gathered here, but even the underworld has joined in. Even if Sister Su Ting came, she definitely wouldn't be able to do anything. Since you have so many complaints about the gift-giving cult, then hurry up and take action. In his despair, he suddenly heard an order. The command came from those red eyes. He stood up mechanically, his pupils filled with nothingness. Take out the glass bead, put it in your mouth, bite it, and throw away the remaining half. The next moment, gunshots rang out from above, entering his ears as if by divine revelation. What on earth is Luo Ruotian up to? Su Ting anxiously scratched her palm with her fingernails, repeatedly checking the status of the positioning magic. Luo Ruotian's mother has been leading the gang inside for some time now. Among those gangsters, there's a familiar-looking guy named Broken Bone. And the gift cult has connections with the Blackwater gang. The situation inside may have become quite complicated, and Luo Ruotian probably wouldn't be able to handle it. Perhaps she should ignore Luo Ruotian's signal and charge straight in. Suddenly, a subtle sensation crept up Su Ting's spine and into his brain. For a fleeting moment, she seemed to see Luo Ruotian. The other person collapsed to the ground, their muscles convulsing with fear. What's going on? Is this the effect of a location tracking spell? Su Ting was puzzled. She tried to peer into the scene around Luo Ruotian, but she couldn't see anything. Huh? You're showing signs of magical energy fluctuations again, just like when your innate magic went out of control before. That's what Crow said in the team's voice chat. Su Ting instantly understood the key point. The fact that she saw Luo Ruotian was clearly the effect of her innate magic. If it were the effect of a location magic, she should have seen a glass bead. His innate magic can manipulate humans. If the previous mechanized Luo Ruotian was controlled at close range, then now it may be controlled at a long range. Stand up, and when you see Luo Ruotian, give her a peace sign. Luo Ruotian remained completely still. I'll smash the glass beads whenever I see Luo Ruotian. Luo Ruotian reached into his pocket, but made no further move. The first command had no effect, but the second command did. As for the difference between the two, Su Ting gave Luo Ruotian a second instruction, but not the first. It seems that only commands used in close-range control mode can be used. Moreover, the effect of the command is limited. If Luo Ruotian is not pulled out of his state of fear, the effect of the command is very limited. Su Ting racked his brains to recall what he had said to Luo Ruotian, which should all be considered as orders. She had an idea. At Luo Ruotian's doorstep, I once said this. Since you have so many complaints about the gift-giving cult, then hurry up and take action. She relayed those words verbatim to Luo Ruotian, who immediately stopped convulsing and slowly stood up. Then he carried out the order to break the glass bead whenever he sees Luo Ruotian. He bit the glass bead and shattered it, severing the fragile connection between them completely. Upon seeing Luo Ruotian bite and shatter the glass bead, Su Ting immediately realized that Luo Ruotian was among them. She dashed out like a high school student eagerly awaiting the end of get out of class and rushing to the cafeteria for food, entering the stronghold of the gift-giving cult. The base was filled with strange blue smoke, but it did not obstruct the view. Su Ting immediately spotted 2 armed gangsters and 4 armed followers of the gifted church within the blue smoke. Su Ting fired 6 shots in quick succession, sending them to their deaths. Luo Ruotian's action of biting and breaking the glass bead was too conspicuous and was definitely exposed to the Zengli sect's view. Therefore, she was able to rush into the stronghold at top speed, no longer caring about secrecy. The Zengli sect's defenses were extremely lax, and the gang members' tactical skills were also very poor. In less than a minute, Su Ting broke into the basement of the stronghold and met up with Luo Ruotian. Inside the basement, a large number of unarmed gifters knelt on the ground, including many children and teenagers. On the high platform where they were kneeling in worship, the cult leader and several gangsters held Luo Ruotian hostage, pointing a gun at his head. Wow, that's fast. Su Ting withdrew from the basement and shrank into the enemy's blind spot. Run. Luo Ruotian's voice came from within. The cult leader truly possesses divine power. If we're talking about divine power, it's this magical girl who has it. Where does this old geezer get his divine power from? Su Ting released a magic ball through the wall to probe the scene inside the room on the ground. There was no ambush, only enemy soldiers with guns in the stands. They didn't even bother to find cover. A single burst would have been enough to wipe them out. Oh my god, I ran into someone I know. The magic ball detected a very familiar feedback signal. It was the enemy she had just killed last week, the Viper. Su Ting was a little confused. The magic ball showed that the Viper was moving in her direction. But the Viper has already become a corpse. Could it be that the cult leader put the Viper's corpse on the robot vacuum cleaner? Luo Ruotian's voice came again. The cult leader has the ability to resurrect the dead Gurgle. Judging from the sound, he had been punched in the stomach by a gangster next to him. Su Ting sensed that the Viper's signal was getting closer and closer. Regardless of the situation, Su Ting had to treat this signal as a threatening target. She crouched low, waiting for the Viper to approach. Boom! Viper punched through the wall where Su Ting had been hiding, and Su Ting, who was prepared, took the opportunity to jump to the other side of the basement door. In the brief moment she crossed the gate, she fired several bullets at the platform, taking the opportunity to kill a few gangsters. Boom! As soon as Su Ting landed, a loud bang came from the spot where he had been standing. Viper stomped on the wall, exposing itself to Su Ting's view. Su Ting looked at the Viper and said disappointedly, "What the hell? I really thought the Viper had come back to life. Isn't this just like installing an automated robot inside his corpse?" Just as Su Ting said, the Viper in front of them was actually an automated robot wearing a Viper suit. Although its face is indeed that of a Viper and its body shape is similar to that of a Viper, it has 2 large holes in its arms, revealing the metal skeleton inside. Upon closer inspection, various flaws emerged one after another. The Viper's stance was too awkward, its human structure completely resembling that of a bipedal robot. Strange noises emanated from inside its body, clearly the roar of an engine, and even indicator lights were emanating from its mouth. What's wrong with Luo Ruotian that he thinks this is a dead person coming back to life? Recalling the strange blue smoke along the way, Su Ting suddenly realized something. She vaguely remembered that a compound would release blue smoke when ignited, and that people who inhaled this blue smoke would experience symptoms such as impaired judgment, weakened thinking ability, and were extremely prone to falling into fear or hallucinations and becoming unable to move. If the blue smoke here also comes from that compound, then Luo Ruoshan's performance makes sense. Luo Ruoshan could certainly smell the stench of rotting flesh on Viper and see Viper in action. Combined with the effects of Lan Yan's medicine, it's not surprising that he came to the absurd conclusion of the dead coming back to life. However, the most urgent task is to deal with this automated robot that's disguised as a Viper. The solution is simple. She just used 2 EMPs last week to take down the prosthetic hacker expert Viper, so taking down this suited Viper with 1 EMP is no problem now. She threw an EMP grenade, and the robot was immediately paralyzed. Several arcs of electricity suddenly appeared on its exposed metal surface, producing a crackling sound, followed by a burnt smell. The believers and gangsters in the basement also fell to the ground in pain. Most of them had brain-computer interfaces implanted, which were also affected by EMP and thus impacted their brains. Apart from the children who did not have brain implants, only the bald old man who looked like the cult leader and the 2 broken bones were able to stand up in the room. Su Ting fired 4 shots at the hands and legs of the man holding the gun, rendering him unable to move and eliminating the last armed enemy in the room. It's over. Your tricks have come to an end. Su Ting stepped inside and addressed the sect leader. On the high platform, the cult leader discarded the ritual dagger, picked up the gun left behind by the gangsters, and pointed it at Luo Ruoshan's head. Judging from his nimble movements, he was completely unaffected by EMP. Bonebreaker is Viper's direct subordinate. Like the security guards at Viper's mansion, his brain-computer interface should have an emergency isolation function, which would sever the connection with the brain in a way that minimizes the impact in the event of an anomaly. But Pogu was also clearly impacted, and his counterattack was noticeably slower, which is why Su Ting was able to take him down first. There are only 2 possibilities for a situation like the cult leader's, where he was completely unaffected by EMP. Firstly, his brain-computer interface has an anti-EMP coating specially supplied to employees of a large corporation. Secondly, like Su Ting, he did not have a brain-computer interface installed. The cult leader's next words revealed which category he belonged to. Young lady, being able to remain unaffected within the range of EMP's effects suggests that you, like me, have abandoned brain-computer interfaces. It was a wise choice. Brain-computer interfaces have brought many conveniences to mankind, but they have also brought countless hidden dangers. It was by taking advantage of those hidden dangers that I established the gift-giving cult today. After speaking, he led the immobilized Luo Ruoshan to the center of the platform and said, "Let's talk." Su Ting knew exactly what the other party was planning. The cult leader wanted to buy time, waiting for the gangsters and cult members on the ground to recover from the impact of the EMP. However, she also needed time to prepare in order to rescue the hostages held by the cult leader. "Okay, what would you like to talk to me about?" "Let me talk about the divine power that the Lord has bestowed upon me." To Su Ting's surprise, the cult leader did not ask about her purpose, nor did he offer any conditions for Su Ting to stop. Instead of discussing constructive topics, they choose to engage in superstitious practices. That's truly the style of cultists. "I haven't seen any divine power in you. You're not going to talk about your so-called resurrection of the dead, are you? Emptying out the corpse, filling it with robots, and then using blue smoke to impair the judgment of bystanders. That's your ridiculous trick. I see no supernatural power in it." Faced with Su Ting's questioning, the cult leader did not get angry, but calmly replied, "You haven't seen through everything yet. Blue smoke can indeed impair people's judgment, but it can't make believers see the illusions I want them to see. They will talk nonsense and won't be able to corroborate each other. My deception will be exposed sooner or later. So I added some hacking techniques as an aid. With the hacking skills of that Viper over there, I can implant customized illusions into the brains of believers. With the help of blue smoke, they will be easily deceived by the illusions. You don't have a brain-computer interface, so you can't be deceived by hallucinations, which is why you can stand in front of me and talk so fluently." Su Ting sneered and said sarcastically, "So, you're trying to prove your trick is brilliant. The Viper is dead. How long can you keep up this act?" "You're right." The cult leader moved back a small distance almost imperceptibly. "Without Viper, I can only hire a second-tier hacker. Although he can also help me implant illusions in ordinary followers and gangsters, he can't deceive those big shots like before. He is indeed a great partner, possessing superb skills and holding a significant position within the Blackwater gang. But Viper's personal quirks do make things a bit difficult for me. He made me search for all sorts of women for him and then brainwash them. These pointless actions wasted too much of my time and energy. Moreover, his level of perversion is too high, and his mental state is far different from that of a human being. I have thought about it for a long time, but I still can't think of a way to turn him into a believer." The cult leader gestured with his elbow to the side, where broken bone was beyond repair, and said regretfully, "The Viper is dead, and his successor has come to me wanting to continue the cooperation with the gifted cult. This showed me an opportunity. Compared to Viper, his successor is obviously easier to control. I originally planned to reveal the resurrected Viper to make him believe in my divine power, and thereby implant my own power into the Blackwater gang. Unfortunately, with your arrival, I could only hastily dispatch the resurrected viper, which resulted in the situation we see now. Upon hearing this, Broken Bone twitched twice on the ground. He glared angrily at the cult leader who intended to control him, only to receive a contemptuous look in return. Oh right, your partner is Luo Ruotian, so your purpose in coming here must be to rescue Luo Ruoyi, right? She's a good girl. I just remotely implanted a recording made by her sister and a gunshot, and she actually thought her sister was being chased by me, so she ran outside the store to ask her for help. Once she also becomes a follower of the Lord, I will bestow upon her the title of Holy Maiden of the Gifted Church. The Lord will surely be pleased with her and bestow upon her great divine power. Luo Ruoyi remains unconscious on the high platform. She had no obvious external injuries, and the cult leader hadn't had a chance to do anything to her yet. Now that things have come to this, do you still expect your cult of gift-giving to continue? Su Ting also quietly closed the distance to the platform, speaking as he moved carefully. You yourself have admitted that you're just faking it, yet you keep claiming to have divine power. Don't you find that laughable? The cult leader laughed heartily and spoke with absolute certainty. I did manipulate believers with illusions, but I have never denied the existence of divine power. Elbow him in the groin. Su Ting interrupted the cult leader's words and suddenly shouted loudly. Luo Ruotian, who should have been unconscious, suddenly woke up. Without hesitation, he carried out Su Ting's order and elbowed the cult leader in his most vulnerable spot. While the cult leader was talking eloquently to stall for time, Su Ting was also doing his own thing. She was trying hard to recall the state she had just experienced when she successfully used her innate magic, attempting to restore her connection with Luo Ruotian. She had just succeeded and immediately gave the order to take control of Luo Ruotian, who was stunned by the EMP. At this moment, she and Luo Ruotian are in the same room, in close-range control mode, which allows them to input new commands. The cult leader, whose vital points were attacked by Luo Ruotian, immediately put on a mask of pain, and the gun barrel inevitably deviated. Boom! Su Ting seized the opportunity and fired, the bullet piercing the cult leader's arm and leaving a hole the size of an orange. With his arm severely injured, he could no longer hold the gun, and the cult leader lost his only weapon, thus freeing the hostages. But he did not surrender. Hold this woman down. The cult leader uttered a vague instruction and then fled to a small room behind the platform. All the believers were terrified by EMP. Who was he giving orders to? The next moment, Su Ting received an extremely ominous answer. One after another, the short figures crawling on both sides rushed towards Su Ting. Some grabbed Su Ting's arms, some hugged Su Ting's thighs, and some even tried to grab the muzzle of the gun to shield their leader from bullets. All the believers who had been implanted with brain-computer interfaces were no longer able to move. These cult members who came to stop Su Ting were all those who, due to physiological limitations, had not received brain-computer interfaces. Children. Su Ting was held back. The cult leader's vicious orders halted her progress. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was the girl with the huge scar on her face. Luo Ruolan, Luo Ruoyi's younger sister. She was over 12 years old, had undergone brain-computer interface surgery, and was also affected by EMP. But she recovered much faster than expected. Even Luo Ruotian, who had been manipulated by Su Ting's magic, had not regained her senses, but she had already regained her mobility and immediately found the most threatening item, a gun. Her face was filled with resentment and malice, and the gun barrel slowly moved upward with her movements, gradually pointing at Su Ting. Go to hell! She screamed frantically as the bullet was about to leave the barrel. Su Ting's thoughts were racing at this moment, and everything around him seemed to stand still. Luo Ruolan was no longer a child, and even though she and Luo Ruoyi were sisters, Su Ting had no psychological burden to shoot her. The problem was, she was hiding behind several children. The bottom line for Su Ting is that children cannot be harmed. She couldn't stop Luo Ruolan's actions, but what about Luo Ruotian on the stage? There wasn't enough time. Luo Ruotian was quite far from Luo Ruolan and lacked the means to launch long-range attacks. There was no other choice. No matter what she did now, she couldn't stop the outcome. Luo Ruolan had no shooting experience, so she would most likely miss Su Ting, but the children around her were likely to get hurt in the chaotic scene. Is there really no other way? Is there really no miracle that can save all the children? Even someone as experienced as the color loser cannot reach a perfect ending. But magical girls are possible. Magical girl, transform. Following the nameless impulse in his heart, Su Ting recited in his mind. Instantly, a tingling sensation from the depths of her heart entered her brain. Power surged from his heart, and light overflowed from it, a dazzling band of light surrounding Su Ting like a five-colored ribbon. Red, blue, green, white, and black, 5 colors of light embraced her, dressing her in magnificent attire. Through Luo Ruolan's eyes in the distance, Su Ting saw his own appearance at that moment. After the transformation, her clothing underwent a significant change. Her upper body was clad in a sleeveless white undergarment, adorned with a black bow matching that of a maid's outfit. Her arms were covered in long, pure black silk gloves, which blended seamlessly with her waist-length black hair in the shadows. From her waist down was a long black skirt, with scarlet patterns winding upwards from the hem like dancing dragons and snakes. Beneath the skirt were a pair of white stockings and black high heels, giving Su Ting's new outfit a glamorous finish. What is most eye-catching is the blood-red ribbon tied to Su Ting's right arm. It flutters without wind, drawing a deep red line in front of Su Ting. But it wasn't the most captivating red. The most dazzling red came from Su Ting's eyes. That red hue was dazzling, beautiful, and elegant. That red color was cruel, bloody, and insane. Incomprehensible. Lie down. Su Ting issued the order. Then everyone present did the same. One by one, all the conscious people present began to tremble, curled up, and finally, he lay face down on the ground. Among them, Luo Ruolan's reaction was the most violent. She had been the most infatuated with the disillusioned girl depicted by the cult leader, but now she lay on the ground trembling, muttering the same words over and over again. I'm so sorry, so sorry, so sorry. Su Ting ignored Luo Ruolan's apology. She cared more about what she had just done. This is my innate magic. A sudden realization dawned on Su Ting's mind. One of my innate magic spells is Eye of Fear. Wherever the gaze falls, those who are afraid will obey the spellcaster's commands. Those who succumb to the spell cannot gain liberation even if they flee to the other side of the world. Congratulations on your transformation. You should now instinctively know the name and function of your innate magic. The mocking crows rang in her ears. However, your signature magic doesn't really look like a magical girl in terms of art style. What is the name of your innate magic? The Eye of Fear, but there's one, Su Ting answered the crow's question. Firstly, Su Ting didn't continue explaining to the crow that since she had subdued the children with magic, she could go and capture the escaped cult leader. She strode to the small room where the cult leader had fled and flung open the door. The door was wide open. Inside are layers upon layers of deep, dark corridors. Air rushed into the seemingly endless corridor, creating a fierce gust of wind. The cold wind that swept in from behind carried away the blue smoke in the basement, but it also intensified the eerie atmosphere within the gift-giving cult's stronghold. Spatial distortion, that's the most distinctive characteristic of evil beasts. A crow appeared and flew to Su Ting's shoulder. It seems that the cult leader wasn't lying. He truly did gain divine power. It came from the hands of the apostle of the evil god, who was once the nemesis of magical girls. An apostle of an evil god. Su Ting pondered this peculiar term, then asked, could it be that the madman of the doomsday cult was right, and that the evil beasts in the wilderness that destroyed the old civilization were indeed created by a god? It's not nuclear radiation, it's not biological weapons, is it really some bastard god orchestrating this? Damn it, I thought that when the textbook said the evil beast suddenly appeared, someone was trying to distort history and cover up their crimes. The crow seemed to have heard something extremely funny, and burst into laughter with its cawing. After a while, it stopped laughing wildly and said meaningfully, the world has evolved into what it is today, and city-states like the city of Hercules have emerged on Earth. But they are all inextricably linked to magical girls and evil god apostles. It didn't continue speaking, but instead turned to talk about the current situation. If I'm not mistaken, that cult leader is receiving the power of an apostle of an evil god. He'll soon complete the transformation and emerge from that corridor. And you have two choices. First, before he turns into a monster, quickly take everyone and leave. Although the space here is distorted, I can still help you and a few others escape. What happens after that is none of your business, Tianyi Group will handle it on its own. However, the pedestrians in this neighborhood are really suffering. Secondly, you should stay here obediently and wait for the cult leader to complete the transformation, and then fight him like the magical girls of the past. This path may be riskier for you. After all, you have only just completed your first transformation and are not yet proficient in controlling your power. Tell me, what's your choice? Su Ting gazed into the deep corridor and said, didn't you say my innate magic doesn't look very magical girl-like? You can't say that to me anymore after I do what magical girls do. Huff, huff. The cult leader scrambled into the secret room, locked the door, and his fear only grew stronger. He gasped for breath, looked at the dark red stain on the floor in the center of the secret room, and gave a sorrowful laugh. Why, did I get involved with that kind of monster? She clearly doesn't know anything. The red-eyed woman didn't have a brain-computer interface installed, so naturally she couldn't use a prosthetic body. However, her speed and strength clearly met the standards of a prosthetic body, easily overcoming the defenses of the gifted cult. Adding the two together, we can only arrive at one conclusion. She is a magical girl. Years ago, when he first heard the name Dead Sea from before the Blackwater Gang was founded, he thought the Dead Sea had gone mad from watching cartoons. But after he met with the Lord of the Night and received his blessing, the cult leader understood. Magical girls do exist. Moreover, they are the common enemy of all doomsday believers. More than 100 years ago, gods from beyond the realm descended upon the world. He recruited apostles, created evil beasts, and intended to conquer the world. Then, just like in the anime, a group of girls stood up to stop him, and in the final battle, both sides were badly injured. The gods from beyond the realm were destroyed by the magical girls, and the magical girls' top combat power was also wiped out. Human civilization was ultimately destroyed by out-of-control evil beasts, and several city-states, such as the City of Hell, were eventually built on the ruins. After the gods fell, magical girls gradually disappeared. Only a very few magical girls remain in the entire city of He, belonging to the Heavenly Will group, but they have not forgotten the blood feud from 100 years ago. Once they discover that someone in the Doomsday Cult truly possesses power bestowed by the gods, they will do everything in their power to kill them. This is also why the cult leader, despite possessing divine power, always resorts to tricks like blue smoke and hacking techniques to feign divine abilities. The pain continued to emanate from my injured arm. The cult leader concentrated his mind and mobilized the power within his body. Invisible needles and threads stitched up the wound on his arm according to his wishes. In no time, the bullet hole disappeared, leaving only a shallow scar. This was a blessing bestowed upon him by the Lord of the Night many years ago. He was stabbed several times by his enemies, and it was the Dead Sea that completed the bestowal ceremony for him, allowing him to survive. He never held another investiture ceremony in all those years afterward. He worried that receiving too many blessings would attract the attention of magical girls and lead to a tragic end. But things are different now. The magical girl has come knocking on his door, and he has no chance of survival if he holds the bestowal ceremony immediately. The Great Lord of Never sleeps. He walked to the center of the dark red mark. The blessed magic circle covered his face with his hands, and only exposed his eyes to the air. Although the posture is strange, it is required by the ritual. You are the king of fear, the source of dreams, the ruler of calamities in this world, and the respected father of the million sleepless people. I beg for your glance as your loyal servant. I pray for your blessing, that you may help me fight my enemy. The leader's voice abruptly stopped just as the ritual prayer was being recited. He looked at his body in horror. All the scars on his body were now burning with pain, and reddish-purple pus was seeping from them. The pus-stained skin swelled rapidly and quickly developed into a purple sarcoma. He screamed in terror, but due to the changes in his body, he couldn't make a sound. In a daze, he heard a voice that seemed to come from a distant dream. Defeat the great enemy, and the curse will be lifted. Kill the magical girl, kill that red-eyed magical girl. The cult leader's murderous intent occupied half of his mind. The other half is the thirst for fresh flesh and blood. They're back. The third attempt to break into the dark corridor failed. Su Ting looked at the scene before her with distress. Every time she tried to enter the cult leader's hiding place, there was only one path to take, and following that path to the end would always lead her back to the beginning of the dark corridor. Helpless, she left the corridor and looked at the cult members in the basement. The cultists affected by EMP gradually awoke, and their reactions upon awakening were all the same. They launched an attack on Su Ting. Su Ting responded in the same way, activating the magic power within his body, glaring at them, and ordering them to stop. Those who become cult members are mentally fragile individuals, and they have already met the condition of being in fear by inhaling blue smoke that induces fear. Therefore, Su Ting's innate magic eye of fear can be used on them, forcibly issuing commands to them. However, there was an unexpected incident. Luo Ruoi's mother. She showed no fear of Su Ting, but instead went on a rampage, hurling insults at everyone. She insulted Su Ting, attacked the cult leader, and disrupted the ritual that could resurrect her husband. He insulted Luo Ruoi and Luo Ruoshan for being ungrateful and insisting on resisting the etiquette system, which also attracted the hateful Su Ting. He insulted other believers for their poor performance in battle, saying that even though he was bathed in God's protection, he easily lost to a little girl. He had insulted Luo Ruolan, calling her a coward, but she was so frightened by Su Ting's words that she lay prostrate on the ground, too afraid to move. Su Ting couldn't stand her any longer, so he ordered several followers to tie her up and gag her. Just when Su Ting thought this would calm things down for a while, she saw him causing trouble again as soon as she stepped out of the corridor. She actually knelt on the ground with the chair on her back and started banging her head against the ground, as if this would demonstrate her fierceness and indomitable spirit. Because Su Ting only ordered Luo Mu to be tied up, the few believers who tied her up did not stop her. This is also a major limitation of the Eye of Fear. Those controlled by the Eye of Fear will lose their initiative and can only mechanically carry out the orders arranged by Su Ting. Just like Luo Ruoshan, who had followed Su Ting closely before, Su Ting only said come with me, so all he did was follow her. Luo Ruoshan, go and take your mother aside and let her calm down. Su Ting was utterly helpless, so she had no choice but to entrust this task to the only person she could trust on the field. Unlike the cultists controlled by the Eye of Fear, Luo Ruoshan genuinely stood by Su Ting's side. After successfully transforming, Su Ting's innate magic no longer went out of control, and he would no longer accidentally turn Luo Ruoshan into a human machine controlled by the Eye of Fear. Upon hearing Su Ting's words, Luo Ruoshan nodded heavily. He looked at his older sister, who was still asleep on the high platform, at his younger sister, who was trembling with fear on the ground, and at his mother, who was tied to a stool and was frantically hitting the ground. Then, a heavy step was taken. After settling the troublesome Luo's mother, Su Ting asked the crow again. Is there really no way to kill him before the cult leader converts? You should have the ability to break the spatial distortion, right? The crow shook its head. The cult leader is the core of the spatial distortion. The closer you get to him, the more severe the distortion becomes. I can break through the outer distortion to let you escape with your people, but I can't break through the inner distortion to let you get close to him. After all, my current strength is still too weak. Once you become stronger, and I make a few more magical girls under my contract, I will be able to do what you want me to do now. He's just making empty promises to me again. Su Ting was about to speak when she suddenly sensed an evil aura emanating from the deep corridor. Without the crow's explanation, she could understand what this meant from her own instinctive hostility. It seems the transformation is complete. Su Ting and Crow said in unison. Emerging slowly from the dark corridor was a reddish-purple monster that closely resembled the cult leader. His torso had swelled into a sphere, and his limbs had transformed into several thick, reddish-purple tentacles. Only his face still retained some of the original features of the cult leader, without much change. But no one would mistake him for the skinny old man he used to be. The followers, who were stunned by the eye of fear, were also greatly frightened by the leader's terrifying appearance. Although they were already under the control of the eye of fear and had virtually no extra capacity for thought, the cult leader's appearance was so terrifying that it instinctively startled them. The followers, terrified by their leader, became even more fearful, and Su Ting's control over them only deepened. Flesh and blood, give me flesh and blood. The cult leader's first words upon his appearance revealed his true nature as a monster. This style of language is completely unrelated to the past leaders. My beloved believers, come to me and give me your flesh and blood. Naturally, no one moved. Stay away from this monster, Su Ting said. Naturally, everyone ran behind Su Ting. Luo Ruoshan also took his sleeping sister and his bound mother with him. Seeing that all the believers obeyed Su Ting's orders instead of his own, the cult leader roared in anger. You traitors! Scum! Fools who have turned their backs on God! I am your leader, I am. With that, he waved his tentacles and lashed out at Su Ting and the crowd behind her. Faced with the whistling blows, Su Ting did not panic, but instead recalled the crow's earlier teachings. Evil beasts are monsters created by evil gods from beyond the realm, and they cannot be viewed with the eyes of normal creatures. Each evil beast possesses an evil power that distorts space and protects their physical body. Conventional firearms bullets are basically useless against them, only high-powered bombs or laser weapons can cause some damage. But this evil power was countered by the magical girl's magic. By simply infusing magic into the blade, you can attack the beast's flesh with it. This is currently the best attack method you can use. Once you learn more advanced techniques, you'll be able to use magic to unleash beams of light for attacks, but you can only learn these techniques after you survive this battle. Su Ting raised his military knife and infused it with the magic power within him. The saber immediately gleamed and turned red, and an eye pattern was then imprinted on the blade. She twisted the blade, positioning it sideways against the attacking tentacle, and suddenly exerted force. The tentacle was immediately severed by the saber, and the severed tentacle lost control and crashed into the open space on the right, with purple juice splattering everywhere. A crimson light seeped into the cut made by the military knife. This is. Another tentacle attacked from another direction. Since it wasn't aimed at the crowd behind him, Su Ting didn't cut it off but chose to dodge. She nimbly leaped up, dodging the blow, and casually left a scratch on the tentacle. The scarlet light reappeared, and once again drilled into the wound. But this time the light was noticeably dimmer than the last time. Su Ting already had a general idea in mind. She charged forward with her knife in hand, adopting a posture of risking her life in a desperate attack. Having the advantage of range, the cult leader was naturally unwilling to close the distance with Su Ting. He exerted force downwards with both hands at the same time, and several tentacles rushed towards the fleeing Su Ting like long whips. The first tentacle was easily severed by Su Ting. The second tentacle was dodged by Su Ting and then cut in two. However, the third, fourth, and fifth tentacles are still attacking. They will intersect in the area in front of Su Ting. If they continue to rush forward, Su Ting will definitely be caught in a disadvantageous situation of being surrounded by multiple forces. Su Ting helplessly stopped and stood still to defend against the tentacles' attack. The cult leader burst into maniacal laughter and attacked Su Ting with even more tentacles. He possesses the blessing of healing injuries, and he can create as many tentacles as he wants. Su Ting has already been suppressed by him and will be hit by the tentacles sooner or later, ultimately dying in a vicious cycle. In terms of injury exchange, Su Ting is no match for him, who has the blessing of the Venerable Lord. Sure enough, Su Ting's movements gradually became more difficult. Finally, a tentacle broke through Su Ting's defenses and slammed hard into his back. Su Ting immediately lost her balance and staggered forward, but fortunately she recovered in time and did not suffer any greater damage. Unfortunately, even the cult leader himself didn't expect that this tentacle attack would be met with a surprise attack. But once is never enough. The cult leader has already begun to devise a trap, preparing to tie Su Ting's body up when she loses her balance again, break her right arm, and remove her damned military knife. The beautiful scene was so enchanting that the leader couldn't help but burst into laughter. Luo Ruoshan, who was watching the battle from the rear, was extremely anxious. Although he couldn't see the clash between Su Ting and the cult leader, he could tell that Su Ting was being suppressed in place by the cult leader. Sister Su Ting, we can't keep taking this beating, we have to charge forward. Luo Ruoshan couldn't help but shout. Hearing Luo Ruoshan's shout, the cult leader was even more pleased, and he responded loudly to this traitorous follower. It's not that she doesn't want to move forward, it's that she can't. She couldn't break through my defenses at all, I won this battle. Stop. Su Ting's icy voice came from the center of the battlefield. The cult leader, who was waving his tentacles, froze on the spot. Clearly, he was influenced by Su Ting's fearful gaze and forced to carry out Su Ting's orders. How did he do that? He shouldn't have been afraid. As Su Ting charged forward again with his knife, Crow asked in confusion. The crow was right. The cult leader's mind was filled with many thoughts, anger at not being obeyed by his followers, a murderous intent to crush Su Ting, the joy of suppressing Su Ting, and a hunger to devour flesh and blood. But there was no fear in it. Su Ting did not answer, but quickly ran to the cult leader. The effect of the Eye of Fear had been dispelled, and the cult leader quickly summoned the tentacles on his arms for defense. But with the door wide open, it was too late for him. The saber slashed in from the cult leader's right shoulder, passed through his entire chest and abdomen, and then came out from the lower left. Red blood gushed from the wound, briefly forming a blood mist in the air before strangely vanishing into nothingness. The cult leader looked at Su Ting with disbelief, then collapsed backward helplessly. That's right, he didn't experience fear. So I instilled fear into his body with this military knife. The red light surging from the wound was Su Ting's magic. That magic gathered within the cultist's body and ultimately caused his body to bypass his consciousness and enter a state of fear. Therefore, Su Ting was able to use the Eye of Fear to forcibly command the cult leader's body. Although consciousness quickly detected the abnormality in the body and regained control, this brief opening was enough to secure victory. Simply put, this knife has a fear-inflict effect. If you deal enough damage with it, you can briefly inflict the fear debuff on the enemy. I deliberately lured the cult leader into using a trade-off tactic for this final blow. Although I still unfortunately took a whipping from behind, my performance wasn't bad, was it? Su Ting sought the crow's opinion. But the crow looked at her with a strange expression. The spatial distortion has not disappeared. You don't actually think the cult leader who transformed into an evil beast is really dead, do you? The cult leader is still alive? Su Ting stared at the fallen cult leader with suspicion and uncertainty, certain that the other party no longer showed any vital signs. Even the scan results from the magic ball showed the same thing. The cult leader had stopped breathing and there was no heartbeat or pulse. From a biological perspective, the cult leader at this moment is undoubtedly a corpse. But evil beasts are monsters created by evil gods from beyond the realm, and they cannot be viewed with the eyes of normal creatures. Su Ting recalled what the crow had said earlier. Because of his extensive experience in killing, Su Ting subconsciously applied his past experiences to the present, which was undoubtedly a major mistake. To make up for this mistake, Su Ting increased the amount of magic he poured into the saber. A single slash, click, a clean, crisp cutting sound came from under the military knife, leaving a deep cut on the cult leader's body. This cut was deeper than the previous one, almost piercing through the cult leader's chest and back. The saber was stained purple by the liquid inside the instructor's body. Su Ting flicked it forcefully, sending the liquid aside. Shouldn't this attack kill him? No, the crow shattered Su Ting's illusion. The spatial distortion still exists, he must be alive. Then how can I kill him? Su Ting asked, troubled. How did the other magical girls do it? Evil beasts basically have their own mechanisms. You need to observe, analyze, and decipher them before you can eliminate them. Unless you are powerful enough to ignore the mechanics and violently destroy it, this is all you can do. After hearing the crow's guidance, Su Ting recalled the scene from earlier. What is the mechanism of a cult leader, or rather, what are the abilities of a cult leader? There is no doubt that his abilities are related to flesh and blood, as evidenced by his regenerating tentacles and his apparent thirst for flesh and blood. Is the cult leader's regenerative ability unlimited? It can't be infinite. If any random evil beast had infinite regeneration abilities, magical girls might as well just surrender. Moreover, the cult leader could only regenerate the tentacles, he couldn't heal the injuries to the torso. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed through Su Ting's mind. I've got it, she said to the crow with some excitement. When I cut the tentacles, purple sap spurted out of the wounds, and the tentacles can regenerate at will. When the torso was cut, red blood flowed from the wound. After that, the cult leader was devastated and never launched a counterattack against me again. Blood is the key. Cut off all the parts that bleed when you cut them, and you can take down the cult leader. Then, she swiftly chopped the cult leader's corpse into pieces. Look, the knife is covered in purple liquid now, which means all that's left here is a pile of rotten flesh. No matter how many times you cut it, you can't kill the cult leader. To use a metaphor from the game, the cult leader is the boss, and the part that splatters purple liquid is just his summoned creature. The part with blood is his true form. Defeating any number of summoned creatures won't end the boss battle, you have to attack the main body to deplete the boss's health bar. Crow gave a positive evaluation of Su Ting's analysis. Your analysis makes some sense. I once encountered a parasitic evil beast, and you had to destroy its spores to completely eliminate it. Simply attacking its derived physical body was useless. But here's the problem. Where can we find the cult leader's blood? This problem did not stump Su Ting. First of all, you can find it on the ground. Su Ting walked a few steps on the high platform and found a pool of wriggling blood on the ground. It was the blood left when Su Ting pierced the cult leader's palm. After the cult leader transformed into an evil beast, it was revitalized and is now secretly wriggling towards the broken-boned corpse not far away. After being discovered by Su Ting, it no longer concealed itself, leaped up, and flew toward the corpse in a bizarre manner, like a mouthful of bloody phlegm that had been spat out. Unfortunately, it was still a step behind Su Ting. Brush. The saber cut it off halfway. After being severed by the magically imbued military knife, the blood could no longer maintain its form, turning into a blood mist in the air and quickly disappearing into nothingness. Has the space distortion problem been resolved? Su Ting asked. Not yet. It seems the cult leader has blood hidden elsewhere. Su Ting turned around, looked at Luo Ruoshan who was supporting his sister, and asked, did the cult leader put his blood anywhere? This question left Luo Ruoshan completely bewildered, but although the young man wasn't very capable, he was still quite obedient. He racked his brains trying to recall his memories, then answered uncertainly, there should be the cult leader's blood on the altar. Su Ting quickly looked at the altar, but saw nothing. Are you sure? There's nothing on the altar. As Su Ting spoke, he walked towards Luo Ruotian. I know where there's still blood. To Su Ting's surprise, it was Luo Ruolan, who was trembling, who answered her at this moment. She was the second person after Luo Ruotian to be controlled by the Eye of Fear, and also the one who was most deeply trapped in fear. She was terrified by the Eye of Fear and cried, lying on the ground frantically shouting I'm sorry. Even after Su Ting returned empty-handed from the dark corridor for the second time, she remained lying in the same spot, looking as if she had almost scared herself to death. Considering that she was, after all, Luo Ruoi's younger sister, Su Ting withdrew his order for her to lie down, slightly reducing the effect of the Eye of Fear. As a result, Luo Ruolan was freed from the mechanical state controlled by the Eye of Fear. However, since she had already submitted to Su Ting, she still could not disobey Su Ting's orders. When the cult leader rushed out of the corridor, she obeyed Su Ting's orders and fled to the other side of the basement. At this moment, she stood anxiously in the crowd. Tell me what you know, Su Ting commanded. Master, every time that monster performs a ritual, he cuts open his body and lets his blood flow onto the participants. The blood on the altar may have flowed down the grooves into the sewers. Impossible, the crow said, rejecting Luo Ruolan's conjecture. The spatial distortion is generated around the body of the evil beast. If the blood flowed into the sewers, the current range of spatial distortion should be even larger. Compared to Luo Ruolan, Su Ting naturally trusted the crow's judgment more. Forget about the sewers. Su Ting walked up to Luo Ruolan and coldly ordered, tell me any other places you can think of where the cult leader's blood might be. Luo Ruolan's body trembled. She tried to hold back the tears welling up in her eyes, and said tremblingly, maybe it's on the other participants in the ceremony. Other participants in the ceremony? Su Ting felt a chill run down her spine. She turned her head sharply to look at the figure at the basement door. You really have come back to life. That's not funny. After Luo Ruolan exposed the fake viper at the door, it stopped trying to hide. Tiny purple tentacles grew rapidly from the viper's corpse, piercing into the shell of the automated robot and repairing the fake viper's broken body. Then, tentacles identical to those on the cult leader's body grew from the corpse, and a monster composed of corpse, machinery, and tentacles rose from the ground. Flesh and blood, though not fresh, it's still flesh and blood. A voice that sounded like both a cult leader and a viper came from the monster's mouth. Ah, how delicious! But I still crave more. This amount of flesh and blood is far from enough, far from enough. The monster took a step forward, its tentacles leaving several purple trails on the ground. I want your flesh and blood, to devour you, to devour you, to devour you, to devour you who is a magical girl, to devour you who ruined my ritual, to devour you who killed me, to devour you who destroyed me and my life. Su Ting, I'm going to eat you up. Luo Ruoyi had a very long dream. In her dream, her father never died from overwork, and her mother never joined a cult. I can live happily with my family. My younger brother can say whatever he wants, and he won't get beaten for arguing with our mother. My younger sister is becoming more and more beautiful, and I don't need to ruin her face to protect her. But the more she thought about it, the more convinced she became that it was a dream. Dreams are beautiful, reality is cruel, but in dreams, only you can be saved. To save others, you must return to the cold reality. She strained with all her might to break free from the dream. In a daze, she heard a vast and ancient sigh. Before she could figure out where the sigh came from, a new sound entered her mind. Someone is calling Su Ting. He shouted Su Ting's name with anger, resentment, and murderous intent. Luo Ruoyi's heart immediately tightened. Su Ting had also met her mother and was at risk of being targeted by the gifted etiquette cult. She didn't want Su Ting to get hurt, nor did she want her to be drawn into the darkness of the gift cult. Although she is a year younger than Yan Yuling and joined the cafe later, she always considers herself the eldest sister in the super cute maid cafe. Su Ting not only looks young, but she is also a new maid who has just joined the coffee shop, so she is the youngest girl in the coffee shop. She's the older sister, so she has to protect her younger sister. With great perseverance and determination, Luo Ruoyi finally woke up from her dream. The first thing she did upon opening her eyes was search for Su Ting. Su Ting was very delicate. She mustn't let him be captured by the Zengli sect. Su Ting is chopping down a monster? The scene before her eyes completely overturned Luo Ruoyi's impression of Su Ting. The little girl, who was more than 10 centimeters shorter than her, was now fighting an extremely ugly monster while wielding a military knife. Moreover, it seems that they are not at a disadvantage. Is this all you've got? Su Ting sneered. Speaking of which, do you even know who you are? Are you the cult leader, or a viper? The cult leader froze for a moment, then let out an angry roar. He suddenly charged at Su Ting, but the latter nimbly dodged him. After the body was replaced, the cult leader's tentacles recovered much slower than before, but the body's resistance to impact and strength were greatly improved due to the internal mechanical parts. Therefore, the cult leader did not adopt the tactic of suppressing Su Ting from a distance using tentacles, but instead tried to defeat Su Ting with close combat. But he couldn't catch up with Su Ting at all, even when he used his tentacles to intercept him. Your attacks are completely disorganized. Did I break your defenses? Su Ting used his knife to knock away the tentacles that were mainly composed of mechanical fragments blocking his way, and continued to taunt. Besides, I think you are neither the cult leader nor the viper. I have already chopped up the cult leader's corpse, and I sent the viper to the underworld long ago. You are now someone who has inherited the cult leader's consciousness, devoured the Viper's brain, and had your self-awareness shattered by what's inside his brain. Just a pure monster. A pure monster. Impossible. I am not a monster. This is a gift from the Lord of the Nightless Kingdom. He said that as long as he defeats the magical girl in front of him, he can return to normal. Moreover, with his newfound power, it's only a matter of time before he makes a comeback. He can rebuild the gift cult, the Blackwater Gang, and his own paradise. Therefore, he needs to consume more flesh and blood to gain the power to defeat Su Ting. The cult leader suddenly turned around and roared as he ran towards the crowd to the side. Because of the spatial distortion, they cannot leave the battlefield, making them the best supply packs. And at that moment, the woman couldn't stop him. Su Ting deliberately distanced himself from him to avoid the attack, giving him an opportunity to take advantage. Seeing the monster suddenly rushing towards the people, Luo Ruoyi was extremely anxious. She struggled to speak, but her weak body could not utter a sound. It's over. Luo Ruoyi couldn't help but think this to herself. However, the voice that could turn everything around came from the center of the battlefield. Come back here. Su Ting gave the order. The cult leader swerved and fell to the ground, then was forced to crawl back in the original direction. This is impossible. My body has become a mechanical hybrid. How can that force still control me? He said unwillingly. Who told you machines can't be feared by me? When I was a kid, I'd kick a broken TV, and it would get scared and fix itself, wouldn't it? Su Ting made up a story off the top of his head. The fear-inflicting effect of the saber is achieved through its magic, not by actually frightening the victim's body. Of course, it won't fail even if it cuts flesh or machinery. Moreover, because the cult leader's physical body and machinery were intertwined, it took even longer for his consciousness to prevent his body from succumbing to fear. The cult leader was still carrying out the order to approach her, leaving the door wide open. Su Ting followed the same fighting style as in the previous stage and took the opportunity to attack the leader's torso. When, with a clang, Su Ting's military knife sliced through the flesh and skin, colliding with the internal metal parts. The immense recoil made Su Ting's hands and feet go numb. She sheathed her saber and muttered to herself in distress. It only produced a tiny bit of blood mist, it couldn't even cut through the internal metal parts. The cult leader, gradually freeing himself from the control of the Eye of Fear, became smug. My blood is all inside the metal layer, you can't break through the outer defense. Is that so? Su Ting stared at the cult leader and said. Then I'll just accumulate more fear and command your body to commit suicide, won't that solve the problem? The cult leader was startled. He has been infected twice already, and has even experienced the taste of death firsthand as a result. The strange force controlling his body might actually be able to do that. The thought of death filled him with terror, and the scenery before him became distorted with fear. We can't go on like this, the backup plan must be activated now. He still had a trace of blood left in the basement. On Luo Ruoyi's body. He had previously performed a ceremony in which blood dripped through the grooves onto Luo Ruoyi's clothes. After being blessed by the Lord again, all his blood was activated, so he controlled the blood to leave his clothes and attach to Luo Ruoyi's right upper arm. Now is the time to activate this backup plan. As long as he eats a few more living people, he can attack Su Ting from both sides. He immediately activated his blood to devour Luo Ruoyi. Then, the blood was flung away by an invisible force. What's going on? Why is there a force protecting her? Without time to think, the cult leader could only turn his attention to others. Although the blood was flung away, half of it still stuck to Luo Ruoyi's skin. The cult leader used this to control the blood, causing it to reverse direction and fly towards another human. Ruolin, run. Luo Ruoyi sensed the unusual movement in her right arm and became the first to notice the cult leader's subtle actions. She immediately spoke up to warn her sister, who was about to be devoured by the cult leader. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for Luo Ruolin to hear. But Luo Ruolin did not back down. She just stared blankly as the blood rushed towards her, her body drained of all strength by fear. Luo Ruoyi anxiously looked at the people around Luo Ruolin, hoping that someone could save her sister in this emergency. But she didn't know that the believers around her were all machines terrified by the Eye of Fear. However, some people are not. The woman next to Luo Ruoyi suddenly exerted force and slammed into Luo Ruoshin and Luo Ruolin, thus interfering with the blood's trajectory and causing it to miss its target. Damn! Seeing his last hope shattered, the cult leader became completely helpless. He didn't know how to defeat Su Ting, or what to do. When he thought this way, he was gripped by utter terror. Just commit suicide. Words that sounded like a judgment reached the leader's ears. The tentacles obediently tore open the metal shell, exposing the cult leader's last drops of blood to the air. Death is not scary. Death is like a cool summer night, allowing one to sleep peacefully without worry. The cult leader has always been deceiving his followers in this way. The reason why the Doomsday cult can stir up trouble is that all people suffer, and the cult leader tells believers that death is a good place to go, and they believe it. But the cult leader didn't believe any of these words. What's so good about death? Death is the most terrible thing in the world. Love, hate, joy, pleasure, indulgence, domination, existence itself. Once you die, all these things will slip through your fingers. But death was unstoppable and approaching him. Even his physical body was destroyed by Su Ting's suicide order, and the cult leader's remaining consciousness was sustained only by Luo Ruoyi's blood. He struggled to eat people, but was pinned to the spot by Su Ting's new orders. The more disadvantaged he was, the more fearful he became. The more fearful you are, the less likely you are to defeat your opponent. This ability is just too overpowered. Brush. Su Ting grabbed Luo Ruoyi's right hand and plunged the knife into the last drops of blood. An invisible sense of liberation rose from the bottom of Su Ting's heart. The spatial distortion has disappeared. The crow immediately spoke. Moreover, the cult leader also revealed some good stuff. Good stuff? Su Ting turned his head to look behind him and saw that the corpses controlled by the cult leader had all turned to ashes like his blood. The Viper's corpse was also gone, as was the cult leader's, and even the automated robots disappeared along with it. Such a thoughtful feature. If only the enemy's corpse could disappear like an evil beast after Su Ting kills them. After the body disappeared, a luminous crystal formed in the original location of the cult leader's body. It eagerly flew towards Su Ting and offered itself to him. What is this? Su Ting took the crystal, feeling its cool touch in his palm. Evil beast crystal seed. There is a low probability that the evil beast will reappear after it is killed. It can absorb the resentment accumulated by magical girls after they use their powers, preventing their abilities from going out of control. Upon hearing what the crow said, Su Ting immediately understood. Isn't this just a magical girl version of a prosthetic suppressant? The human body is made of flesh and blood, while prosthetics are metal machines. Although using prosthetics can grant superhuman strength, it will increase mental burden and physical rejection. This is especially true for more powerful prosthetic bodies. To suppress the side effects of using prosthetics, expensive prosthetic inhibitors must be used. Once the supply of prosthetic inhibitors is cut off, the prosthetic body may become disabled and unusable, or it may turn into a cyberpsychotic who kills anyone in sight. Like Su Ting in the past, although only an implanted prosthesis was installed in her right arm, she still needed to use prosthesis inhibitors every week. Even so, she often felt nauseous and occasionally experienced inexplicable murderous intent and hallucinations. After transforming into a magical girl, her brain and prosthetic body detached from her body, the after effects completely disappeared, and she no longer needed prosthetic body inhibitors. But who would have thought that magical girls also have their own prosthetic body suppressants? Moreover, it can only be obtained by killing evil beasts, making the acquisition method too limited. Sensing Su Ting's unease, the crow promptly spoke up to comfort him. You don't need to worry too much. Newly born magical girls don't have such a high need for evil beast crystals. As long as you maintain a healthy mental state and don't accumulate too much stress, you won't generate much resentment. You have a great advantage in this respect. Your experience as a mercenary has forged a strong heart in you. As long as you don't encounter a major event that makes you despair, you can at least survive for a year with this evil beast crystal seed. A year from now, we'll think about it a year from now. With the crow's assurance, Su Ting was no longer worried. Within a year, she will definitely clash with the magical girls from the Tianyi group. They must have the evil beast crystal seeds distributed by the Tianyi group, so she can just snatch them when the time comes. After collecting the gradually fading demonic beast crystal, Su Ting looked at Luo Ruoyi's family. Luo Ruoyi has regained her strength and no longer needs her brother's support. Her sister also came over, not daring to look directly at anyone on the field, and silently helped Luo's mother up. The family of four stood together in silence, not saying a word. What a troublesome atmosphere. Su Ting sighed and removed the gag from Luo's mother's mouth. She just managed to push Luo Ruoyi away in time, saving Luo Ruolin from being devoured by the cult leader, which can be considered a slight improvement. However, considering her previous erratic behavior, Su Ting did not untie her from the chair. Having regained her freedom to speak, Luo's mother's first words were of concern for her daughter. Ruolin, are you alright? Don't take it to heart if mom said something harsh before. Luo Ruolin nodded without speaking. Luo Ruoyi hesitated for a moment, intending to say something, but was silenced by her mother's next words. Don't misunderstand, I was just saving my obedient daughter, it has nothing to do with you, an outsider. That monster only had the opportunity to attack Ruolin because it was connected to you. Heh, why doesn't that monster eat you first? Hearing her mother's vicious words, Luo Ruoyi's already pale face turned even whiter. She stared wide-eyed, as if she were about to burst into tears. But not a single tear fell. Perhaps she had already cried them all when she ran away from her family. Mom, how could you say that about my sister? You're no better than me. Luo's mother attacked Luo Ruoshin with words full of resentment. If it weren't for you. Seeing this, Su Ting couldn't hold back any longer. Do you still believe in this bullshit gift-giving religion? Su Ting asked, tilting his head. Didn't you always refer to your beloved cult leader as that monster? Do you still think the cult leader can resurrect your husband? Su Ting's three questions left Luo's mother speechless. She lowered her head and her body trembled uncontrollably. Seeing this, Luo Ruoyi mustered her courage and said hopefully to her mother, whom she had once loved, feared, loathed, and worried about. Mom, the cult leader is dead, and all four of us are still alive. The future is long, perhaps we can. The strange phenomenon on Luo's mother stopped Luo Ruoyi from speaking. A large amount of blood flowed from her mouth, trickling down her aged skin and staining her black clothes red. She bit her tongue and committed suicide. Luo Ruoshin immediately rushed forward in a panic and pried open his mother's mouth, quickly removing the blood and severed tongue. But it was all in vain. With brain-computer interfaces, suicide became much easier than before. A single crazy command can kill you. Luo's mother bit off her own tongue not to kill herself, but to firmly demonstrate her determination to die. Su Ting saw through everything. Luo's mother is dead. Before her death, she was filled with immense fear, so much so that Su Ting could easily force her to live with Luo Ruoyi using his fearful gaze. But this fear did not stem from a fear of death. Luo's mother was the only believer present who did not succumb to Su Ting. For her, death was probably just a way to reunite with her deceased husband. What she feared was the future that Rosie was trying to depict. Luo's mother had already invested too much sunk cost in the false dream fabricated by the Confucian ethics, and although she had realized that she had been deceived, she was unwilling to admit it. If she chooses to reconcile with Luo Ruoyi, then she must admit that it was all her fault. She was the one who caused the family to fall apart, the one who drove away her eldest daughter, tormented her son, and caused her youngest daughter to be disfigured and follow the same wrong path as her. So she committed suicide out of fear. Scumbag. Based on his own perspective, Su Ting gave Luo's mother his final evaluation in his heart. After confirming the death of Luo's mother, the remaining 3 members of the Luo family wept bitterly. Whether it's the younger sister who has always followed her mother, the younger brother who has always been isolated by the family, or Luo Ruoyi who has completely broken ties with her mother, they are all the same. For Luo Ruoyi, even though her mother has become a monster, the thought that she was once her mother makes it impossible for her to completely regard her as a monster. Su Ting could understand her feelings. If her older sister, who was raised in the orphanage, turned out like this, she might even perform worse than Luo Ruoyi. Luo Ruoshan's path is more like Su Tinggui's, knowing that this path is wrong, but unable to abandon his family who have gone astray. Su Ting walked to Luo Ruoyi's side and stroked the sobbing girl's back. Physical contact can effectively provide psychological comfort. Many people who commit suicide due to loneliness and depression lack physical contact and can only numb themselves with the coldness of the internet and machines, ultimately leading them to their own demise. To Su Ting's surprise, Luo Ruoyi was not satisfied with Su Ting's small favors. She actually hugged Su Ting back, rested her head on his shoulder, and burst into tears. At this point, Su Ting couldn't refuse. She had no choice but to try to pull her body back as far as possible, avoiding touching Luo Ruoyi's private parts. After a while, Luo Ruoyi reluctantly left Su Ting's shoulder. "I'm sorry," Luo Ruoyi said, her eyes red-rimmed, "I got your new clothes wet." "Actually, no." Su Ting ended her transformation and changed back into her casual clothes from her magical girl outfit. Magical girls always ensure their costumes are intact and clean before each transformation. Seeing the changes in Su Ting, Luo Ruoyi remembered the question she had wanted to ask earlier. "Sister Su Ting, can I still call her that? What exactly is going on with you?" She wiped away the remaining tears with her hand and hurriedly said, "It's okay if you don't want to talk about it." Su Ting answered frankly, "There are some things that are better left unknown to you, but there are some things that don't need to be hidden from you, as long as you can keep them a secret." "I'll keep it a secret." Luo Ruoyi quickly raised her hands, as if making a vow, "You're my savior, I won't betray you." "What if the super cute maid cafe wanted to ask you something?" "That's fine too, I won't say anything." Seeing this, Su Ting no longer concealed anything and openly spoke of the things that could no longer be hidden. "As you can see, I am actually a magical girl." "What?" Su Ting's answer left Luo Ruoyi completely bewildered. The former had no choice but to remove the parts about the loser and Tianyi group and explain to Luo Ruoyi, "Have you seen magical girl anime? I am a magical girl of the new era, and it is my mission to eliminate monsters like the cult leader who have been corrupted by evil. I possess magic, so I can do many things that technology cannot. My physical abilities are also comparable to those of a prosthetic body, which is why I was able to defeat the cult leader who had turned into a monster." Luo Ruoyi nodded blankly. Since it was impossible to go into details, Su Ting changed the subject to another topic. "What are your plans next? The gift-giving cult has been destroyed, and these believers are now under my control. There are no longer any obstacles preventing you from returning home. Are you going home to reunite with your family, or staying at the adorable maid cafe? One more thing, everyone in the store is looking for you. I came to rescue you without telling the manager who has facial paralysis. Remember to make up a suitable reason so we can coordinate our stories." When this topic was brought up, Luo Ruoyi's face immediately became clouded with worry. She thought for a long time before finally deciding to speak. "I'm still planning to stay in the coffee shop. Ruolin is my sister. I cut her face with a knife. She probably still holds a grudge against me and won't treat me well in the future. My home is broken, there's no point in going back." "What about your brother?" Su Ting asked. "He did a lot to save you. He doesn't hold a grudge against you at all. On the contrary, he really hopes that you can be safe and happy. Ruoshan is only 1 year younger than me, he's already an adult, and he can take care of himself and Ruolin. Although I will stay at the coffee shop, it doesn't mean I won't see him. Let's just say we've each started our own families. After I finish arranging my mother's funeral, I will give him some of my savings, and then we will meet again every now and then, and I will provide for the expenses of raising Ruolin." Upon hearing Luo Ruoyi's decision, Su Ting nodded. "Actually, you don't need to worry about financial problems. The cult leader is dead, and all his ill-gotten gains are now ours. Returning back what he squeezed out of your family will solve your family's financial problems." "What about the other people's parts?" Luo Ruoyi asked. Because of the magic, all the believers present obeyed my command. I told them to claim their share and then return it. Su Ting shook his head and continued. As for the others, there's nothing I can do. Let's just say they were unlucky. Once the money has been distributed, the gift-giving church will be dissolved, and the believers and their children will go back to their own homes. That's the end of it. I think we can leave the gift-giving cult behind, Luo Ruoyi suddenly said, making a surprising statement. Sensing Su Ting's strange gaze, Luo Ruoyi quickly explained. Of course, I'm not saying we should continue to cheat them out of money, but I think the organizational structure of the gift-giving cult can be preserved. These believers have already gone astray. I'm afraid they'll take the money and leave, only to immediately join the next doomsday cult. It's one thing for them to die, but I don't want their home to become like mine. She turned to look at the children in the basement and said with pity, if we don't disband the Church of Gifts and only revise its doctrines, at least these children won't go hungry. She's such a kind-hearted girl. In this cannibalistic world, this kindness could easily kill her. But Luo Ruoyi was lucky, she met Su Ting. The followers have been controlled by Su Ting's eye of fear. All he needs to do is give the order to maintain normal life so they can follow Luo Ruoyi's wishes. While the adults are beyond saving, the children can still be saved. Transform the gift-giving cult from an apocalyptic cult into a prison, and use magic to turn its followers into convicts. Luo Ruoyi, that's a good idea. Su Ting stroked his chin and said, but I still need to make some changes. I'll leave the matter of the etiquette education entirely to you, how about that? Luo Ruoyi quickly waved her hand in refusal. I'm afraid I can't do that. If you come up with an idea, you should do it yourself, otherwise, you're no different from someone who just makes sarcastic remarks. Su Ting said firmly, with my magic backing me up, if I say you are the saintess of the new gifted etiquette church, then you are the saintess. No one dares to disagree with you. All right then. Luo Ruoyi readily agreed to Su Ting's request. Then, she tentatively asked, speaking of which, could I become a magical girl? Su Ting summoned a crow, which glanced at him and shook its head. She has magical adaptability, but unfortunately she's an adult now. If she were a few years younger, she probably would have the potential to become a magical girl, but now that potential has almost completely disappeared. I've looked through the entire coffee shop. Besides you, only Yan Yuling has the potential to be a magical girl. Su Ting relayed the words to Luo Ruoyi, who was immediately filled with disappointment. But soon, she asked in confusion, I'm an adult, so I'm not qualified. But Yuling is a year older than me and is also an adult. Why does she have the qualifications? Yan Yuling is the acting manager of the super cute maid cafe. She was the boss's most trusted person and the one who had followed him the longest. In Su Ting's memory, Yan Yuling also said that she had been following the boss before the coffee shop was established. But she didn't expect that the other person was actually older than Luo Ruoyi. How old is the acting store manager this year? 22. I just celebrated her birthday not long ago. 22 years old, the same age as Su Ting. If a 22-year-old can make a contract, then it's not surprising that Yan Yuling, at 22, still retains the qualities of a magical girl, right? No, that's strange. The crow's tone was more serious than ever before. Su Ting, you are an absolute exception, a unique case. For everyone else except you, there is a 100% chance that you will lose your magical girl potential after the age of 18, without any exceptions. Then what's the deal with Yan Yuling? Su Ting was confused by the crow's words. But it's a fact that Yan Yuling has the potential to be a magical girl, right? It's a fact, and that's why it's so terrifying. The crow took a deep breath and asked Su Ting, do magical girls possess magical girl potential? Isn't that obvious? Su Ting's words came to an abrupt end. She swallowed hard, and said incredulously, Yan Yuling is a magical girl too. After signing the contract, the magical girl's physical growth rate will be slowed down, keeping her body in a state of maximum magical adaptability until she retires at the age of 30. Yan Yuling is already an adult, yet she still possesses the qualities of a magical girl, so she must be a magical girl. Considering the Tianyi group's background in the adorable maid cafe, she is probably the kind of enemy we've been wary of, a legitimate magical girl under the Tianyi group. The crow's words confirmed Su Ting's worst suspicion. Based on the premise that Yan Yuling is a magical girl from the Tianyi group, Su Ting's future plans must be completely overturned. The adorable maid cafe is no longer a safe haven, but an outright enemy camp. A former executive of the Tianyi group, whose subordinates are active magical girls, runs a strange shop that only recruits beautiful girls of the right age. The level of suspicion is off the charts. To ensure her own safety, Su Ting should immediately stay away from the adorable maid cafe. Since the other party is unaware of Su Ting's magical girl identity, they won't relentlessly pursue her. But, Crow, this is a golden opportunity. Excitement ignited in Su Ting's eyes. By coincidence, or perhaps by fate, I entered the super cute maid cafe without any malicious intent, and there happened to be a magical girl from the Tianyi group in the cafe. If I can make good use of my position in the coffee shop and obtain important information about the Tianyi group, wouldn't that give me a huge boost in my chances of getting revenge on the Tianyi group? The crow flapped its wings and said, the Tianyi group is hunting you down because you stole the magical girl's power, and that's exactly the truth. I thought you would feel it was your own fault, so you wouldn't hold a grudge against Tianyi group. Su Ting sternly pointed out the crow's mistake. First of all, the magical girl contract came to me on its own, it has nothing to do with me. Secondly, it is a fact that Tianyi Group has been hunting me down in the past, it is a fact that they are hunting me down now, and it is a fact that they will continue to hunt me down in the future. No matter how messy the cause, a grudge is a grudge, why shouldn't I seek revenge? The crow shook its head regretfully. What a strong will. If only you were one of those lovely little girls from 100 years ago, you would be fooled by my words and fall into self-doubt, and I could take advantage of your vulnerability to enlighten you and become your pillar of support. Crazy, Su Ting cursed, then stopped talking to the crow. Having determined the next direction, Su Ting released the Eye of Fear from the cultists' restraints. The believers quickly descended into chaos. Su Ting coughed lightly, and the stronghold instantly fell silent. Good for you. The Eye of Fear effect is a bit too good. From this moment forward, Luo Ruoyi is the holy maiden of the gift-giving cult. Her words represent my will. When I am not present, her commands are equivalent to my commands. You must obey Luo Ruoyi's orders, understand? The believers knelt down and worshipped the two figures on the platform, saying in unison, I will obey your will. Su Ting nodded and patted the girl beside him on the shoulder. The rest is up to you, your grace. Apart from those few surviving gangsters, you can use the others however you want. Several members of the Blackwater gang, who were not killed by Su Ting, are now also controlled by the Eye of Fear. They could be used as pawns by Su Ting to infiltrate the Blackwater gang. The Blackwater gang is also a target of Su Ting's revenge. After saying goodbye to Luo Ruoyi, Su Ting began investigating the underground base on his own. Because the cult leader is dead, the secret chamber is no longer sealed off by spatial distortion. Su Ting stepped into the secret room and immediately saw the ritual array on the floor. These are traces of the blessing ritual. That cult leader must have turned into a monster through it. The crow jumped out to explain. Even though there's no real danger, it's better to destroy it. Su Ting agreed with the crow's suggestion, infused magic into his saber, and slashed through the magic circle on the ground. She then went deeper into the room, searching for any possible clues. This is a letter. Su Ting retrieved several letters from the secret room. Are people still using such outdated communication methods these days? The crow explained, the cult leader doesn't have a brain-computer interface, and his communication methods are limited. After all, he is under the command of the apostle of the evil god. It would be easy for the Tianyi group to track him if he used the internet to communicate, so he probably communicated in a physical way. This actually made things convenient for Su Ting. Su Ting didn't hesitate and opened the letters one by one to read them. The cult leader was introduced to the cult by Dead Sea, the leader of the Blackwater gang. It seems the rumor that the Dead Sea has a doomsday cult background is true. Su Ting gave a concluding speech. By the way, what's the deal with this Lord of the Night? It is the venerable Lord of the village, guardian of goodness, and the creator of dreams, the crow replied. 100 years ago, the magical girl defeated the evil god, but failed to eliminate the evil beasts and the evil god's apostles. After the death of the evil god, 4 of the most powerful apostles of the evil god stepped forward and declared that they would act in the divine office until the evil god returns. The Lord of the Nightless City was one of the 4 apostles. He is the great enemy of magical girls, but his presence is limited in He City, which is controlled by the Tianyi group. You don't need to consider him as a hypothetical enemy for now. Your biggest enemy right now is still the Tianyi group. His men are already attacking me, and he still says there's no need to consider them as potential enemies. Su Ting put away the letter and searched the secret room for a while longer. Apart from some eerie ritual implements, nothing of value was found. The ritual implements were inlaid with gold, which could be melted down and sold for a profit. Speaking of making money, I haven't received a single penny of my salary from the adorable maid cafe yet. Remembering the coffee shop, Su Ting took out her communication terminal and found that Yan Yuling had sent her a message. Where are you now? Is there any trace of Luo Ruoyi? Don't be too reckless. Your abilities are limited. Tell me if you have any clues, and I'll come find her. After learning that Yan Yuling is a veteran magical girl, the line your abilities are limited becomes strangely convincing. Su Ting thought for a moment and replied, I found Luo Ruoyi. So, was the whole thing a misunderstanding? Inside the coffee shop, Yan Yuling crossed her arms and looked at Su Ting and Luo Ruoyi with suspicion. Because of yesterday's conflict, your mother suffered a sudden bout of anger and accidentally bumped into the corner of the table when she got up in the middle of the night and died. Did you get the news from your brother, which is why you rushed out? She looked Luo Ruoyi up and down, seizing on the biggest point of suspicion to ask. Didn't you cut off contact with your family? How could you possibly get information from your brother? Luo Ruoyi was taken aback, and Su Ting immediately interjected. I also find it very strange. Did they publish the maid's contact information online? Su Ting looked worried. What if my family also? The store will strengthen information security from now on, Yan Yuling said, trying to reassure Su Ting. Then, she turned to Luo Ruoyi and said sternly, Ruoyi, check if you've browsed any strange websites. Be more careful about online security in the future. Su Ting successfully disrupted the conversation, leading Yan Yuling to conclude that Luo Ruoyi's brother found Luo Ruoyi through the internet. The truth is quite the opposite. It was Su Ting who found Luo Ruoshan through the internet. And you, Su Ting, how did you find Luo Ruoyi? Yan Yuling's questioning came as expected. Luo Ruoyi has been with the coffee shop for several years, and her suspicion level is far lower than that of the newly joined Su Ting. This issue needs to be properly explained. Therefore, Su Ting gave the following answer. I went to Luo Ruoyi's house. It seems like the truth, but the process and the truth are completely different. After meeting Ruoyi's mother yesterday, Ruoyi was worried that her mother might harm me, so she told me the approximate location of her house and told me to avoid that area. I went there and bumped into Ruoyi. This is too dangerous. Yan Yuling lowered her eyebrows, tightened her lips, and reprimanded him with unprecedented sternness. Su Ting and Luo Ruoyi, do you two simply not take my words seriously at all? She first pointed at Su Ting, then angrily put her hands on her hips. Didn't I tell you not to take risks? Didn't you promise me? Actually, I just nodded at the time, without making any verbal promises. Although Su Ting thought this, he wisely refrained from saying it aloud. And you, Luo Ruoyi, it's one thing for Su Ting to be a newcomer, but how can you, as a senior, not take the store's rules and regulations seriously? I understand how you feel about the family emergency, but could you at least leave a message about what happened? The girls in the shop are all frantic. I almost wanted to ask the boss to bring you back so we could help find you. The two of them were scolded for a full half hour. Su Ting was almost unable to figure out whether Yan Yuling was studying the way of a maid or the way of a teacher. Finally, Yan Yuling arranged a punishment, letting the two off the hook. Luo Ruoyi, you will copy the employee handbook 50 times. You are not allowed to rest until you finish copying it. If you are going to attend a funeral, remember to tell me in advance, otherwise you'll have to copy it 500 times next time. Su Ting, you'll copy this 30 times. Su Ting raised his right hand. Acting store manager, are we being forced to copy texts in your office as punishment? Yan Yuling glared at her. You really think of me as a teacher? Go find a table and write your lessons. Yan Yuling acted more like a teacher punishing disobedient students. Moreover, he was the kind of old-fashioned teacher depicted in TV dramas. The teachers in Hezi City no longer use primitive punishments like copying. They usually punish students by making them type out the school rules by hand instead of using keyboard shortcuts. Su Ting and Luo Ruoyi exchanged a glance, then obediently picked up their pens and paper and left the office. After finding a table to sit at inside the shop, Su Ting asked the crow, so, half an hour has passed, what have you scanned? A very fruitful harvest. Yan Yuling is indeed a magical girl. Not only does she possess excellent magical girl aptitude, but she can also be sensed to have extremely subtle magical energy fluctuations. Su Ting waited for a long time, but received no further response. After copying the employee handbook the first time, she couldn't help but ask, and then? What then? The crow asked, completely bewildered. Her level, her innate magic, her fighting style, her weaknesses, clues strongly connected to the Tianyi group. You didn't find anything about it, did you? Feeling guilty, Crow typed. In the team voice chat. You dare to say you've had a fruitful harvest. Su Ting was so angry she laughed. As a contracted beast, you're utterly useless, aren't you? Trash Crow. If you're going to criticize someone, criticize the useless Black Phoenix. The crow said weakly. It is indeed quite guilty about this. But given the crow's nature, its guilty conscience doesn't stop it from being stubborn. Su Ting, why don't you think about it from the other side? Even my powerful contracted beast couldn't easily find out Yan Yuling's background, so it's impossible for Tianyi Group to find out yours either. The fact that magical girls are good at hiding is also a good thing for you. And I also have my own considerations. The crow switched to serious mode and spoke. The latest age for a magical girl to form a contract is 18, and Yan Yuling is already 22. In the best case scenario, she is a mature magical girl with more than 4 years of experience. She might notice if we investigate too deeply. If she fights you, you will most likely be killed within 3 moves. Su Ting stopped writing and asked in surprise. Is the difference that big? I think my innate magic is pretty strong. The crow shook its head, correcting Su Ting's misconception. The Eye of Fear does have a good mechanism, but magic consumes mana. You're better off trying to control Yan Yuling with your meager magic than wrapping a main battle mech in a napkin. The reason you can manipulate the cult leader is because he is also a newcomer who has just become an evil beast. He lashed out at your back with one of his tentacles, without even making a cut. But Yan Yuling has most likely already ascended to immortality. The crow began to explain the ranking system for magical girls. The brief period between a girl signing the contract and her first transformation is called the incubation period. Once incubation is complete, the coloring period begins, during which magic power is condensed and the magic core is formed. We must wait for the magic core to be born before we can begin to attempt ascension. The will is sublimated, and the remains are transformed. Only when a magical girl enters the ascension stage can she truly become a completely new existence, entirely different from ordinary people. They can soar freely through the sky and regenerate their bodies without limit as long as their magic core remains undamaged. Even if you planted high explosives under Yan Yuling's feet, she can quickly recover from her injuries, fly over your head, and blast you to death with a magic cannon. Su Ting picked up his pen and continued copying the employee handbook, silently saying to himself, even though you say that. But there must be quite a few magical girls in the Tianyi group who have undergone metamorphosis, right? Unless I find a way to deal with them, I will find it impossible to move an inch in Hezi City. Will the method you mentioned before, helping you contract a new magical girl, be able to be used? How is your condition recovering? After Su Ting entered the coloring period, the crow did recover some of its condition and was able to form a contract with a new girl. However, there is also a problem. The first problem is that we don't have any extra contracts or documents. My power has not fully recovered yet. Forcibly creating a contract will put me into a deep sleep. Second problem, we haven't found a suitable target. Su Ting nodded with a wry smile. She still had some ideas about the contract, and perhaps going through the Blackwater Gang's network would yield some results. However, finding a girl of suitable age with the potential to become a magical girl is difficult. You can't expect a girl who can be contracted to fall from the sky, can you? Su Ting thought helplessly. Ruoei, haven't you finished copying yet? Su Ting took small steps to Luo Ruoei's side, bent down and asked. I did it 50 times, while you, Su Ting, only did it 30 times. You're definitely faster. Luo Ruoei's brushstrokes flowed like dragons and snakes, creating entirely new fonts with swift, sweeping strokes. You're asking a question you already know the answer to, aren't you? How wicked of you to be gloating like this. Luo Ruoei was right, she was indeed gloating. When Su Ting attended classes with the other children at the orphanage, her favorite thing to do was to finish her homework first and then show it off to the others. Many years have passed in the blink of an eye. She finally found an opportunity to reminisce about her childhood, and she didn't want to let it slip by. Oh, not at all, I was just concerned about you. Su Ting gave a fake smile. Keep it up, try to finish copying before midnight. I'll be going now. Wait a minute, I have something to say. Luo Ruoei called out to Su Ting. That. She put down her pen, tried to control her wandering gaze, and spoke solemnly. Thank you so much for today, but I really don't have anything worth mentioning, so. Su Ting answered first. Just focus on doing your job well. There will be times when I need your help, so don't refuse then. That's for sure. With a serious expression, Luo Ruoei solemnly declared, from now on, Su Ting's affairs are my affairs. If you want me to be your slave, I will moo and hiss, and I won't say a single no dot. You can tell me who to block, I'll block them. You can tell me which product to buy, I'll buy it. You can tell me which side to take in an online flame war, I'll take it. That's unnecessary. Su Ting, who doesn't often use the internet for entertainment, felt a sense of culture shock. After completing the oath, Luo Ruoei asked casually, could you come over for dinner the day after tomorrow? She patted her chest and boasted, I'm actually quite good at cooking. Su Ting nodded thoughtfully and asked, isn't the day after tomorrow your mother's funeral? Yes, otherwise I would have no reason to go back to that home. Luo Ruoei's expression dimmed for a moment, but she quickly put on a smile again. The funeral won't take too long. Given my mother's condition when she was alive, we didn't have any friends we could invite, so Ruoshan and I discussed it and decided to keep everything simple. Do you need my help? No need, Sister Su Ting is a guest, you just need to eat at the banquet although the food won't be that great. Su Ting gave an okay sign, indicating that she accepted Luo Ruoei's invitation. Luo Ruoei gave a small cheer and then said, don't worry, if Yu Ling deducts your salary because you took half a day off, I'll make up for it. Actually, I shouldn't care about that little bit of money. Despite this, Su Ting still accepted the kindness with a smile. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day of the funeral. After entering the coloring period, Su Ting's daily magic power growth increased again, but because of the increase in the base magic power, the increase rate became smaller. Su Ting was somewhat dissatisfied with this, but there was nothing he could do about it. Anyway, since magic power can be obtained through the Raven contract with other magical girls, it's okay if my own growth is a little slower. While pondering the matter of magic, she knocked on Luo Ruoei's door. The door opened. In just 2 days, Luo Ruoei's home had undergone a complete transformation. Brand new furniture and appliances filled the voids of the past, and even the empty cans in the corner were cleaned up. Even the indoor lighting is better than before. The bright synthetic light washes away the gloom in the room and fills it with vitality. Luo Ruoei led Su Ting into the room. Luo Ruoshan, who was in front of the computer, immediately stood up and respectfully called out Big Sister. Luo Ruolan was also startled and straightened up, echoing Luo Ruoshan's call of Big Sister. She is still afraid of Su Ting to this day. Su Ting hummed in agreement and looked curiously at the computer screen. What are you doing? They're scrambling to get a number, Luo Ruoei explained, because a funeral is being held. What does a funeral have to do with getting a number? Su Ting was even more confused after hearing the answer. The number of available burial plots in the cemetery system is limited each day, so it's very difficult to get a plot and enter your mother's information for burial. The first batch of accounts will be released soon. I hope I can grab one today, otherwise I'll have to buy a graveyard account from a scalper. Su Ting studied it for a while, still confused, before finally understanding the meaning of it all. The city of Hertfordshire has eliminated the outdated customs of burial and cremation and opted for the advanced electronic funeral. The cemetery system is an information security system developed by Kakuta Technology, which claims to be able to store information on all the dead people in his city for the past 200 years and is the best choice for you and your family. In theory, a robust cemetery system could be made available to all families of the deceased. But that won't make you the most money. Therefore, Kakuta Technology used hunger marketing to limit the number of accounts released each day. If you don't want to be anxious about not being able to secure your desired cemetery plot account, you can choose to upgrade to a membership and enjoy the privilege of priority access to digital cemetery plots. Has Sister Su Ting never seen a cemetery system before? Luo Ruoyi asked curiously. Yes, cremation is the norm where I'm from. Su Ting grew up in an orphanage located on the outermost edge of Hezi City, where many customs were completely different from those within the city. In the past, when children or staff members of the orphanage passed away, a special plot of land would be set aside for their burial, and a tombstone would be erected for them. In her memory, Su Ting often pushed her older sister to the cemetery behind the orphanage. That row of graves contains the heads of orphanages from all over the years. When I die, I hope you can bury me there. Even though I'm the most incompetent dean, I still want to shamelessly sleep peacefully beside them. The older sister always pointed to the row of tombstones under the big tree on the back hill and said to Su Ting behind her. Perhaps it was because of those words that Su Ting chose to leave the orphanage and become a mercenary who lived a life of danger. At least that way I can die before my sister and avoid the reality of having to collect her body. They're here? They're about to release the numbers. Check your internet speed. Luo Ruoyi's voice pulled Su Ting back to reality. She excitedly gave the order, Ruoshan, tell Ruolin to refresh the page, she's been sitting there for too long. Luo Ruoshan turned to Luo Ruolin helplessly, and the latter immediately replied. Brother Ruoshan, please tell that woman I've refreshed the page. Luo Ruoshan shrugged and stared intently at the clock on the computer screen. 3, 2, 1, grab. Hey, how come they're all gone all of a sudden? Luo Ruoyi said dejectedly, and the other two also reported the terrible situation one after another. Are so many people dying in Hezi City lately? Luo Ruoyi said angrily. Can't they learn from the company's time-off system and save their lives for next week? Wait a minute, sister, it doesn't seem like there are too many dead people. Luo Ruoshan made a brand new discovery and quickly reported it. Look, this entire batch of serial numbers was snatched up by one person. His words trailed off abruptly, and after a moment he spoke in astonishment. Holy crap, this guy filled in the names of all the senior executives at T&E Company one by one. Who is this guy, so arrogant? Registering the information of living people into the cemetery system is undoubtedly a huge provocation. This mysterious person who snatched all the accounts in the cemetery system has essentially issued a challenge to the entire T&E group. Su Ting was very curious about this. Only someone with a blood feud with T&E group could do something like this. And they must be rich, arrogant, and have a very strange way of thinking. Su Ting also has a grudge against T&E group, but she would never do something like that in her entire life. This incident quickly caused a huge uproar on the internet in Hezi City. Yuantian Technology was the first to speak out, claiming that the incident was the work of a mysterious user alone. The cemetery system did not grant this person any special privileges, and that person simply managed to snatch all the numbers through some mysterious means. T&E Group also launched an attack, demanding that Yuantian Technology immediately delete the relevant cemetery accounts, stating that verifying the deceased's information is the responsibility of the official cemetery system. These words amused the entire city of Hezi. Checking the deceased's information? Has T&E Group gone mad? Can you even figure out how many people died today? I've only ever used T&E Group products my whole life. Do the patriarchs of T&E Group think everyone has a safety net? Verifying the deceased's information is the funniest joke I've heard all year. I wish T&E Group's variety shows could reach this level. If I'm the only one concerned with public relations, will I be able to keep my job? The entire internet in Hezi City was transformed into a sea of joy, but Luo Ruoyi's family was sullen. It's said online that T&E Group has a lot of information about its senior executives that hasn't been registered. The mysterious person may continue to scramble for numbers next time they release them. Luo Ruoyi pouted unhappily, and Su Ting comforted her, saying, it's just a possibility. What if that mysterious person is caught before the next round of registrations? Things did not go as Luo Ruoyi had hoped. Today's second round of lottery draws was once again snapped up by the mysterious individual. Left with no other option, Luo Ruoyi turned to scalpers and spent a large sum of money to buy the cemetery plot account that had been released yesterday. I should have tried to get a number yesterday. Even if I had to pay a day's late fee, it would have been better than wasting money like this. The three Luo children filled in their mother's information into the account, clasped their hands together, bowed 3 times, and clicked upload, thus completing the funeral process. Frustrated, Luo Ruoyi went to the kitchen to cook, while Luo Ruoshan enthusiastically squatted down to announce the third number release. The second batch of cemetery accounts released has already written out the names of all the current senior executives of T&E Group. He wanted to see what other tricks that mysterious person who had provoked the T&E Group could pull. Coincidentally, Su Ting also wanted to see it. As expected, the third batch of lottery numbers was once again snapped up by the mysterious person. But this time, the name on the tombstone is not that of anyone from T&E Group. The deceased, members of the Wilderness Nomadic Group House of Lights. Cause of death, refused to disband the group, and was massacred by the T&E Group using chemical weapons. Epitaph, should one die for not conforming to your wishes? Su Ting opened another graveyard account, and the tombstone had new content. Deceased, a total of 3,724 people died in the QIB-37X protocol incident. Cause of death, He died due to a vulnerability in the brain-computer interface protocol, which had not been tested by Tianyi Group. Epitaph: should one die if they cannot provide wealth? Su Ting had heard about this incident. This version of the brain-computer interface protocol has an extremely obvious vulnerability, so brain-computer interfaces equipped with Tianyi Group's security management system have discovered the vulnerability and blocked system updates. Those brain-computer interfaces that lack the funds to purchase security services or that use security services from other companies are not so fortunate. The QIB37X protocol will force an automatic update. If a user's brain-computer interface model happens to be a cheap model lacking emergency isolation capabilities, they could die from it. Because the loopholes in the agreement were so obvious, conspiracy theories arose online that Tianyi Group was deliberately eliminating low-end users. Deceased, Union of Workers in Beimiao Neighborhood, Central District. Cause of death: dissatisfaction with worker mortality rate led to being attacked by a swarm of drones. Epitaph: does pointing out your sore spot deserve to die? Su Ting couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for this person. Regardless of the mysterious person's purpose or whether there was a third party behind it, this person did manage to make the deceased speak. The cemetery system, used to commemorate the dead, now commemorates more people than ever before. Su Ting continued browsing the cemetery system's website. Then I was so shocked by the most popular tombstone that I was speechless. What does this mean? Su Ting swallowed unconsciously. Dead person, magical girl, my comrade. Cause of death: his power was stolen by the Tianyi Group, and he was exiled, suppressed, slandered, and murdered. Epitaph: the debts you owe will one day be repaid. Crow. The crow jumped out and shook its head firmly. I don't know much more about this than you do. Neither this mysterious person nor the teammate he mentioned has anything to do with me. Then who is she? Because the mysterious person claimed to be a comrade of a magical girl, Su Ting also regarded her as a magical girl. Su Ting, have you ever thought about this? Why did the Blackwater gang obtain the magical girl contract documents that belonged exclusively to the Tianyi Group? Su Ting frowned and said, you suspect that a mysterious person stole the contract documents from Tianyi Group. Then, after a series of complicated twists and turns, the documents finally fell into the hands of the Blackwater gang. The crow nodded and added, moreover, given the Blackwater gang's strength, it's quite strange that they were able to obtain a contract document. It's like I just got incredibly lucky. But what if Tianyi Group had far more than one contract stolen from them? The crow didn't continue speaking, but Su Ting already understood its meaning. If a large number of magical girl contract documents belonging to the Tianyi Group are lost, they will be overwhelmed with work. In this situation, it is reasonable that a contract document would fall into the hands of the Blackwater gang by chance. It's understandable that the Tianyi Group, overwhelmed with its own resources, started seeking help from mercenaries known as the Color Losers. If your deduction is correct, then the city of Hertfordshire is likely to descend into chaos very soon. Su Ting looked out the window, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily turned up. Dinner's ready. Luo Ruoi's voice came from the living room. Su Ting walked out of the living room and was greeted by a table full of delicious dishes. Braised pork knuckle, boiled sliced pork, stir-fried potatoes, eggplant, and green peppers, stir-fried shredded pork with garlic sauce, and mapo tofu. Even if it's all synthetic meat, it's still a considerable expense. What a feast! Su Ting exclaimed. Really? I'm a little worried that these dishes are too oily and won't suit your taste, Sister Su Ting. How could that be? Su Ting sat down at the dining table and happily picked up her bowl and chopsticks. I have strong tastes, I like big events. Sister Yuling, have you heard about what happened last night? Do you think magical girls really exist in this world? A young maid asked with great interest. Su Ting, who was standing guard at the store entrance, quietly pricked up his ears. She was eager to see what the magical girl from Tianyi Group thought about this matter. Magical girls are just something for kids. That's what the magical girl Yan Yuling said. No way, there are tons of videos of magical girls fighting online. The little maid didn't believe it. That was AI generated. On this point alone, Yan Yuling is absolutely right. Su Ting had watched all those so-called magical girl videos, and they were all obviously fake. Those fake videos are completely imitations of magical girls from anime, filled with unrealistic stereotypes. Magical girls don't have lengthy transformation animations. Firearms and explosives can harm magical girls. Magical girls don't need to recite extremely embarrassing lines when they transform. If you've never been a magical girl, please don't just make videos without thinking, okay? Even though you say that, I still hope that magical girls really exist in the world. They are heroes. If only there were heroes like them in the city of Hermes. The little maid clasped her hands together with longing. A faint clicking sound came from the air. Su Ting turned to look at the source of the sound and saw Yan Yuling clutching her coffee cup tightly. The acting store manager casually ended the conversation, picked up his cup, and walked towards the kitchen. When I returned, the cup in my hand had been replaced with a new design. All right, everyone get busy, it'll be opening time soon. She put the cup back on the bar and called to the listless crowd. The boss will be back from his business trip in 3 days. If you don't want your wages to be docked, you'd better get back to your usual diligent self. After greeting the maids in the shop, Yan Yuling came to Su Ting's side and asked with concern. How's it going? Are you settling into the job? I've adapted, but I still lack experience in receiving guests. Aside from the Viper, Su Ting never received any other guests and remained at the entrance as a signboard for those who had been fighting off bullets. Yan Yuling nodded slightly and reminded him, "Your internship will be over when the boss comes back. I'll put in a good word for you, but ultimately it depends on your own efforts." Understood, acting store manager. With Yan Yuling's departure, Su Ting's workday officially began. Then she didn't wait for a single customer all morning. What's going on today? The maids in the shop could no longer contain themselves and had put their work aside to talk about the strange things that had happened that day. Even the adorable maid cafe has its off-season, but it has never suffered the tragedy of going home empty-handed all morning. While they chattered away, Su Ting was also secretly discussing the current situation with Crow. The gunfire nearby hasn't stopped. Is the Blackwater gang engaged in a full-scale war with other gangs? It's not that simple. The Crow presented a new argument. I flew out and took a look. There was fighting everywhere except in this street. Gangs, mercenaries, corporate action teams, insurance executors, and neighborhood self-defense forces have all turned into a chaotic mess. Jackals, hyenas, lion prides, vultures and meerkats. Hertfordshire is practically the East African savannah. Hey, it wasn't this lively when the Blackwater gang mobilized the entire gang to hunt you down. So you mean the entire lower city is in a full-blown melee? Su Ting asked. Is it because of what happened yesterday? That was at most the fuse. The Crow then launched into a long, rambling speech. The Tianyi Group lost a large number of magical girl contract documents, which naturally fell into the hands of various forces in Hezi City. This means that many people have acquired powerful weapons that can change the course of events. For a while, those forces were able to suppress their ambitions. After all, they did steal from Tianyi Group, and being too arrogant would easily make them a target for others. But things changed after last night. Someone has exposed the true nature of the magical girl concept, signaling the impending purge of the Tianyi Group. The powder keg of Hezi City was ignited, and everyone began to act in their own self-interest. Su Ting could easily think of dozens of groups that might be involved. Even if Hezi City has been turned into a murky cesspool, those people will still be blinded by greed and plunge in until they drown. Ding! The automatic doors of the coffee shop made a crisp sound. Customers still come at a time like this? Su Ting opened his eyes and saw that the newcomers were a middle-aged woman with a square face and a timid, petite girl. Su Ting didn't know the latter, but she did know the woman with the square face. Wu Wangkaya, the real owner of the adorable maid cafe and a former executive of Tianyi Group. Hello, boss. Su Ting went to greet him. You must be Su Ting. I've already heard a lot about your story from Yu Ling. Don't worry, this is your home. How can we kick someone out of their home? As Wu Wangkaya spoke, she smiled and brushed the dust off Su Ting's shoulder. If you're looking for the acting store manager, she's in her office on the second floor. Should I go and tell her to come down? No need, I'll go find her myself. After saying that, Wu Wangkaya went up to the second floor. The girl behind her followed closely behind. She was a petite blonde girl, several centimeters shorter than Su Ting. She was wearing an ill-fitting gray coat and a black long skirt, her hands completely hidden by the coat's wide sleeves, and the floor-length skirt was covered in dust. But all of this did not tarnish her beauty. Thanks to her naturally beautiful face, the ill-fitting clothes made her look pitiful and adorable, as if she were wearing adult clothes by mistake. Even Su Ting couldn't help but glance at her a couple more times. Crow, does this girl have the potential to become a magical girl? Is she a magical girl? You guessed right, her magical girl potential is no less than Yan Yuling's. However, there is no magical energy fluctuation on her, so she probably hasn't signed a contract yet. As expected, the girl Wu Wangkaya brought back was no ordinary person. Su Ting stared at the girl's retreating figure, lost in deep thought. Boss, why are you back early? Inside the office, Yan Yuling stood up from her chair with a look of surprise and quickly walked to Wu Wangkaya. What happened yesterday has caused quite a stir. If I hadn't come back, I might have been shot dead by someone. Come here, Xiaoli, this is Sister Yu Ling whom I told you about. You will live with her from now on. The girl, called Xiaoli, nodded obediently and timidly called out, Sister Yu Ling. Yan Yuling quickly responded to the other party, then lowered her voice and said to Wu Wangkaya, Boss, do we need to handle what happened last night? That's not our job. Wu Wangkaya shook her head. Let Tianyi Group run into a mess. She stroked the blonde girl's fluffy head, gazing at her with affection. All we need to do is make these girls' lives better. Wu Wangkaya was away on a business trip for more than a month, and Yan Yuling took care of all the affairs of the store. During this period, Yan Yuling was arrogant and domineering, wielding absolute power. Not only did he sit in the office all day, issuing orders from a superior position, but he also relaxed the performance evaluation standards for the coffee shop, secretly winning people over. They even bypassed Wu Wangkaya and recruited new employees on their own. In a while, people in the store will probably only know Manager Yan, not Ms. Wu. Luo Ruoyi looked heartbroken and spoke to the group of maids. Fortunately, Ms. Wu was very perceptive and saw through Yan Yuling's wolfish ambitions at a glance. With a clever trick, she announced that the store would be closed for half a day, and instantly won back everyone's hearts. Sensing the familiar presence behind her, Luo Ruoyi stopped her speech and looked to Su Ting for help. Su Ting gave her a pitying look. Luo Ruoyi stiffly turned her head and met Yan Yuling's gaze, who remained expressionless. I told you to tell everyone that this afternoon is a holiday, why are you making up stories? If you like storytelling so much, why don't you copy this story 50 times and frame it on the wall for your customers to see? Luo Ruoei immediately backed down and pleaded in a low voice. Yuling, I was wrong. I'll do anything as long as you don't make me copy things as punishment. Yan Yuling waved Luo Ruoei away impatiently and pulled a little girl out from behind her. This child is named Qili. She is a new maid at the shop. She is only 15 years old and has a somewhat special physical condition. Please take good care of her. The maids fell silent. Seconds later, the store erupted in cheers. Oh, it's a new junior. So cute. What's your name? Hello little sister, if you are ever bullied by customers in the future, just come to me and I'll stand up for you. Sister Yuling, isn't this child's work uniform too big? The sleeves are completely covering his hands. The maids immediately surrounded Qili. That sounds familiar. The more Su Ting listened, the more she felt that their lines were no different from when they welcomed her. That's incredibly skillful. Especially Luo Ruoei, it seems she didn't change a single word, right? Qili was overwhelmed by the maid's enthusiasm. She was just about to answer the previous question when the next one came right away. As a result, she couldn't handle even one maid and could only make helpless woof woof sounds like a small animal. But the maids didn't restrain themselves at all. Instead, they started vying for the title of Qili's first person to communicate with. Left with no other choice, Qili could only give up answering and looked at Yan Yuling with teary eyes. Yan Yuling immediately slammed her hand on the table, stopping the crazed maid. Quiet down. Are you trying to turn this coffee shop into a goose farm? Didn't you see that the young girl couldn't find a chance to answer you? Raise your hand if you want to ask a question, and then you can speak when I call on you. Thanks to Yan Yuling's organization, order was finally restored. Sister Qili. The first person to ask a question was Luo Ruoei, who was the most popular among the people. Why are you wearing such ill-fitting clothes? Do you need me to help you change into something that fits? Qili looked down at her cuffs and said softly, because I think my hands are ugly. Luo Ruoei smiled and gently guided. How could that be? You're so cute, how could your hands not be pretty? Everyone likes you. Whenever you show your hands, everyone will compliment how beautiful they are. Really? A glint of light flashed in Qili's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she reached out from her sleeve. A metal palm. What, is it a replacement prosthetic body? Su Ting could hardly believe his eyes. The girl's hands and arms were cut off and completely replaced with metal prosthetics. The skin was cut off, the muscles were removed, the bones were severed, the blood vessels were sewn up, and the nerves were altered, leaving only an ugly lump of metal. Clearly, this is the most powerful and aggressive of all cybernetic bodies, an alternative cybernetic body that even most Blackwater gang outlaws dare not install. Qili is quite a character. Su Ting herself only uses an implanted prosthesis, and she still needs to take prosthesis inhibitors every week. She replaced both of her hands with metal prosthetics. She'll probably have to drink prosthetic inhibitors like cola. After he showed his hands, an eerie silence fell over the coffee shop. Upon seeing this, Qili immediately withdrew her hands, her eyes brimming with tears. I'm sorry, I'm so ugly. I will hide them carefully from now on. Actually, they weren't disgusted by the ugliness, but rather frightened. Su Ting's eyes of fear had already captured several targets that he could control. In the minds of most residents of Hezi City, alternative prosthetic bodies are equivalent to cyberpsychosis. Cyberpsychosis is seen by citizens as a mobile natural disaster that kills you if you encounter it. They are powerful and insane, attacking every unfortunate passerby indiscriminately, causing massive casualties. Given this understanding, it's understandable that the maids were frightened. Haha. Luo Ruoei was the first to regain her composure. She had just seen a lot at the gift-giving cult and was not frightened by this little thing. Everyone was just a little surprised, which is why they didn't say anything. She abruptly changed the subject, skipping over the topic of whether her hands are pretty or not. Qili is really brave to undergo prosthetic body modification. If anything happens in the store in the future, Qili, you can use your prosthetic body to help everyone. Yes, I won't stand idly by. Qili regained her composure and responded earnestly to Luo Ruoei's words. Although my hands often don't obey my commands, and my parents say I'm clumsy, I'm a bit at a loss about it. But to meet everyone's expectations, I will do everything in my power to improve myself and become proficient in the store. Why use a string of idioms containing the character for hand at a time like this? Upon hearing a series of words related to hands, the maids became even more frightened, and the area that the Eye of Fear could control expanded once again. Is there anyone else who wants to chat with Qili? Yan Yuling asked in an attempt to ease the tension. This time, no one raised their hand. The scene immediately became very awkward. Seeing Qili's increasingly depressed mood, Su Ting sighed inwardly and raised his right hand. Su Ting, you speak. Yan Yuling quickly called Su Ting. Hello Qili, my name is Su Ting. I'm a new employee who joined the company about 10 days earlier than you. As fellow newcomers, we can help each other and learn and improve together. Let's work hard together in the time ahead. Su Ting is not good at socializing, so he can only say some formulaic phrases. But this formulaic approach is very effective. Qili's face flushed red, and she pressed herself close to him excitedly, saying earnestly, Really? Can I learn alongside you, senior? Of course, let's work together. Qili burst into tears. She reached out to wipe away her tears, which pooled in the rust on the back of her hand. Thank you so much, senior. I will try my best not to hold you back. This child cries way too easily. Su Ting couldn't help but worry about her future. Even the crows share the same opinion. This child is actually not suited to be a magical girl. Even if she signs the contract, she will quickly accumulate too much pressure and be destroyed by resentment. Su Ting sat on his bed in the dormitory and let out a long sigh of relief. It's over. Luo Ruoyi handed her a bottle of water and sat down next to her. I'm done, but Qili isn't. Su Ting took the bottled water but didn't drink it, instead sighing. This girl has really had a tough time. Because of the unrest in Hezi City, the coffee shop was closed for half a day, and the employees who took leave out of concern for their safety were rewarded with a perfect attendance bonus. But Su Ting didn't gain anything from it. For a short period of time, Su Ting got through the day by standing guard and unloading ammunition. However, with Wu Wangkai's order, after Su Ting was officially promoted, she had no choice but to undergo maid training. Even now, during rest time, it's the same. Tea ceremony etiquette, hospitality, cooking techniques, service spirit. The last time Su Ting was exposed to so many courses at the same time was when he first started as a mercenary. Qili suffered alongside her. Su Ting is skilled with guns and is also quite dexterous. He did not encounter any difficulties in his cultivation. But Qili is different. What's wrong with Qili? Her hands were shaking so badly that she broke 6 teacups, added half a spoonful more sugar than needed 12 times in a row, and even accidentally smashed a cast iron pot. A hint of sympathy crept into Su Ting's words. She was so anxious that she kept crying, but the more anxious she became, the worse she did. I tried to teach her how to control her strength, but I still couldn't hold her down. Didn't you press it down? Luo Ruoyi covered her mouth in surprise and whispered in Su Ting's ear. But you didn't even become the cult leader. In her mind, Su Ting was able to fight tentacle monsters with a military knife, and he was a being of strength to uproot mountains and spirit to cover the world. Su Ting shook his head. I can only handle implanted prosthetics. Qili's hands are military-grade replacement prosthetics. I can't win a direct strength contest. After actually touching it a few times, Su Ting roughly understood the design of Qili's prosthetic body. Mustard Seed series of prosthetic bodies. Its performance is relatively weak, the demand for prosthetic inhibitors is low, and it is mostly used on covered fronts rather than on the front lines. It has been discontinued for 4 years due to poor sales, and it is not a product of Tianyi Group. This makes Qili's origins even more mysterious. Tianyi Group wouldn't use other companies' products to equip Qili with a prosthetic body. Where did this girl get her alternative prosthetic body from? Moreover, the prosthetic body has a very significant impact on her health. Theoretically speaking, because of the existence of brain-computer interfaces, people can use prosthetics much more flexibly than using their original bodies. However, Qili kept making mistakes and clearly couldn't control her strength. Her brain has probably been damaged by the prosthetics. Su Ting couldn't help but speak up. Excessive use of prosthetic inhibitors can damage brain nerves, and many veterans suffer from epilepsy for life even after all their prosthetics have been removed. Qili has a gentle personality and may have taken an overdose of inhibitors because she was overly worried about cyberpsychosis. I hope the bosses can help treat it. Hearing Su Ting's words, Luo Ruoyi, who was standing to the side, looked very surprised. She placed her hands on the table and pressed on. Su Ting, why are you putting so much effort into Qili's matter? I'm not saying you're bad or anything, it's just that in my impression you shouldn't be such a gentle person, right? Gentle? Su Ting was taken aback. She reflected on her day and realized that she had indeed put too much thought into Qili. Is Qili an important figure because she possesses the potential to become a magical girl? No, it's not just for that reason. Yan Yuling is also an important person. Su Ting still addresses her by her official title. The real reason is probably, I should be feeling sorry for her. Su Ting looked at Luo Ruoyi, but his thoughts drifted away into the distance. Because she and my sister are similar in some ways. Is Su Ting's older sister shorter than you? Luo Ruoyi was taken aback. No, it's that they're all missing limbs. And they're not very bright either. Su Ting's explosive words stunned Luo Ruoyi, but the former was completely oblivious, continuing to speak to herself. My sister had a brain tumor when she was a child. Because we didn't have the money, we delayed treatment. Even though she had surgery to remove it later, she still had sequelae because the surgery was too late. Her lower body is completely paralyzed, but she can still move her hands, though she's just as clumsy as Qili. Every autumn, my sister would knit sweaters for the children at the orphanage. Despite knitting it countless times, she would always end up with blisters on her hands from pricking the needles. I see. Luo Ruoyi nodded. Then I'll put in a little more effort to help Qili. The other maids are a little afraid of her, so you should try to appease her more often, Su Ting said. Don't try to help. You won't be able to handle it if the prosthetic body goes out of control. These words were spoken by Yan Yuling to Su Ting, and now Su Ting has passed them on to Luo Ruoyi. The two chatted for a while longer, until it was almost dinner time. As they got up and headed towards the kitchen, they bumped into Yan Yuling. I happen to need to speak with you. I've spoken with the boss, and the chaos in Hezi City will probably continue for a while. The coffee shop is going to be closed for the next few days. Are you planning to go home, or stay here? This question was clearly directed at Luo Ruoyi. After the matter of the gift-giving ceremony was resolved, Luo Ruoei could now openly return home. Sister Ruoei should be going home, right? Su Ting spoke first. Luo Ruoei glanced at Su Ting in surprise, then, understanding the unspoken message, said, Sister Su Ting was right, I really do plan to go home. You can stay with me for a few days if you want. Clever. Su Ting praised Luo Ruoei in his heart. The chaos in Hell City is largely related to magical girls, and Su Ting, being a magical girl herself, naturally wants to get involved, hence the reason for leaving the coffee shop. Luo Ruoei knew that Su Ting was a magical girl and also knew the cause of the chaos, but it was indeed not easy to figure this out based on this information. I'd also like to live with Sister Ruoei. The foreman wants my maid to undergo training. You've been given a holiday, but I haven't. And they haven't paid me a salary yet. The last sentence was muttered under his breath. The supervisor was Yen Yuling. After the store manager returned, she went back to her original post. Although Yen Yuling is a terrifying magical girl from the Tianyi group, she is surprisingly a shy person. Sure enough, under the dual pressure of training on rest days and unpaid wages, she guiltily turned her head away and said, If you want to rest, of course I won't force you to do training. Regarding your salary, your account has been opened, and I was planning to give it to you tomorrow. If you really want to leave with Luo Ruoei, I'll arrange for someone to take you both home, and I'll give you your account and salary when the holiday is over. It became. Su Ting happily took Yen Yuling's hand and feigned gratitude. Thank you, supervisor. I will definitely make the most of my holiday to repay your kindness. Woman. A very short woman. Through the bulletproof glass, Recursion immediately saw through the newcomer's true identity hidden under the cloak. If it were one of those shady characters who called themselves middlemen, they would surely look down on the other party because of this. But Recursion will not. On the contrary, he became even more vigilant. The power gap between men and women can be easily bridged by cybernetic bodies, not to mention the magical girl thing. At this critical juncture, seeing a petite girl is far more terrifying than seeing a cybernetic hunky man. What do you want me to do? Recursion gets straight to the point, no fluff. The other party arranged to meet him online. Not many people know about this channel, so she most likely has connections with people who do. Who could it be? He recursively listed his partners in his mind, but couldn't find a clue. I would like to ask you to investigate the current situation of the disfigured. The other person's voice was very young, further confirming the Recursion's judgment of their identity. But what she said made Recursion extremely uneasy. It's common knowledge in the underworld that the person who lost his color is being hunted down by the Tianyi group. Nobody knows where he is right now. You should go find Mysterious Words, she's even better at intelligence analysis. However, the woman opposite her simply chuckled. Mr. Recursion, aren't you the middleman between the color loss and the Heavenly Will group? Didn't you notice anything amiss with him? This woman has already come to this level of understanding. Recursion never revealed this matter, only three forces knew that he was the one who connected the colorless ones and the Heavenly Will group. He himself, Tianyi group, and the one who lost his color. The disgraced one betrayed Tianyi group, ruining not only his future but also my reputation. Of course he won't come looking for me, because he knows I'll definitely tell Tianyi group about his whereabouts to salvage my reputation as the middleman. If the person who lost their color wanted to settle things peacefully and return what they took from Tianyi group, what would you do? The woman removed her cloak, revealing a face covered by a mask. Blood-red eyes pierced through the mask, casting an eerie gaze that made Recursion even more uneasy. What do you mean? He suppressed his emotions and tried to put pressure on the other person. Are you an accomplice of the thief? At this point, Tianyi group will not forgive him for stealing the goods, but you still have room to maneuver. Mr. Recursion, you've completely misunderstood my relationship with the colorless one. The woman spoke, her body trembling slightly, as if she were suppressing some emotion. What's your relationship with the loser? Recursion asked, gripping the gun hidden under the table. The woman pulled a red military knife from under her cloak. She is the daughter of the one who lost her color. This person was Su Ting. She concealed her face with a mask and cloak and contacted Recursion through channels in her memory, hoping to obtain information about the Tianyi group from him. The daughter of the disfigured? When did he get a daughter? Why did she pull out her military knife? Was she trying to cut through the bulletproof glass? A series of questions arose in Recursive's mind. Without time to think about them, he immediately slammed the button on the table. 2 more layers of bulletproof glass fell, separating Recursion and Su Ting. Recursion breathed a sigh of relief, picked up his gun, and got up to search for the secret communication terminal with Tianyi group. Tianyi group offered him extremely generous terms, enough to make him forget the neutrality principle of intermediaries and betray the disgraced person to this giant corporation. After all, it was the loser who betrayed first, so his recursion was just a reasonable response. But where does this daughter of the fated one come from? Never mind her, this woman trying to use a knife against bulletproof glass is probably a complete idiot. Once Tianyi group has her captured, there will be plenty of time to pry her out of her mouth. Click. An ominous voice sounded from behind. Recursion looked back in astonishment and saw a red blade protruding from the bulletproof glass, seemingly having pierced it. That's impossible. Even if the daughter of the disfigured man had a prosthetic body that provided her with sufficient strength, and used extremely powerful new synthetic materials, she couldn't possibly cut through bulletproof glass. It's simply not possible in principle. Bulletproof glass contains polycarbonate, which should envelop the blade and absorb the force of the attack. Looking at the absurd scene before him, he couldn't help but feel fear. Stop what you're doing and open the door for me. Unable to control its own behavior, recursion succumbed to the power of the Eye of Fear. Seeing that the plan had succeeded, Su Ting couldn't help but hum to himself. Although Su Ting also had the means to break through bulletproof glass head-on, it would be better to be able to skip class by strategy. She didn't actually cut through the bulletproof glass, she just infused more magic into the saber, creating a red glow around it. As it turns out, recursion really isn't easily frightened and was immediately captured by the Eye of Fear. Is he inherently timid and afraid of trouble, or is he feeling guilty for doing something wrong? The fear of recursion was not immense. After executing the command, he broke free from the control of the Eye of Fear. But at this moment, Su Ting had already arrived in front of him, so it didn't matter whether he could move or not. Do you know what the disfigured man stole? The recursion provided no answer, but the Eye of Fear showed that his fear had once again increased to a manageable level. Answer me. I know, it was Tianyi Group that told me. The color loser stole the magical girls contract. How much do you know about magical girls? Who told you that? Magical girls are a secret force developed by the Tianyi Group. They can grant girls of marriageable age immense power simply by using a contract, making them unmatched even with prosthetic bodies. No wonder he was so panicked. It turns out he realized she was a magical girl and thought of the unrivaled evaluation. A small portion of this intelligence came from the Tianyi Group, but most of it came from superstition. Mystery? That information broker? Tell me more. Mystery sold me a piece of information about the airport number 1 bombing half a month ago. She said the bomber did it because he wanted to steal the contract documents in the airport. She revealed some information about magical girls, and said she had a contract document, asking if I was interested. I thought she was bluffing me, so I refused. It wasn't until Tianyi Group contacted me that I realized she was telling the truth. Su Ting, puzzled, twisted recursion's collar and asked, "You didn't sell the myth to the Heavenly Will Group?" No, I wanted to say it, but as soon as the thought crossed my mind, I felt an extremely strong resistance. So when I learned that she already had magical girls under her command, I didn't dare to say it. Su Ting raised an eyebrow. You're not resisting now. I resist, but your magic is more powerful. Recursively answer truthfully. Just now, Su Ting claimed to be the daughter of the Lost One. She said this not only out of a morbid sense of humor, but also out of other considerations. She has no intention of giving up the title of the Fated One, so she needs an identity that can inherit the title of the Fated One. Because the one who lost her color was a well-known lone wolf, she couldn't claim to be a subordinate or disciple, so she could only fabricate a close relationship. Based on Su Ting's gender and appearance, she has 3 options to choose from. Firstly, there is the lover who claims to be a person who has lost their beauty. It's not uncommon for lovers to inherit code names in the mercenary world, and this reason is convincing. Su Ting is also able to play this role well based on his understanding of himself. But she felt so uncomfortable with it that she rejected it. Secondly, there are the sisters who claim to be the ones who have lost their color. Inheritance based on blood ties is in line with public understanding, and Su Ting was transformed into a woman rather than reincarnated, so genetic testing could not detect any problems. But Su Ting really does have older and younger sisters. She abandoned her original name and only operated under the code name The Disfigured, fearing that her enemies would trace her back to the orphanage. After someone claims to be the sister of a disfigured person, many people will definitely investigate the sister of a disfigured person. If they find out something, it will be a loss for them. In the end, the only option left was to say that she was her own daughter. Nearly half of the mercenaries have weak family values, no intention of having children, but strong sexual desires. Those who suppress their own desires and maintain their integrity, like Su Ting, are ultimately a minority among the minority. The story of a womanizer unexpectedly having a daughter while seeking pleasure is easily believable. As for the flaw that the person who lost their color doesn't look like someone who has a daughter, they could also explain it away by saying they used methods to preserve their youthful appearance. Those 100-year-old monsters in Tianyi Group all look to be in their prime, so it wouldn't be difficult for the disfigured to have plastic surgery to look like they're in their early 20s. This kind of statement can also mislead the investigation of other forces, who will assume that the person who lost their color is an older man, making it even more difficult to find out the true identity of the person who lost their color. Su Ting made up her mind and decided to always refer to herself as the daughter of the colorless. The same thing happened when I met Mysterious Words later. She has managed to extract the contact information with the mysterious words from the controlled recursive mouth, and has also obtained a large amount of information that may be useful in the future. But she was not satisfied with that. Speaking of which, I saw something in the Viper's memories. He bribed an employee of Tianyi Group to obtain the address of one of my safe houses. How did Tianyi Group know my safe house address? And not just in one place, but at least in 4. Do you have any clues about this? Recursion nodded blankly and replied, I told Tianyi Group. You? How did you find out the location of the lost one's safe house? I once secretly installed nano locator on a person who had lost his color during a commission, and thus tracked his movements over a period of time. I analyzed the terrain and guessed a few possible locations for safe houses. The nano locator is a miniature positioning device developed by Kashiwada Technology. It can burrow into the human epidermis and continuously send positioning signals to the mother worm. Like other mysterious gadgets from Keikata Technology, this device is extremely expensive. It seems you've been planning to betray the loser for a long time. Once the one who lost his color dies, all the treasures in those safe houses will be yours. What a clever scheme, Su Ting said sourly. She had been working with Recursion for several years, and she thought that even if there was no camaraderie, there should be some foundation of trust between them. As it turns out, they were already prepared to lick his bag. She broke free from the control of the Eye of Fear, and Recursion regained its clarity. Then, she took out the memory extraction device. This one is still the best. You can extract memories and search for whatever you want to ask without worrying about information distortion during the question and answer process. More importantly, it's really great for relieving stress. Recursion is also a user of Keikata Technology, so naturally they can recognize what this is. He forced himself to remain calm, making a final struggle. I have the secrets of the Tianyi group in my mind. They won't let you off the hook once they find out what you've done. You are not the one who lost his color. You can completely extricate yourself from his feud with Tianyi group. There is no need for you to get involved in this mess. You're wearing a mask, I've never seen your face, and I have no idea who you are. Su Ting stared at the Recursion, waiting for it to finish speaking before speaking himself. You gave the colorless one so much help after he was being hunted down. Why should I let you go? Recursion, working at full speed, said. Is the person who has lost their color really good to you? I've never heard of the color loser having a daughter. He's a workaholic among mercenaries, so he probably hasn't fulfilled his duty to raise you, has he? He offended the Tianyi group, and the Tianyi group wants him dead. He is doomed. You don't need to go down this deadly path for him. Su Ting tilted his head and answered. But I'm a magical girl. Will the Tianyi group let the magical girl go? Recursion was immediately rendered speechless. Seeing that Recursion couldn't offer any meaningful explanation, Su Ting lost interest and stuck the memory extraction device to the back of Recursion's neck. Knowing its death was imminent, Recursion ceased its struggle and instead cursed with all its might. You little beast with no parents will die soon, and you'll die a more gruesome death than I did. They will defeat you, capture you, humiliate you, torture you, destroy everything you have, and then do everything you can imagine. The pain from the memory extraction device silenced the clamor of Recursion, but his words lingered in Su Ting's mind for a long time. Su Ting was well aware of the power and cruelty of fate. They could turn Hezi City into a living hell, so they could certainly let her experience real hell. If possible, she would love to have never been enemies with the Tianyi group, and instead live a peaceful life, honestly committing murder and robbery in the lower city. But Tianyi group wouldn't let her live like this, Hez Hikang wouldn't let her live like this, and fate wouldn't let her live like this either. So she had no choice but to keep going until she could fight her way out. Why have I become so sentimental? It must be caused by hormones. Su Ting mocked himself as he finished off the recursive function that was still barely hanging on. She put her earlier emotions behind her and began licking the recursive bag with great interest. After she took control of the gift-giving cult, its secret strongholds became suitable storage locations. She no longer needs to pick up only the important items like when killing vipers, now she can take as much as she can get. After working for quite some time, she finally managed to take stock of the wealth she could carry with her. Besides the usual gold bars, guns, ammunition, medicine, and electronic equipment, Su Ting also obtained the nano-locator worm that he recursively used to sabotage himself. Recursion cherishes this treasure and rarely uses it, it's still about 80% new. Su Ting accepted it with a smile. There is so much tangible wealth, not to mention intangible wealth. The most crucial element is undoubtedly the way to contact the superstition. Mystery clearly possesses the magical girl contract document, making him an absolute key figure. Following the tone of the recursive memory, Su Ting contacted Mi Yan, expressing that she wanted to consider the thing I mentioned before. Mystery quickly replied, "If you're not recursive, then who are you? Were you seen through?" Before Su Ting could take any further action, Mi Yan sent another message. You don't need to hide it anymore. Recursion doesn't have the ability to bring up this topic proactively. Reveal your identity, and perhaps we can have a talk. Su Ting no longer concealed his intentions and stated directly, I don't belong to Tianyi Group, otherwise I wouldn't be the one contacting you. I learned about that thing from the recursive person himself. You should understand what this means. The communication interface remained silent for a moment, then a line of characters was typed. What do you want to do? I'd like to buy one item. How much does it cost? The goods are sold out, it's not a good idea to keep this kind of stuff. If you can shut up the recursion, it proves that you've at least left one copy. If there's one, there will be two. From Mian's perspective, since she suddenly came into contact with a large number of magical girl contract documents and had the right to sell them, she would inevitably try to get her hands on this power. Sell all the contracts and documents? Only a fool would believe that. Sure enough, the mystery quickly replied. I need to know your position before I can sell you the goods. Su Ting thought for a moment and wrote. My stance is the same as yours. If Tianyi Group finds out my identity, I will die. If Tianyi Group finds out about your actions, you will die. Our core interests do not conflict, which makes cooperation possible. You're the middleman, you should understand this principle. The mystery refrained from further questioning and responded. Online communication is not secure. If you want to continue, I can send someone to meet you in person for a private chat. Send someone. Su Ting questioned. I will send someone to shut up recursion to meet with you. In other words, she is a magical girl under the command of Mystery. Although Mayan is a woman, she is well over 18 years old and is a well-established middleman and intelligence broker. She can't become a magical girl. Therefore, she dared not meet Su Ting, who was suspected to be a magical girl. The tragic recursion has demonstrated the risks of ordinary people sharing a room with magical girls. If the latter harbors murderous intent, the former has virtually no chance of resistance. Mystery has no alternative prosthetic body and remains within the realm of ordinary people, unable to fight against a magical girl before her metamorphosis. In this situation, her decision to send a magical girl to meet with Su Ting was a very rational one. Su Ting understood the other party's intentions, so he didn't dwell on it and started discussing the specific meeting arrangements. They quickly agreed on a time and place, as well as a secret code for meeting. The meeting with Mayan's men went smoothly. The meeting place was a movie theater located in a commercial area. In fact, the profession of police exists in the setting of Hezi City. Because of the unique local customs and traditions of the lower district, they usually do not consider the lower district as part of their jurisdiction. However, the commercial district is where money is made, so it cannot be compared with other parts of the downtown area. Whether it's the shopping mall Su Ting and Luo Ruoyi visited before, or the movie theater they're going to now, there are security personnel and drones patrolling here, so gangs won't fight here. In the event of a security incident, armed forces will be quickly deployed to provide support. Even though the downtown area is now in complete chaos, this place is still a rare haven of peace. Su Ting bought a movie ticket at a premium in cash and went into the screening room. Then, she summoned a magic ball and began scanning the audience in the theater. As agreed with Mayan, there should be a girl on the field carrying a special wooden plaque. The other party will hide the plaque in their bag, and it can only be scanned with magic. During this meeting, both sides were extremely wary of each other, yet they had to try their best to appear friendly. Su Ting needs to risk being ambushed to reach the meeting place. Mi Yan, on the other hand, had his subordinates passively wait for Su Ting, thus returning some of the initiative to the latter. Su Ting quickly found the girl he was looking for. This was the third magical girl Su Ting had met besides Yan Yuling and himself. She had a chestnut-colored ponytail and wore a simple black dress. Apart from her excellent appearance, she was almost an ordinary girl. Crow, observe whether the other party is a magical girl. My contractor really knows how to boss people around. The crow grumbled and flew to the girl's side not far away. After a while, it fluttered back and said, the other party is indeed a magical girl, and she doesn't have a magic core, so she should be about the same level as you. Considering your magical strength and combat skills, you have the upper hand in this fight. You confirmed it so quickly. Su Ting was somewhat surprised. It didn't happen this quickly when you were looking at Yan Yuling. Can she be the same? She's at a higher level. When you use your divine sense to probe the chi refining stage versus the foundation establishment stage, the former is definitely easier. Since the other party is indeed a magical girl, then Mayan has truly shown sincerity. Su Ting sat down in the empty seat next to the girl and said the agreed upon code. Do you prefer magical girls' outfits or their abilities? The term magical girl has gained immense popularity due to the magical girl epitaph incident 2 days ago. Cinemas quickly used AI and old films to create a bunch of magical girl-themed movies, and the one Su Ting was in was also a magical girl-themed movie. Therefore, this question is not unexpected. I prefer the core of magical girls. The other party perfectly matched the code and handed over a key card. What happened next was simple. The two left one after the other as if they were going to the restroom, and headed to the VIP room of the movie theater. My name is Grey Raven, the magical girl Grey Raven, and I am a subordinate of Lord Mystery. I have a special way of communicating with Lady Mystery. You can take my words as her words. The other party first introduced themselves. Wow, it's a distant relative of Crow's. Su Ting first made a sarcastic remark in his mind, then slowly and deliberately spoke. Just call me the one who has lost his color. Grey Raven's expression froze for a moment, clearly indicating that he knew the name. She waited a moment, then spoke. What is your relationship with your ex, the disfigured one? I'm his daughter. As for how I became a magical girl, I don't think I need to explain further, right? The Grey Crow waited a while longer before nodding and speaking. How much of a purchase contract do you have in mind? She would pause for a moment before speaking, presumably waiting for instructions from the mysterious words. That depends on what price you're willing to offer. Master Mayan has already made enough money from his transactions with others, so ordinary prices are unlikely to sway us. Then offer an unusual price. Su Ting comfortably lay on the leather sofa in the VIP room and responded. Not everyone has the aptitude to be a magical girl. Even if you have enough contract documents, you can't immediately produce several magical girls. Do you need a magical girl who is familiar with the rules of the lower city, has combat experience, and possesses her own innate magic? You want to join us? Grey Raven asked. No, I only want cooperation between mercenaries and middlemen. The price is a magical girl's contract. The Grey Crow fell into a long silence. Finally, she spoke. Lady Mystic agrees to this deal. She needs the loser of color to do 3 things for her, and then she will deliver the contract to you. I can do 3 things, but I require advance payment and a written contract after the first thing is completed. Su Ting bargained, knowing it would be a tough battle. The mercenaries wanted more, while the middlemen wanted the mercenaries to contribute more, leading to endless wrangling between the two sides. Su Ting had been living like this for 8 years, but to her surprise, the other party agreed. But the first thing you'll do will be the most dangerous task, and you'll need to be prepared for that. The most dangerous mission? Tell me more, Su Ting asked. Instead of answering directly, Grey Crow probed Su Ting's intentions. Before introducing the task, I still have some minor doubts about your abilities. This is my personal opinion, and it has nothing to do with Master Mian. So how do you plan to verify my abilities? Su Ting asked, unsurprised. To be polite, she sat up straight and secretly activated her magic. Judging from the other party's intentions, they must be preparing to exchange a few blows with me. She had encountered something similar when she first started out as a mercenary. At that time, the employer sent one of his men to test his mettle, so Su Ting engaged in a brief close-quarters fight with the man. In the end, Su Ting was no match for his opponent's elbow strike, and was knocked back a few steps, leaning against the wall to catch his breath. The other party immediately made a mocking gesture, and the employer shook his head almost imperceptibly. But when Su Ting raised the gun he had taken from his opponent's waist and pointed it at him, everyone present changed their expressions. Later, the employer at the time had his head blown off by his enemies. The employer's brother and son also began fighting over the inheritance. The former rival sided with the younger brother, while the employer's son spent a fortune to hire the already famous disgraced. The opponent knew that the colorless one's greatest strength was his marksmanship, so he went to great lengths to create a situation where he could engage the colorless one in close combat. However, this time, his defeat was undisputed. Several years have passed in the blink of an eye, and Su Ting has unexpectedly encountered an employer who wants to test his abilities again. Then let's go. With the guidance of the crow, I have already learned the basics of magic offense and defense, and I am confident that I can win this match. The Grey Crow opposite him stood up from his chair with a serious expression, took a deep breath, and asked loudly, "What is your innate magic?" "Okay." Seeing that Su Ting did not answer, Grey Crow continued. "The mission is dangerous. If your innate magic is useless, then we might as well complete the mission ourselves." They actually asked directly? That's not how the mercenary industry works. You should pretend to be dissatisfied first, and test Su Ting's strength on behalf of the boss. Then I will calmly deal with the situation, and while leaving myself some room for maneuver, I will defeat you gracefully. Then your boss will step in to smooth things over, and both sides will tacitly let the matter drop before discussing mission-related matters again. During this stage, both sides continue to probe each other and respond to each other's moves. After a period of adjustment, they will reveal some of their abilities and demonstrate their areas of expertise. But in the end, they will still keep a trump card up their sleeve, so that they won't be at a disadvantage if their employer betrays them in the future. Miss Grey Raven, asking about your innate magic right now will really hurt the feelings of our mercenaries. I can't reveal my innate magic, just think of me as a special combatant who can handle complex missions. Su Ting politely declined to reveal his abilities. The Grey Crow looked troubled. Is it really not going to work? It really won't work. Su Ting placed her hands on her knees and offered her advice. If you want to use my abilities to formulate your battle plan, you can refer to the past mission cases of the losers. I can handle similar missions. Just as the Grey Crow was about to say something, it suddenly covered its ears and squinted its eyes in the corresponding direction. Then, she spoke up sullenly. I apologize, new generation of losers. I have already asked Grey Raven to repeat my words exactly and will not act on my own again. I understand your concerns, but what's so expensive that the contract is for a magical girl, not a legendary mercenary. Our mission requires a special spell that can break the deadlock, not experienced combatants. I won't ask you what your magic is specifically, I'll only ask one question. Without using hacking techniques, do you have the ability to crack the TNE Group's security access control system? TNE Group's security access control system. As expected, Mi Yan wanted to make sure that the dangerous mission he was carrying out was inextricably linked to the TNE Group. And what's wrong with Grey Raven? Why did it suddenly cover its ears? Its expression is just like someone's grabbing its ears. It can be done under certain conditions. As long as Su Ting gets close to someone with access to the security access control system, she can use her Eye of Fear to control that person and bypass the access control. Okay, Grey Raven replied. Grey Raven, get the documents ready. This sentence doesn't need simultaneous interpretation. Sorry, Master Mian. Grey Raven removed his hand from his ear, got up and walked to the printer that had been prepared in advance, and quickly printed out several pages of the contract. Su Ting took the contract and noticed that it had a glowing circular mark on it. I never expected to see this mark again. The crow suddenly spoke. What is this mark? The crow launched into a long-winded explanation. It was first created more than 100 years ago, during the later stages of the War of Evil Gods. At that time, the power of the apostles of the evil gods was almost at its peak, and the frequency of the appearance of evil beasts was also at its highest during the War of the Evil Gods. In order to deal with the growing threat of evil beasts, magical girls from different cities, factions, and races have decided to unite and form a unified organization to minimize the gaps and conflicts between magical girls and maximize their war capabilities. This is the process of establishing the Magical Girl Alliance. Su Ting asked, puzzled, what does this have to do with this mark? Don't rush, let me finish. Su Ting had no choice but to pretend to check the contents of the document while waiting for the crow to finish telling the story. Humans obey the law because there are violent institutions that can punish those who break the law. But at the time, there was already a shortage of magical girls, so it was impossible to set up an additional law enforcement agency. Magic was the only option for punishment. So after several days of research, dozens of magical girls from all over the world joined forces to create a magic spell, the Mark of Honesty. Documents bearing the Mark of Honesty bind the magical girl who signs them. If she chooses to violate the terms of the document, she will suffer the backlash of her own magic. Then different magical girls improved the magical structure of the Mark of Honesty, eventually simplifying it to a version that even magical girls in the coloring stage could use. This is the mark in front of you. This mystery is quite something. It can actually use a simplified version of the city mark. This thing is much harder to obtain than a contract document. Why don't you just say it's something like a vow spell from a cultivation novel? The contract is fair to both parties, guarantees their common interests, prohibits betrayal and breach of contract, and stipulates that the contract document will be provided after the first task is completed. Su Ting was very satisfied with this and chose to sign him. After the contract was signed, Su Ting's magic immediately showed a slight fluctuation, which was a sign that the Mark of Honesty was taking effect. Now that we've signed the contract, we can tell you the details of the mission. Grey Crow didn't mince words and said directly, the Tianyi group wants to wipe out all the magical girls in the lower city. We need to strike first, infiltrate a heavily fortified factory, and disrupt their plans. Although people say that Tianyi Group is a behemoth, Tianyi Group has never been a whole without internal divisions. Mystery obtained the contract documents through some channel and sold them to various forces, which is clearly a dereliction of duty by some people within the Tianyi Group. Their first reaction was to resolve the matter quickly and discreetly to avoid being held accountable by higher authorities. So they sent out several small teams to track down the whereabouts of the contract documents, during which time the incident of the employees fighting against the Blackwater gang occurred. But the situation changed after the Epitaph incident. Now that the entire city of Hezi knows about the magical girl's existence, the top executives of Tianyi Group are bound to be furious. So they issued a new order. The problem of popularizing magical girls can be solved in one fell swoop. Is the above information based on your speculation, or your investigation? Su Ting asked. Master Mayan has informants within the Tianyi Group. This analysis combines facts and speculation. The Grey Crow said. She then went on to recount the details of the operation. Tianyi Group has deployed a swarm of drones capable of detecting magical fluctuations within a certain range in the lower city. Once deployed, the swarm will scan the entire lower city, leaving no place for any magical girl, including you and me, to hide. Crow echoed in the team chat. Tianyi Group has this capability. Those drones should be equipped with alchemy units, similar in principle to magic balls. I can mask your magic fluctuations, but the others are beyond saving. Su Ting nodded, then anxiously pressed for an answer. So we need to destroy those drone swarms first. Yes, according to reliable intelligence, Tianyi Group will transport the container containing the bees to a factory in the lower city the day after tomorrow morning and complete the deployment that night. We need to infiltrate that factory, blow up those drones, and stop the Tianyi Group's scheme. Su Ting rested his chin on his hand and pondered for several minutes before finally shaking his head. Tianyi Group will definitely guard the area heavily. It's wishful thinking to think that we can solve the problem by relying solely on special operations. The Grey Crow answered confidently. What if a large number of forces simultaneously attacked several key strongholds of the Tianyi Group in the lower city on that day, drawing their troops away? A large force? How much? A major power that has purchased almost all the contract documents, Grey Raven said solemnly. The Klein House, the Blood Oath Society, the Southeast Alliance, the Blackwater Gang who have a grudge against your father, and the Nest that never participates in the conflicts of Hell City, and so on and so forth. The Tianyi Group's attempt to expose all the magical girls has touched upon the underlying interests of these forces. While it's impossible for them to fight side by side, it's feasible to have them each take charge of a Tianyi Group stronghold. A grand gesture. A chill ran through Su Ting's heart. Selling contracts and documents, possessing the Mark of Honesty, stirring up trouble in most of the lower city, and even extending their tentacles into the Tianyi Group. Even Epitaph incidents may be related to superstitions. Does this woman, Mayan, really want to drive Tianyi Group out of the lower city? If it succeeds, it will indeed be a great thing that everyone can celebrate. Setting aside his preconceived notions, Su Ting pointed out a new problem. Even if we disperse Tianyi Group's forces, it will still be difficult for us to infiltrate the factory. Even if I crack the access control system, it's the same. The factory is full of cameras and patrol teams. Tianyi Group will not let its guard down, and it is very difficult for us to even get close. The Grey Crow still had that confident look on its face. She clapped her hands and gave a command to the air. Come forth, illusion. Su Ting looked in astonishment at what was behind Grey Crow. Could there be an invisible magical girl here all along? Why didn't the crow warn her? But the air was completely silent. Grey Raven's confident smile became somewhat stiff. She clapped her hands again and said, Huan Guang, stop fooling around and come out now. This is not the time to argue with me. The VIP room was as usual. The crow chuckled and said arrogantly, if there really were some magical girl who could turn invisible here, I would have told you already. A girl of this caliber can't fool my eyes. Then, it appeared on Su Ting's shoulder, looked around, and said, Su Ting, open the door, there might be a surprise. Su Ting reluctantly got up and opened the door. There was nothing outside, but Su Ting still deliberately left enough space for one person to pass through. She then closed the door and returned to her seat. Grey Crow watched Su Ting's actions, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Illusion light, come out. As she spoke, a girl with short blue hair appeared behind Grey Raven. The girl tilted her head back, striking a pose of profound mystery, and stared coldly at Su Ting. The Grey Crow lowered its head in despair. Huan Guang, are you locked out? Hey, how did you know, Crow? Huan Guang was shocked and covered her reddened cheeks with her hands. The Grey Crow didn't look up, but simply said, I wanted to give them a hard time, but I ended up falling flat on my face. We have completely betrayed Lord Mystery's trust. It is a disgrace to magical girls. Panic ensued. He shook Grey Raven's arm and said, Yeah, it's not that I don't want to come in, it's that you didn't give me the VIP room access card. I stayed hidden outside the whole time, and no one saw me. Grey Crow covered his face with his hands and said weakly, If you weren't discovered, did the person who lost their color open the door to get some fresh air? Besides, I deliberately gave you time to come in, so why didn't you come in then? Huan Guang scratched his head sheepishly and stammered. You set off, and I wanted to keep an eye on things for a while, but this magical girl walked too fast and I couldn't keep up. Actually, Su Ting habitually used anti-tracking techniques. After all, Su Ting was going to the meeting alone, so he had to remain vigilant. Unexpectedly, they actually managed to shake off an invisible female spy. Su Ting coughed twice, interrupting the conversation between the two distinctive young women. I saw the ability to become invisible. Can this phantom light make us invisible too? Yes. Huan Guang raised his hands and said, My innate magic, Huan Guang, can make objects optically invisible. With my current magic power, the largest object I can hide is a 5-meter-tall main battle mech. It's absolutely no problem for the three of us to remain invisible for half a day. Grey Crow rubbed his forehead and muttered idiot under his breath. He actually revealed the limits of his abilities. Su Ting originally thought that it was very unprofessional of Grey Raven to directly ask about his innate magic. But with the backdrop of the illusory light, Grey Raven still appears to be a shrewd and capable person. I have one last question. Suppressing a laugh, Su Ting spoke seriously. How should we deal with the magical girls under the Tianyi group? Neither Su Ting Grey Raven nor Huan Guang are feathered-level magical girls. If they were to encounter a feathered-level magical girl, even 3 of them would have a hard time putting up a fight against her. We also have contingency plans in case we have to fight against magical girls. The Grey Crow was prepared and took out a wooden stick. By infusing it with magic, we can unleash a powerful attack from a magical girl. Even a magical girl in the feather transformation stage, which is a higher realm than us, would be defeated by this attack. Hello, it's me. I won't be going back for the next couple of days. Okay, you'll have to handle it yourself. I'll let you know if there are any missions. After hanging up the phone with Luo Ruoyi, Su Ting turned his attention back to the 2 people in front of him. Magical girl Grey Raven is contacting Mystery Words to coordinate the personnel and tools Su Ting needs. Meanwhile, the magical girl Huan Guang laid out a notebook filled with writing on the table, then closed her eyes, muttered incantations, and recited the contents of the notebook. That document contained the battle plan proposed by Su Ting, revised by Grey Crow, and ultimately approved by Mi Yan. The goal of the plan is to gain access to the access control system. To achieve this goal, Su Ting needs to use the Eye of Fear to control a manager of the Tianyi group who has the authority. However, the managers of Tianyi group are different from gangsters, middlemen, and doomsday cultists. They belong to the upper class, which is very similar to people like Su Ting from the lower city. Therefore, after careful consideration, Su Ting decided to attack the security convoy that his target was traveling with. You who have lost your color, we have prepared everything you want. Grey Raven handed over a list fresh from the printer and said, Is there anything else you need? Su Ting confirmed several times before saying definitively, No, there aren't any. Really? Grey Crow gazed earnestly at Su Ting, its large eyes blinking. Su Ting shook his head. This is enough. If you're still worried, you can prepare more reserves. The Grey Crow shook its head vigorously, then spoke with great anticipation. That's not what I meant. Are you really not asking for anything else? Su Ting, confused by the Grey Crow's actions, tentatively asked. How about you give me a hint? Grey Raven gritted his teeth and gave a very obvious hint, magical girl. Su Ting glanced at the illusionary light and said with a sudden realization, You noticed my concerns too. Indeed, I am also worried about Huan Guang's performance. Her invisibility magic is an extremely important part of the plan. If she makes a mistake, the whole plan could be ruined. The colorless one is a typical lone wolf among mercenaries. Su Ting is not good at close cooperation with others and is not suited to situations that require teamwork and adaptability. If a teammate makes a mistake due to a lack of ability, she finds it difficult to rectify the situation in time. Su Ting was still unsure of the true strength of Huan Guang's innate magic, but the naivete Huan Guang displayed truly startled him. But Grey Crow didn't mean what Su Ting thought. That's not what I meant. Grey Raven, as if all its strength had been drained, sat helplessly beside Su Ting and slowly spoke. I'm a magical girl too, why won't I be allowed to participate in this mission? Because it's not necessary, Su Ting said bluntly. After signing the contract, the two sides established a foundation of trust and exchanged some information about their innate magic. Grey Raven's signature magic is jokingly referred to by herself as pinching voodoo dolls. She can create a cotton doll by using the target's body tissues, such as hair, blood, or dander. By applying attacks and magic to the doll, the effects can be transferred to the corresponding target in a certain proportion. This magic sounds powerful, but it actually has many limitations. Firstly, the rate of effect delivery is very low. Unlike in movies and TV shows where stabbing a voodoo doll can seriously injure a target, when you stab a voodoo doll with a needle, the target will actually only feel a slight prick. The cotton doll is only so big. Even if you blow it to smithereens with a bomb, the target will only suffer some but not much damage. The effect of transferring magic is somewhat better, but then a second limitation arises. The Grey Raven's magic consumes a great deal of mana. If you want to transfer a spell that costs 100 mana points, you will have to spend an additional 50 mana points on top of the original amount, ultimately resulting in less than 30% of the effect on the target. Even considering the guaranteed hit effect, such mana consumption is still unacceptable for a magical girl in the coloring stage. Furthermore, the magic of the Grey Raven is incompatible with the Eye of Fear. The Eye of Fear requires the other person's fear as a trigger, but the cotton doll has no fear. Even if you use a saber to infuse magic and forcibly control the opponent, the amount of magic injected is linked to the damage dealt, which brings us back to the first question. The cotton doll's health bar has such a high limit that Su Ting simply cannot inject enough magic power. Taking everything into consideration, Su Ting abandoned the idea of including Grey Raven in the plan and opted for the simple and direct invisibility magic instead. Hearing Su Ting's answer, the Grey Crow was sullen and unhappy. According to Su Ting's observation, Grey Raven is a girl with a strong sense of loyalty and responsibility. Even though half a day had passed since the three of them left the movie theater and arrived at the stronghold under Mi Yan's command, she was still bothered by her and Huan Guang's mistakes and wanted to do something for Mi Yan to make amends. It's understandable that she's disappointed that she can't utilize her abilities now, but she quickly rallied and regained her positive and enthusiastic work attitude. Huan Guang is a reliable and good girl. You can trust her more. She has been practicing her innate magic diligently for the past month and has never made a mistake in this regard. And we've always had other options. Even if the mission fails and we can't crack the access control system, we can still use a wooden skewer. Although the two looked to be about the same age, Grey Raven still acted like a senior and spoke well of Phantom Light. Su Ting nodded in agreement, but inwardly he was paying attention to other information in Grey Crow's words. First and foremost is this so-called wooden slip. According to the Raven, it is an alchemical artifact that stores magic. By infusing it with magic, one can unleash a powerful, one-time spell. The fact that the Grey Ravens could produce wooden sticks and indicate that they possessed several more suggests that the mystery faction likely has a high-level magical girl within its ranks. Su Ting and Crow both believe that the high-level magical girl behind the mystery is the protagonist of the Epitaph Incident. The protagonist of the Epitaph Incident is a magical girl who hates the Heavenly Will Group and believes that the Heavenly Will Group stole the magical girl's power. Mystery possesses a large number of magical girl contract documents of unknown origin and also harbors great hostility towards the Tianyi group. Is this just a coincidence? Su Ting was more inclined to believe that the person and the superstitious words had some kind of collaboration. Secondly, there's the 1 month that Grey Raven just mentioned. Su Ting has only been a magical girl for half a month, and she has only been in the coloring period for a few days, while Huan Guang has been practicing her innate magic for a month. When exactly Muan obtained the magical girl contract document, and how many magical girls he has under his command, remains a mystery. I've memorized it. Huan Guang's cheers interrupted Su Ting's thoughts. The former, full of enthusiasm, approached Su Ting with his notebook and asked Su Ting to conduct a spot check. Su Ting and Grey Crow exchanged a helpless glance. How about we do a drill? Let's simulate the mission first. The two of them made the same suggestion without prior arrangement. The plan was put into action in the early hours of the following day. The target was the deputy director of the factory where the drone swarm was located. Like other managers at Tianyi Group, he trusted technological products more than humans. Not only do they rely on the artificial intelligence developed by Tianyi Group for travel and daily life, but they also rarely communicate face-to-face with their subordinates at work, only sitting in the office issuing orders online. Therefore, Su Ting was unable to use his eyes of fear to control the people around him to gradually achieve their goal. The only option is to attack the target's convoy, instill fear in the target, and forcibly take control of the target. Based on the intelligence provided by Mi Yan, Su Ting ordered Mi Yan's armed men to ambush the target on his way to work. Huan Guang concealed herself and Su Ting's figures, awaiting their next move. The target convoy slowly approached. Knowing how bad its reputation was in the lower district, Tianyi Group equipped its deputy factory director with drones and a fleet of vehicles for protection. Therefore, before they even stepped into the ambush, they discovered the unidentified armed personnel and dispatched drones to broadcast messages to drive them away. They were met with bullets and grenades. The convoy stopped after being attacked. The security convoy surrounded the deputy factory director's vehicle, while a swarm of drones began to retaliate against Mi Yan's subordinates. The deputy factory director sat calmly in the car, as steady as a mountain. The convoy and drone defenses can hold out for a long time, during which time Tianyi Group's support will arrive soon. It was just an attack by rebels, he was used to it. And that's exactly what Su Ting wanted. Hoping that Mian's subordinates could kidnap the deputy factory director was pure fantasy. Even if they succeeded, Tianyi Group would quickly remove the deputy factory director's access control. All she wanted was a period of inactivity while the deputy factory director remained in the same position. Illusion light, maintain your invisibility spell. Don't relax for a second, understand? Huan Guang, standing beside him, nodded nervously. Su Ting then added, I've listed out all the possible unexpected situations, and you've memorized them very well, but there may still be unexpected events, so remember to be adaptable. If I determine that the operation has failed, I will use the wooden skewer you gave me to escape, which will be a significant loss for our operation tomorrow. Seeing that Huan Guang understood, Su Ting began his own actions. The drone carried Su Ting into the air and slowly flew directly above the deputy factory director's car. Of course, both the drone and Su Ting were in stealth mode. Magic is a power that exists outside the realm of human science, and the invisibility magic of illusion light is completely different from the optical invisibility technology that some giant corporations have already mastered. Conventional optical stealth technology relies on absorbing and diffracting light in the visible light range, and therefore cannot counter laser radar and infrared detection. But the holographic effect can indeed create a perfect object to be hidden. There is no way to detect invisible targets other than through magical detection and physical contact. Su Ting was invisible to the radar on the drones and the convoy. The crows concealed Su Ting's magical fluctuations, effectively blocking any possible methods of magical detection. The drone carefully carried Su Ting across the aerial battle line. Occasionally, enemy drones that might obstruct the route were encountered, but they were all shot down or attracted from a distance by the stealthy glint of light. Fortunately, there were no unexpected problems along the way, and Su Ting landed smoothly next to the deputy factory director's car. The intense gunfire masked the sound of her landing, and the target was completely unaware of her presence. The first phase of the operation has been successfully completed. Then, Su Ting used the magic ball to scan the structure of the deputy factory director's car. Sure enough, the deputy factory director locked the car door, preventing Su Ting from getting in directly. Furthermore, the car doors are connected to the alarm. Opening the car door will trigger the alarm, which contradicts the purpose of Su Ting's covert operation. Su Ting reached into his waistband and pulled out a tube. This is the nano repair robot that I used to repair my maid outfit. Su Ting released the robots, enveloping them in magic as they crawled into the car. Su Ting then began to both destroy and repair. Using magic to interfere with matter is a very basic magical operation. Su Ting learned this trick when he killed the Viper. Disconnect the alarm system lines. Nanorobots, repair. She skillfully manipulated magic to sever the alarm system's circuits one by one, while the nano repair robot immediately reconnected the severed parts. However, she could decide how to proceed with the repaired route. Finished. Su Ting gently opened the car door and quickly covered the mouth of the deputy factory director who had noticed something was wrong. With his other hand, he held a military knife to the deputy factory director's throat, giving the latter a taste of sharp death. Don't move, your life is already in my hands. Su Ting brought his mouth close to the deputy factory director's ear and whispered something. The deputy factory director made a whimpering sound, seemingly trying to communicate with Su Ting. But Su Ting didn't give him a chance to communicate at all. She read the deputy factory director's name aloud, and then said, "Do you still remember those workers you treated as typical examples in the first half of the year? My relatives were among them. He was the only one in my family who could earn money. If you kill him, our whole family will be homeless. No money for food, no access to medical care, and various gangs bullying people. From then on, I had only one thought for living, to kill you in the most painful way possible." Su Ting's voice grew louder and louder, until finally it trembled with excitement. "Ah, great lord of the Nightless City, thank you for the power you have bestowed upon me, allowing me to personally slay my enemies." The deputy factory director finally understood Su Ting's purpose. A complete madman who joined the Doomsday cult in order to seek revenge. Such a person is capable of anything. He couldn't resist taking action, risking being immediately beheaded with a military knife, and reached out to strike the alarm. He pressed the alarm button. However, the alarm did not sound. That's natural. Su Ting had already modified the alarm system's wiring, so it would be strange if it even went off. At that moment, the deputy factory director was completely gripped by fear. For ordinary people who have no resistance to magic, there is no chance of turning the tide at this point. Sometimes I really find your innate magic quite interesting. It works exceptionally well against ordinary people, but it becomes difficult to use against evil beasts and other magical girls. Is this the magic of a magical girl? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it's the power of an apostle of an evil god, would it? Crow joked in the team's voice chat. Su Ting ignored him and kept issuing pre-production instructions to the deputy factory director. She can only issue commands that have already been issued to remotely controlled targets, so she is reciting the commands that might be used tomorrow, one by one. It took quite a while to input the command. Su Ting then reduced the effect of the Eye of Fear, allowing the deputy factory director to regain his thinking ability. The other person was shocked to realize their current predicament, and then gave up all resistance and closed their eyes. Pretend nothing happened, and try to hide your abnormality as much as possible. The deputy factory director nodded in agreement. Leaving his final orders, Su Ting left the car, reset the alarm system to its original state, and used a drone to evacuate. At this point, the mission can be considered a complete success. Su Ting arrived at the designated location, where Huan Guang greeted her. The others can retreat now, Su Ting said to Huan Guang. Huan Guang picked up the communication device, and the distant sounds of gunfire quickly subsided. Are there significant personnel losses? Huan Guang calmly replied. Fortunately, half of them were successfully evacuated. Seeing Su Ting's increasingly unpleasant expression, Huan Guang tried to salvage the situation by saying, "This is a battle against the Tianyi group. We are all prepared to die. You don't need to feel too guilty. And tomorrow's operation will be even more difficult, with even more people dying." As she spoke, she touched the back of her neck shyly and said, "Maybe I'll be the one who dies too, hee." The night rain pattered down, tearing the neon lights into countless shreds. The girl with red eyes leaned against the rooftop railing, gazing silently into the distance. The cold wind lifted the ends of her hair, gently caressed it, and then sent it back to her waist. Raindrops hit her skin, but could only slip off by a hair's breadth. "Why don't you, the one who has lost their color, take shelter from the rain?" Grey Crow came out of the house and questioned Su Ting. "Practice." Su Ting pressed down her wind-blown hair and replied, "Using magic to guide raindrops away from the body can both hone precision and improve the efficiency of magic shields." Grey Crow walked up to Su Ting and said, "Then I'll give it a try too." She deployed a magical shield, pushing the raindrops away and creating a conspicuous vacuum. The two stood in silence for a while before Grey Raven slowly spoke. "Huan Guang told me that she made you angry during the operation. Is that true?" Su Ting thought for a while before he understood which matter Grey Crow was referring to. "No, I just didn't expect her values regarding life to be so unique." "I feel the same way," said Grey Raven. "Huan Guang is a typical subsidized orphan. No one taught her how to properly view life and death. It was too late when Master Mayan took her under his wing. Hopefully, she will change in the future." Subsidizing orphans is a common practice in Hezi City. Because the government of her city strictly prohibits synthetic human technology, they can only enact a birth subsidy law to maintain her city's population base. This creates an opportunity for some scoundrels who will have children to fraudulently obtain subsidies and then raise the child at the lowest possible cost. The most pitiful group of children are abandoned and left to wander the streets in gangs, most of whom do not survive to adulthood. Su Ting speculated that she herself was most likely one of them. Su Ting was lucky enough to meet her sister and be adopted by an orphanage, but Huan Guang was clearly less fortunate than Su Ting. "I understand," Su Ting replied. "My father also had a similar background. No wonder people in the underworld say that the losers are ruthless, aggressive, and always choose the highest paying but most dangerous missions," Grey Raven remarked. She felt that the person who lost their color did this because they didn't care about life and death. But she was wrong. In Su Ting's memory, her older sister solemnly gave her her first lesson about life and death when she was 6 years old. Everyone's life is important, but your life and the lives of those you cherish are the most precious. Your birth is a miracle of transforming lifeless matter into vibrant life. Protect it and don't let the efforts of those who love you go to waste. After that, Su Ting always took life and death very seriously. She would kill her enemies without hesitation, not because she didn't care about their lives, but because she had to respect her own. Similarly, she would grieve for the half of the people who sacrificed themselves in today's mission, because she was the one who proposed the plan and should be held responsible for their deaths. As for why she repeatedly chooses high-risk missions and acts in a near self-destructive manner, she simply believed that her own life was more precious than the lives of her loved ones. Tomorrow we'll be going head-to-head with Tianyi Group. What are your thoughts? Su Ting didn't want to continue the conversation and instead asked Grey Crow a question. "Aside from praying that Lady Luck is on our side, we don't have any other ideas." Grey Crow looked at Su Ting's face, smiled, and said, "Perhaps the goddess is already on our side. Otherwise, we wouldn't have met you. We originally planned to use a wooden stick to break through the access control system. If we had done that, even with the magic of the illusionary light, our infiltration would only have been called an intrusion. With you cracking the access control system, we can infiltrate without alerting the Tianyi Group's security forces, greatly increasing our chances of success." The prophet prepared a total of 5 wooden sticks, 1 large and 4 small. The large wooden sticks are like time bombs to destroy drone swarms, while the small wooden sticks are life-saving tools to deal with emergencies. Su Ting and Huan Guang each took a small wooden stick, while the rest were kept by Hui Ya. In their luckiest fantasy, they could achieve their goal with just a large wooden stick that acts as a time bomb. But Su Ting didn't believe it could go so smoothly. "I will fight wearing a mask tomorrow," Su Ting said. "In extreme cases, the invisibility magic cannot be maintained. A mask can at least prevent facial information from being exposed, so you can wear it as well." The Grey Crow shook its head. "My face has already been exposed to Tianyi Group, but Huan Guang hasn't. I will make suggestions to her." She didn't speak again, quietly listening to the never-ending symphony of gunfire in Hezi City. On the day of the mission, the sun shone brightly and the sky was cloudless. The factory storing the drone swarm is located on the outskirts of Hezi City, where the high-rise buildings in the central and upper districts generously provide ample sunlight, giving it a unique environment unlike the dimness and crampedness common in the lower district. At this moment, the Tianyi group's stronghold in the lower city has been subjected to numerous attacks. Those arrogant and self-governing forces actually kept their promise to Mian and sent troops to attack those strongholds. The wealth that Tianyi Group had stored in the lower city had long been coveted by many, and now that they had the opportunity to plunder it, those forces fought quite hard. Therefore, Tianyi Group's mobile armed forces are already exhausted. Su Ting, Huan Guang, and Hui Ya, the three girls, stealthily arrived at the side door of the factory, waiting for the deputy factory manager to activate the access control system. After Tianyi Group placed the drones inside the factory, all external interactions with the factory were prohibited. The only way for Su Ting and his group to infiltrate the factory was to find an inside accomplice. One of my innate magic spells, Eye of Fear, is activated. The door opened slowly, then closed quickly. The three of them quickly crawled inside. Everything is going smoothly so far, and there has been no attack upon entry. After scanning the surroundings with the magic ball, Su Ting nodded to the other two, signaling them to continue. Because the magic ball releases magic power, making it easy to be tracked, the task of scanning fell to Su Ting, whose magic fluctuations were concealed by crows. Grey Raven, who is also a magical girl, does not have a contracted beast, and Yen Yuling does not seem to have one either. This puzzled Su Ting, who asked if crow contracted beasts were very rare. This gave the crow an opportunity to boast, and it quickly started bragging, claiming that it is your honor to be chosen by the great contracted beast Black Phoenix, leaving Su Ting speechless. Detected by the magic ball, they successfully evaded the patrolling robots and guards, and ventured deeper into the factory. Then we encountered our first major hurdle. The factory's inner and outer areas are separated by a laser corridor that continuously emits high-energy lasers. Magical Girl's magical shields are more resistant to kinetic energy attacks but less resistant to lasers. The three girls' levels are not high enough to allow them to withstand lasers head-on. The three exchanged a glance, and then Grey Raven led the way into the room. The laser passed right through the Grey Raven's body, leaving it completely unharmed. As they walked down the corridor, Huan Guang smiled and winked at Su Ting, as if to say, "See how powerful my innate magic is." Su Ting made a special gesture to her. It means, the detection of the magic ball has been interrupted ahead. Our target is here. Grey Raven's magical girl form can be described as relaxed. After transforming, she changed into a grey-blue outfit similar to a nightgown, with silk lace covering her arms and waist like spreading branches. Meanwhile, the magical girl form of the phantom is majestic and awe-inspiring. Her costume consisted of a cape and leather armor, making her resemble a female knight from a fantasy work more than a magical girl. Thanks to Su Ting's suggestion, Huan Guang specially found a mask that matched the art style, making her look even more like a heroic young knight. Before Su Ting and his two companions set off, Crow joked, "Look at the three of you dressed like this, one looks like pajamas, one like a knight, and one like a maid. It's just like the temperamental young lady Grey Raven throwing a tantrum and running away from home in her nightgown, and you, her loyal maid, having no choice but to follow, while the imposing knight illusion comes to capture you both. You didn't choose a magical girl name, so it doesn't sound quite right." Crow didn't think Fainted was a suitable code name for a magical girl and insisted that Su Ting choose another one. Su Ting could only say that he hadn't thought it through yet and would talk about it when he did. At this moment, the young lady, the maid, and the knight passed through the virtually non-functional laser corridor and arrived at the inner area of the factory. The magic ball is no longer effective in the inner area. The drone swarms used by Tianyi Group to scan the lower city area are all equipped with alchemy devices similar to magic balls. These alchemy devices acted like signal sources emitting outward waves, interfering with Su Ting's magic ball to the point that it could only detect a bunch of gibberish. In this situation, the three of them could only check one warehouse at a time, according to the plan. The inspection method also relies on the power of the illusionary light. She can make part of the warehouse wall invisible to spy on the items stored inside. However, as they continued their investigation, the warehouses were either completely empty or contained only raw materials and finished products from normal industrial production. The swarm of drones seemed to have vanished just like Huan Guang and his two companions, leaving no trace whatsoever. With the last warehouse in the inner area searched, the three discussed countermeasures in disappointment. Could you use the deputy factory manager you control to investigate the situation? Grey Crow pressed its face against Su Ting's ear and asked in a voice barely louder than a mosquito's buzz. Su Ting answered in the same way. I asked him, and he knew nothing about drones and had no authority to ask about them. Ordering him to intervene rashly could easily arouse the vigilance of the Tianyi group, resulting in more harm than good. Grey Raven sighed silently, pondering a solution, while Illusion stood in front of the factory map, deep in thought. Suddenly, Huan Guang tiptoed over and whispered, "Look, there's a big platform upstairs in the inner area. Could the drones actually be upstairs?" Not too possible. The platform above the inner area is open air. Tianyi group placed the drones there and waited to be bombed. Su Ting stared at the ceiling of the inner area, pondering where he would place the drone if it were really upstairs. Then she discovered a meshing mark running through the center of the ceiling, extending into the interior area. Su Ting felt her hair stand on end, and a startling guess formed in her mind. She suppressed her emotions and said to the other two, "The ceiling in the inner area can be opened." Grey Raven and Illusion tilted their heads, looking at Su Ting with confusion. Su Ting took a breath and continued. "If the drones are stored in the inner area, they can take off directly from the ceiling and fly to various parts of the lower city to scan the magical girls. But the drones aren't stored in any of the warehouses in the inner area," Grey Raven said, puzzled. "And we haven't received any intelligence that they were activated in advance. My magic ball was indeed interfered with in the inner zone, and the inner zone's layout was perfectly suited for the drone's takeoff. The drone must be in the inner zone." Su Ting spoke up eagerly. "We didn't find them, there's only one possibility. They really can become invisible." Su Ting pointed downwards and said, "Think about it, if drones want to scan the entire lower city, all the factions will definitely be unwilling. They will do everything they can to prevent the drones from getting close to their territory and shoot down the drone swarms as much as possible. If I were a high-ranking executive at TNE Group, I would have drones with stealth coatings scan the area. Those drones would infiltrate silently like mosquitoes, leaving the people in the lower city with no way to resist." The Grey Crow suddenly realized. "You mean those empty boxes in the warehouse?" "It's not an empty box, we just can't see what's inside." The three of them hurriedly ran downstairs to the warehouse. Boom! The ceiling in the inner area slowly opened. Not good. Su Ting arrived at a glass window that offered a view of what lay below, where a large number of TNE Group guards began opening the warehouse and pulling out the empty boxes. Her guess was correct. But now she prefers to guess that she's wrong. TNE Group is preparing to launch its drones ahead of schedule. Perhaps feeling that the simultaneous attacks from various forces in the lower city were too suspicious, or perhaps the TNE Group had obtained other intelligence. In any case, the TNE Group seemed to want to launch drones elsewhere. Once the drones are airborne, these invisible spies can hide in the streets and alleys of the downtown area. By then, it will be too late to change anything. Perfect timing. I'll just give Oki a timer and have him blow up all these drones. Let's slip away before the explosion to avoid being affected by the magic." The Grey Crow was eager to take out the wooden stick. Su Ting quickly pressed her down. "Su Ting, the female cotter in the suit downstairs is a magical girl," the crow reminded him. "The wooden stick is an alchemical tool that any magical girl can use. If you put a timed wooden stick here, that magical girl will likely sense the magical fluctuations and stop the magic on the wooden stick." Su Ting told the two magical girls the above facts. The Grey Crow curled its beak and said angrily, "Then there's only one way left." Su Ting and Grey Crow arrived at the answer at the same time. "Defeat that magical girl, then use the giant wooden stick to destroy the drone," Grey Raven said. "Draw that magical girl away, then take the opportunity to plant the bomb," Su Ting said. The two stared at each other, and Su Ting gave a sufficiently convincing reason. If the other party is a magical girl from the TNE Group, then she is very likely already at the ascension level. Even if we have wooden sticks, we might not be able to completely defeat her. After a moment's thought, Grey Crow realized that Su Ting's plan was indeed reasonable and agreed to it. A red light flashed, and the alarm blared. Grey Raven pulled out countless explosives from under her fluffy skirt and launched a frenzied attack on the factory. Under the suppressive fire of the Grey Ravens, the attacks of the TNE Group's security forces were repelled wave after wave. Su Ting didn't even have a chance to perform, he could only watch the Grey Crows put on a show. "How much stuff are you carrying under your skirt?" Su Ting couldn't help but ask. Grey Raven casually tossed a magnetic grenade, blasting an automated robot into immobility, and replied, "If you're curious about what's under my skirt, I'll lift it up and show you when I have time." Helpless, Su Ting could only guess that the other party had used magic with storage functions. Grey Raven became a magical girl much earlier than I did, so she couldn't compare in terms of the breadth of her magic. The first mover advantage still exists objectively. If even a Grey Raven is like this, what will happen to the veteran magical girl from the TNE Group? The enemy is here. The crow flew back from a distance and reported its findings to Su Ting. "Get ready." The only person the crow could call an enemy was that magical girl from the TNE Group, a veteran in Su Ting's eyes. Su Ting relayed the information to Grey Raven, who nodded heavily and said, "Proceed according to plan. I'll handle the direct confrontation with the enemy, while you look for opportunities to use the wooden spikes from the outside. If the enemy attacks me first, should we switch roles, or forcefully execute the original plan?" Su Ting asked. "Don't worry," Grey Raven chuckled self-deprecatingly, "the enemy will definitely target me first." Her words were very certain. Su Ting seemed to be deep in thought, and retreated behind Grey Crow. The next moment, a heat wave surged from the front. Su Ting had experienced many heat waves, the heat wave after a bomb exploded, the heat wave when a building caught fire, and even the terrifying and painful heat wave before a microwave weapon boiled the air. But none of those were the heat wave she was feeling now. There was no burning pain, no anguish, only an extremely strong resentment. Pop, pop, pop. The enemy, wearing high heels, came from the depths of the corridor. I could hardly believe my eyes when I saw the surveillance footage. She winked and mocked in an exaggerated tone. "Isn't this young miss? Long time no see? Have you found good friends to play magical girl house with?" The enemy is a short-haired adult woman who is still wearing her original office attire and red-rimmed glasses and has not transformed. "Don't call me that, you lackey of TNE Group." Grey Raven pulled a large, gold-trimmed cleaver from under her skirt, her face grim as she pointed it at her opponent. She clearly doesn't like being called by nicknames, yet she turns around and calls others by mean nicknames. After escaping to the lower city, your manners have really been thoroughly corrupted, young lady. The enemy opened her palm, and a sharp long sword appeared in her hand along with a speck of light. My name is Zanyi. I hope you will call me by that name. With a casual wave of her hand, a red sword beam shot towards the Grey Crow. The Grey Crow brandished its large cleaver. Magic gathered on the blade, colliding head-on with the sword's edge. Boom! The sword's edge shattered on the blade, and Grey Raven staggered a few steps. Seeing this, the magical girl who called herself Zanyi showed a disappointed expression. What happened? Where is your magic core? The report says the strongest coloring period of the year, and the Grey Demon with hands stained with blood. How come he's just a brat without a magic core? Isn't that just like that timid little girl next to her who refuses to show her face? Zhanye's words contained a wealth of information. Grey Demon Su Ting had heard of this name before. This code name belonged to a crazed cyber madman. Cyber psychopaths are a daily occurrence in He City, but very few manage to break through to their own code names, and the Grey Demon is the rarest of them all. The reason is simple. The Grey Demon is a cyber psychotic who develops symptoms in the Midtown area. Unlike the downtown area where human life is cheap, the residents of the Central District are more or less connected with the government and large corporations, and the suppression of cyberpsychosis is the most severe. But the Grey Demons defied the odds and committed crimes against the people, killing countless ordinary citizens and wiping out dozens of riot police units, causing the He City government to lose face and the entire Central District to be filled with fear. But now Zanyi is saying that Grey Raven is the Grey Demon? It seems your best friend doesn't know about your past yet. Zhanya glanced at Su Ting, then turned his attention back to Grey Raven. Should I explain to her what you did? A barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of Grey Raven's mouth. She immediately suppressed it, feigning resistance as she replied. I forbid you to talk about those things. Good acting. Su Ting understood Grey Raven's intentions. Their mission was to buy time for Huan Guang to plant a time bomb. Now that Zhanya happened to be a chatterbox, she could let her talk nonsense to her heart's content and delay the inevitable without fighting. Let Zanyi chat more at work. She'll realize her mistake when her performance bonus is docked. If the young lady forbids me from saying it, then I won't say it. However, the crow's provocation seemed to have backfired. Zhanya once again brandished his long sword, and two sword beams simultaneously attacked Su Ting and Hui Ya. Grey Raven barely withstood the sword strike again, while Su Ting also condensed a magical shield to block the sword's edge. But unlike the Grey Crow, she took the blow from the side. The sword's edge grazed the shield and cleaved into the wall beside Su Ting, creating a half-meter deep gash, but it failed to harm Su Ting in the slightest. Your sword strike wasn't very effective either. Seeing that Su Ting was unharmed, Grey Crow breathed a sigh of relief and then provocatively said, How did you become a magical girl? With this weak swordsmanship? You're not even as good as me back in the day. You, an experimental subject abandoned by your parents, dare to talk to me about your background. Zhanya took off his glasses, put them in his chest pocket, and said with a cold smile, My parents are just low-level employees, unlike you, miss, but they love me. Do your parents love you? They signed the agreement behind your back and used you as a guinea pig. You know what a guinea pig is, right? They're like a survival item in prisons. You're pretty much one of them. Your parents tampered with your brain-computer interface. Your parents orchestrated the entire scam. The blood you spilled in Midtown included some of theirs. The Grey Crow remained silent for a long time before answering. You're right. I genuinely believed that cute and cuddly contract beast back then, and didn't realize it was a robot manufactured by Tianyi Group. I really didn't realize that my sensory system had been completely controlled, and that I had killed many innocent people in the Central District as if they were evil beasts. But now, Grey Raven looked at Zanyi defiantly, and the entire factory trembled violently. A towering explosion originated from the inner area, and even those in the outer area could feel the deafening roar. I have a job, do you? The illusory light that had retreated from the inner area brought Su Ting and Grey Raven back into the range of the invisibility magic. Only Zanyi remained in the empty corridor, the walls glowing red from the heat. Before she was called Grey Raven, she was the daughter of a senior executive at Tianyi Group. In response to the call from the He City government, most of the executives set an example by having more than 5 children, and Grey Raven's parents were no exception. The Grey Crow has an older brother, an older sister, a younger brother, and a younger sister. She was born into a wealthy family and had no worries about food or clothing, but she could not win her parents' favor and could not find the meaning of her existence. Until she met that contract beast. It was a small white rabbit with black eyes, fluffy and very cute. It says that Grey Raven was chosen by heaven to become a righteous magical girl. It wasn't heaven that chose her, but someone who claimed to know the will of heaven. It says that evil has infiltrated the city of her, and it is your mission to wipe them out. Evil has not infiltrated the city of her, evil is the city of her. It says that as long as you complete your mission, your parents will be very happy. They were not happy about the completion of their mission, but about the coming of death. Later, Grey Raven learned that the magical girl had completely become a henchman of the Heavenly Will group. She wasn't chosen to be a magical girl, but rather as a test subject. A feasibility experiment on which transformation based on human intervention. Grey Raven goes to the central city every day to eliminate evil beasts, spending a lot of effort and accumulating a huge amount of resentment, and is already on the verge of witch transformation. All it takes is for her will to break down, and she will transform into a monster called the Witch. T&E Group almost succeeded. When they told Grey Raven that what she had killed were not evil beasts, but innocent civilians, she immediately broke down. But she did not become a witch, because she crushed her own magic core before turning into a monster. Grey Crow couldn't remember what happened after that. She only remembered hearing a strange sigh when she was on the verge of death, and then she miraculously survived. Although she lost her magic core, she was still a magical girl in the coloring stage. The rest of the story is pretty cliché. Grey Raven encountered Mystic, who took her in, sheltered her, enlightened her, and gave her a new name and a new home. The Grey Crow had completely come to terms with it. She has abandoned everything from the past and placed all the blood debts on the T&E Group. Lady Mystic has promised her that revenge against the Heavenly Will Group will begin now. Grey Raven only needs to return to Lady Mystic's side to fulfill her long-cherished wish. But things don't seem to be that simple. The black and red karmic flames attacked from behind. The magical girl who calls herself Slayer of Karma floats high in the air. She wore an asymmetrical tulle dress, with alternating layers of red and black skirts, like the flickering of flames. Anger filled her face, and her murderous intent was so intense it was almost tangible. Do you think you can hide it from me? She looked at the Grey Crow, who was in stealth mode, and said, "The fluctuations of your magic are more blinding than cow dung among flowers." The next moment, Zhanya summoned a sea of fire with his sword. The pitch-black flames instantly engulfed the space where the Grey Crow was, burning the machine tools and equipment to ashes along with it. But when the firelight faded, the Grey Crows remained unharmed amidst a golden glow. Having suffered such a huge loss, you still haven't broken your bad habit of talking too much. Grey Raven hid the broken wooden stick in his palm and said provocatively. Zhanya was taken aback for a moment, then said, "A defensive spell at the feather transformation level? No, it's already close to the ring bond level. This level of magic couldn't possibly belong to you." She summoned several more waves of fire, her expression turning malevolent as she spoke. "How long can you sustain yourself with this borrowed strength? And do you really think that little bit of skill can defend against my karmic flame?" A sharp pain shot through the Grey Crow's heart. Dark cracks spread outwards from its chest, and noise and hallucinations appeared in the Grey Crow's mind. She saw the blood of the innocent people reach her waist, and beneath the sea of blood, wronged souls were gnawing away. She heard the cries of the unjustly killed surrounding her ears, piercing her eardrums with curses. She felt a familiar evil aura emanating from her heart, and the magical core that should have been shattered seemed to reappear, causing her to continue transforming into a witch. "It's all an illusion. Your magic cannot penetrate the shield." She struggled to speak, but it only drew laughter from Zhanya. She increased her magical output and said mockingly, "Phantom, this is not an illusion, it is a sin from which you cannot escape. It is the karmic flame that belongs solely to you, the butcher, executioner, murderer, and witch." A golden light pierced through Zhanya's waist. The black flames suddenly disappeared, and Zanyi fell from the sky with two thuds. Half of the ground is chopped, and the other half is karma. She was cut in half at the waist by that golden blade. A powerful burst of magic broke through Su Ting's invisibility spell, and she appeared from the other side of the corridor, holding a broken wooden stick in her hand. Having expended a considerable amount of magic power, Su Ting was now panting heavily. The black cracks on Grey Raven's body had mostly subsided. She was about to cross over Zhanya and meet up with Su Ting when she heard the latter's warning. "Don't come near. She's not dead yet." Just as Su Ting said, Zhanya did not die. Not only did it not die, it was full of energy. There was no blood or internal organs flowing from Zanyi's waist, only coolant and severed cables protruded from the cut. She pieced her upper and lower body back together with her hands, and then slowly and shakily got up. She is highly cybernetic, and conventional lethal attacks would not be fatal to her. Moreover, the only weakness of a feathered-level magical girl is her magical core, so Su Ting didn't expect to kill her with this one attack. Leave her before she recovers. The two quickly retreated. But before they had gone far, the Grey Crow collapsed to the ground. Black cracks spread from her heart again. Su Ting tried to help her up, but instead burned his palm. Cracks gradually spread from her body to the ground, and karmic flames rose from the cracks in the ground, filling the cracks on Grey Raven's body and binding her firmly in place. The black flames burned irregularly, like black thorns. What happened? Huan Guang successfully reunited with Su Ting and the other person, and immediately saw the miserable state of Grey Raven. After asking a question, she reached out without hesitation to save Grey Raven, not giving up even though her hand was burned. But this did not bring good results. Huan Guang's palm was burned black when she turned it over, and tears streamed down her face from the pain, but she still couldn't move Grey Crow. Not far away, Zhanya had already pieced together his body and slowly stood up. "Hurry up and go," the Grey Crow said weakly. "I've already stained my skin with the blood of innocent people. Dying here is my retribution." "Huan Guang, you've done a good job assisting Mian. Master, let's go quickly." "I won't listen," Huan Guang said anxiously. "Didn't you say you were going to drag the enemy out forever? How come you were beaten like this the moment you met them?" She pulled out the remaining wooden stick from Grey Crow's arms and placed it together with the wooden stick in her own hand. "If you won't let me use the big wooden stick, I'll use the small wooden stick." The enemy is already at their last gasp. Black flames rose from Huan Guang's charred palms, burning her hands to ashes. Su Ting turned around abruptly and saw Zhanya giving her a bloody smile. Reciprocity is key. She spat out a mouthful of blood and said. The wooden stick fell from Huan Guang's hand with a resounding thud. The girl, whose hands had been burned off, collapsed to the ground in agony. She bent down, trying to pick up the wooden stick with her teeth, but Su Ting beat her to it. I'll do it. Huan Guang looked up at Su Ting, her eyes filled with expectation. Although she could barely speak due to the excruciating pain, she still managed to say keep going with all her might. Su Ting nodded, grasped the 2 wooden sticks, and faced Zhanya directly. Zhanya's current posture resembled that of a demon crawling out of hell. Although her waist was barely pieced back together, it was clearly misaligned, and a cold, eerie blue light shot out from the broken edge, revealing the painful fact that she had been ambushed. Even if you attack me 2 or 3 more times like that, you still won't be able to kill me. After uttering those harsh words, she dragged her distorted body forward slowly, gradually stepping into the air. A surge of magical energy emanated from Su Ting's body. Looking down, I saw that my hands and feet were gradually becoming transparent. I can't become invisible. Su Ting didn't even turn his head, and said, if Zanyi can't see me, she'll kill you all first. Upon hearing this, Zhanya in the air burst into laughter. We're all about to die, why argue about who goes first? She pointed her sword at Su Ting and arrogantly began to explain. My innate magic, karmic flame, is a magic that cannot be shaken off once you are tainted by it. Unless I take it back voluntarily, you will be forever bound by the black flames. Although the blazing inferno cannot completely kill a magical girl, you will still suffer damage based on the crimes you have committed and will lose the ability to escape. The ruthless young lady, who had harmed countless citizens, was thus consumed by karmic flames. That sneaky little brat, her hands were burned to ashes, she was probably a habitual thief with a dirty hand. And you, the villain who attacked me from behind, have also come into contact with the blazing flame. What sins have you committed, and what punishment will you receive? I'm very curious. Su Ting felt a chill run down his spine. I must have come into contact with Yan while helping Grey Crow. If Zhanya's explanation was not a strategic deception, then he had already fallen into an extremely unfavorable situation. In terms of sins, she killed quite a few people. Over 8 years, her record was probably even more outrageous than that of the Grey Raven. Even if I didn't kill them cleanly, who knows how Yan will judge it? Su Ting, don't worry. I am your contracted beast, we are one. I will help you bear the karmic flames, go ahead and do your best during this time. The crow materialized from the void and spoke calmly. Alright, the karmic flames won't kill you. Just hold out for as long as you can. Su Ting glanced at the crow, then snapped 2 wooden sticks in half. 2 golden beams flew out from the wooden stick, one flying into Su Ting's body, and the other being guided by Su Ting into the military knife. Flight magic, activated. Weapon enchantment complete. 4 small wooden sticks, 1 for defense, 1 for mobility, and 2 for attack. Grey Raven used up his defense, Su Ting used up his attack, and the remaining 2 wooden sticks were just enough to handle this final battle. Thanks to Huan Guang's ability to refrain from using her flying magic in such a critical moment, Su Ting was able to approach the enemy in the sky. With the mobility and attack capabilities of the feathered level, Su Ting can win as long as he avoids being hit. Seeing Su Ting fly into the sky, Zhanya snorted coldly and detonated the karmic flames within Su Ting's body. But then her expression changed. How is that possible? Why weren't you affected by the karmic flames? Su Ting, enveloped in a faint golden light due to her flight magic, swung her sword at Zhanya, responding. Because I have accumulated good deeds and never done evil, can't you see the golden aura of merit protecting me? Bathed in black flames, the crows, transforming into roasted chicken, protested in discontent. Don't try to take credit for my work. Zhanya gritted his teeth and blocked Su Ting's attack, then seized an opening and unleashed his blazing flame once more. Swish. When the firelight died down, Su Ting was not among them. Zhanya was shocked to realize that his back was wide open, and he quickly drew his sword and turned to block. Although he blocked the attack, Zhanya also suffered a loss due to his awkward power-generating posture. The golden magic deflected Zhanya's right hand and slammed into her back. Zhanya grunted as he was slammed against the wall. Su Ting pressed his advantage, but Zhanya's magic shield absorbed most of his force. Zhanya quickly regrouped and faced Su Ting head-on. The two clashed fiercely, and surprisingly, the higher-level Zhanya was at a disadvantage. Impossible. I can feel the karmic flames within your body. Your sins are immense, and they are clearly burning fiercely. But why are you completely unharmed? Boom! The clash of swords unleashed a tremendous burst of magical power that shattered the shield formed by Zhanya. Su Ting held the knife with both hands, exerted all his strength, and plunged the blade into Zhanya's chest. With a thud, blood flowed from Zhanya's mouth again, dripping onto the blade. Even with her highly prosthetic body, she would still suffer severe damage from bodily injuries. Good job. Her magic core is just 3 inches above your saber. Quickly kill her and stop the magic on me. A certain roasting bird was jumping around and directing things. It hurts so much. Why did this damned magic punish me so severely? You wicked contracted beast who does nothing right, find your own excuse. Su Ting immediately exerted force upwards, and Zhanya sensed the threat, instinctively using his left hand to smash the military knife. The saber veered off course due to the impact, failing to deliver the fatal blow. Zhanya quickly created distance, and several arcs of electricity flashed from the wound on his chest. Her chest was also modified with prosthetics. Su Ting sheathed his military knife, flicked it forcefully, and the blood was flung behind him, while the blade continued to radiate a dazzling golden light. I don't believe you can keep playing like this. Borrowed power always has a time limit. Once you've exhausted your power, crushing you will be easier for me than crushing an ant. Then I'll destroy the magic core in your heart before that happens. She actually figured out the location of my magic core? Zhanya gritted his teeth and began to retreat. Although she was the one pursuing, she had no choice but to do so in order to play it safe. The advantage of time is on her side. She only needs to delay and wait for the situation to change, just like Emperor Xian of Jin during the Three Kingdoms period. As Zhanya fled, she prayed that Su Ting would show more sisterly affection and not abandon the immobile Grey Crow as she ran away. If the thugs who attacked the factory escape, she might really lose her job. Golden Light attacked from behind Zhanya. The bet was won. Zhanya dodged the attack and was delighted to see Su Ting coming to pursue him. Even more remarkably, the golden light emanating from the opponent was gradually dimming, clearly indicating that the magical effect of the wooden stick was about to end. Having already flown a considerable distance, Zhanya saw this opportune moment, stopped, and turned to attack Su Ting. Another fierce exchange ensued. But this time, Zan Yi gained the upper hand. Your biggest reason for failure is that you don't want to get rid of those two burdens. Zhanya brandished his weapon with sweeping, powerful strokes, speaking loudly and triumphantly. She spoke to Su Ting in a condescending tone, clearly believing she was certain of victory. Su Ting couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? Zhanya asked, puzzled. Su Ting stopped laughing and replied, I laugh at your short-sightedness. Even at a time like this, you still think they're a burden. Zhanya was about to speak when he suddenly felt an even more intense pain than when he had been cut in two. She lowered her head in fear. The black flames of karma burned wildly on her body. Her master, what have you done? You're actually using my magic against me. That's not your magic, it's the magic of the Grey Raven. After saying that, Su Ting swung his sword and cut off Zhanya's left hand. Grey Raven's innate magic is called Cursed Doll. Before the two decided to fight Zhanya, she told Su Ting the name and made a promise with him. If Su Ting obtains Zhanya's body tissue during the battle, please give it to Grey Raven as soon as possible. No matter how badly Grey Raven is beaten, Su Ting must do this. Grey Raven will try its best to create cursed dolls for the enemy, giving Su Ting a chance to win. So, General Su Ting flicked the blood from his sword at the Grey Crow. Zhanya was terrified by that slash and scrambled away from the place, thus losing his last chance to stop Grey Raven. If she had lingered even a second longer like Su Ting, she could have seen the silk thread between the fingers of the Grey Crow on the ground. The threads are slowly intertwining, weaving a cursed doll that severs karma. Grey Raven kept her promise. She truly used her magic with all her might, even channeling the karmic flames within her. You're already doomed. After cutting off Zhanya's left hand, Su Ting put down his military knife and said coldly, your crimes are no less than those of the thugs in our lower city. Yayan will burn you without discrimination, crippling your ability to resist. So, how do you plan to die? The drone was completely destroyed. Even if you go back, you will be considered incompetent and fired. You should know better than me what happens to people who are fired from Tianyi Group. She raised her saber once more, aiming it at the core of Zhanya's magic. But I don't intend to let you off the hook. Be thankful, dying at my hands is much better than being tortured by the Tianyi Group. Zan Yi has never been so close to death. But what she cared about most wasn't death, but the reality she could only escape by numbing herself with anger and pain. She ruined Tianyi Group's plans. This shouldn't be the case. I already have enough qualifications. I only need to go through the motions to be approved for promotion to the Ringed Wish level. But why would this scene ruin everything for her? Tianyi Group will not let this go. Xania's parents were just low-level employees. She was chosen as a magical girl entirely because of her hard work and her decision to undergo cybernetic modifications. Unless someone at higher level is willing to step in to protect her, she will definitely have her powers confiscated, be removed from her position, and ultimately become a lab rat. The thought of such a fate made her tremble. Perhaps dying here would be better than being tortured by the Tianyi Group. You've finally come to confront this fear. Su Ting withdrew the glowing magic, and the golden light on the saber vanished instantly. She stared at the other person with bloodshot eyes and said, "Stop your karmic flame," and then, he raised his right little finger. "Get as far away from me as possible." After she finished speaking, all her magic was instantly drained, and her flight magic could no longer be maintained, causing her to fall heavily to the ground. Looking at the scene before him, Zhanya realized that Su Ting had already exhausted his strength. But to her astonishment, she found herself unable to attack Su Ting, and instead turned and flew towards the inner area. Fly to the inner area, fly out of the ceiling, fly into the distance. She was powerless to resist and could only obey the Eye of Fear's commands until the magic power that sustained the spell was exhausted. Su Ting struggled to his feet and walked toward the location of the Grey Crow. She supported her right arm and said weakly, "Crow, scan the surroundings for me. If there are any enemies, let me know immediately." Using the Eye of Fear beyond one's level is still too difficult. Even though the other party was already filled with fear, the magical girl's magic resistance was able to prevent the magic from taking effect. The Eye of Fear can only recognize a target as effective once the fear of severing karma has reached a sufficient level. However, issuing commands would consume a huge amount of magic power. Even though stop the karmic flames and escape were already thoughts in Zhang Ye's mind, they could reduce a lot of magic power consumption. But Su Ting's magic was still drained by these two orders. What a wonderful world it would be if everyone were like the cult leader, without any magical resistance, and could commit suicide at will. Su Ting sighed. A crow with many feathers burned off flapped its wings and flew over. There are no enemies around. The employees of Tianyi Group know best how powerful magical girls are. Zan Yi has already run away, so they can't possibly have any will to fight. Su Ting, I've helped you a lot this time, you should thank me properly. Su Ting pursed his lips and limped forward. Grey Raven's illusion light was also a great help. How can that be the same? The crow said discontentedly. Whether they want it or not is none of my business, I just want your thanks. Tisk. Su Ting walked in silence for a while, then suddenly said, this time, we really owe you a debt of gratitude, Lord Black Phoenix. The crow turned its head sharply and said incredulously, what did you just call me? I'll call you Crow. Su Ting couldn't help but distort history. But this obviously didn't affect the crow's memory. This wicked contracted beast, roasted by the fire, happily flapped its wings, flying around Su Ting while chuckling foolishly. At this point, even Su Ting felt a pang of conscience. You dismissed it with just one word, Black Phoenix. How about we call it Black Phoenix for 3 days, considering how much you helped us today? Forget it, shouting for a whole day is about enough. Wouldn't half a day be enough? If I shout too much, won't it take advantage of me? Filled with the chaotic thoughts that come with extreme tension, Su Ting walked towards Grey Crow and Illusion Light. After the karmic flames on their bodies disappeared, Illusion and Grey Raven knew the outcome of the battle. Upon meeting, Huan Guang, who was in slightly better condition, excitedly rushed forward to greet him. You're amazing, you colorless person. When we both got infected and collapsed, I really thought we were done for. At that moment, I kept thinking to myself, we're doomed, can a fairy descend from the sky and save us? Now I realize, you're the real fairy sister. Huan Guang's overly enthusiastic performance left Su Ting feeling rather helpless. She never imagined that she would be called a fairy in her lifetime. Being called a devil is the norm. The colorless one, we really owe you this time. The Grey Crow on the ground said weakly. Even though she was seriously injured, she wanted to get up and express her gratitude. Su Ting quickly stopped her. The wounds on the Grey Crow's body were burned by the karmic flames, so there was no need to stop the bleeding. Su Ting quickly treated her and then picked her up in his arms. After being picked up, Grey Raven quickly fell asleep, while Illusion Light was full of energy. She followed closely behind Su Ting, swaying left and right. You who have lost your color, do you need my help? Oh, sorry, I forgot I don't have hands. Phantom Light's ability to stir up trouble is no less than that of Crow. If you have nothing better to do, you can use invisibility magic to hide us. Su Ting said irritably. There should still be some guards left in the factory. Huan Guang unleashed his full power, and Su Ting gradually became transparent from his feet upwards, until he got stuck on his neck. I'm sorry, I don't have enough magic power, this is all I can do, Huan Guang said apologetically. When he's being cheeky, he's full of energy, when he's doing things, he's full of mistakes. No wonder Grey Raven has a higher position under mysterious words than Illusion Light. Su Ting is a prophet, so she should use Grey Raven instead of Illusionary Light. Dispel the spell, Su Tingjong sighed. There's no point in being able to become completely invisible. Huan Guang responded with a shout, looked around, and suddenly spoke. Hey, you colorless one, all you have left is your head floating in the sky. That's kind of scary. Why don't we not deactivate it? Those guards will be scared away when they see you. Don't you think that would also help avoid battle? Su Ting took a deep breath, turned around abruptly, and roared. Remove it. The subsequent evacuation went so smoothly that even Su Ting couldn't have imagined it. Both Grey Raven and Illusion were severely injured, the former was unable to move, and the latter's invisibility magic was so weak that it could not hide 3 people at the same time. But Su Ting was able to carry Grey Raven and Huan Guang away from the factory with an air of nonchalance. There was no obstruction at all. The guards of Tianyi Group lost all will to fight after seeing Zhang Ye escape. In their eyes, rushing to stop Su Ting would mean facing a powerful enemy who had defeated Zhang Ye, and would almost certainly result in death. But giving up the obstruction would not only save his life, but also prevent him from losing his job. Ordinary employees are no match for magical girls, so the person most responsible will be Zhang Ye. After evacuating the factory, Mi Yan's other subordinates rushed to meet them. They brought the 3 magical girls back to their base and, without saying a word, put them to separate hospital beds. Despite Su Ting's repeated insistence that he was fine, he was still forced to undergo a series of examinations. The doctor finally concluded. It's a minor fall, applying some medicated wine will do the trick. Your weight is the most serious issue. The experienced female doctor sighed and said bluntly. Miss Faded Beauty, your weight is significantly below normal. You should eat more nutritious food and get more sleep. Use nutritional injections sparingly. Don't follow your father's example. It's fine for adults to get nutritional injections, but teenagers really need a normal diet. It's no use saying all this, I don't even know if I'll ever grow taller. Su Ting gave the female doctor a perfunctory reply and asked. How are Grey Raven and Phantom Light doing? Huan Guang is alright. I have limb regeneration technology, and she can grow her hands back in one night. But the Grey Crow, the female doctor sighed and said. Grey Raven's body was already extremely weak. She almost turned into a witch back then. When I found her, she had already destroyed her own magic core. Now that she suffered such a serious injury, I don't even know if she'll ever recover. Judging from the doctor's tone, Su Ting sensed something was wrong. You just said I found her. The doctor nodded and stated bluntly. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I am a prophet. Mian's true identity is a female doctor. She looked very young and wasn't wearing any makeup. Su Ting's previous examinations were mostly completed by her alone. She was very efficient and clearly had clinical experience. I found that child 2.5 years ago. In order to escape the orders of the Tianyi group's experimental subjects, she deliberately destroyed her own magic core. It all started with the Grey Raven's family. Mystery slowly recounted the past of the Grey Crow. It adds many details about how Grey Raven was driven to the brink of despair by the Tianyi group. Su Ting remained expressionless as she listened silently, but her fingernails dug deep into her palms. In short, I couldn't bear to watch a patient die in front of me, so I saved her. Although Grey Raven was lucky enough to escape with her life, she was left with many hidden injuries, and her magical girl power has also fallen to the level of the initial coloring stage. At first, I advised her to stop using magic, but she insisted on repaying my kindness. She also said that her magic core seemed to be showing signs of recovery, and that using magic more might help her heal herself. I couldn't persuade her otherwise, so I let her do it. The crow offered its unsparing comment. Once the magic core is destroyed, there is absolutely no possibility of it being restored. It's a miracle she survived after the magic core was destroyed. It then proceeded to analyze. First of all, the characteristic of witches is their extremely strong vitality. They combine the high self-healing ability of magical girls with the thick health bar of evil god apostles, making them very difficult to kill. Grey Raven was in the process of becoming a witch at the time, and she also enjoyed some of the benefits. Secondly, the Grey Crows are of a low enough level. While magical girls in the coloring stage can condense a magical core, they don't forge their souls into it like magical girls in the molting stage. Destroying the magic core won't destroy the soul as well. Finally, Grey Raven said she heard a sigh as she was dying. She may have also received help from that divine messenger. Su Ting pressed further. A divine messenger? Is it the Lord of the Nightless Kingdom who bestowed the gifts and faith? The crow refuted Su Ting's conjecture. The only divine messenger corresponding to the witch can be that one star-seeing silent demonic resurrection star god servant. She was the first witch to follow the evil god. It is said that she was already by the side of the evil god before magical girls discovered the witch transformation. Su Ting asked, puzzled. But why would this star servant save Grey Raven? She had absolutely no good impression of the so-called 4 divine envoys. The cult leader's ugly appearance remained vivid in her memory. It's said that the star servant saved Grey Raven, but Grey Raven doesn't have tentacles on its body. The star goddess loves all witches, the raven replied. He lamented the desperate fate of magical girls who betrayed their masters, and couldn't help but reach out to help girls who were about to become witches. If a newly born witch is besieged by magical girls, he will grant her immense power to slaughter all the magical girls who come to attack. If a newly born witch is consumed by destructive desires, he will help her regain her sanity and lead her to reunite with the other apostles of evil gods. For a witch like Grey Raven, who is determined to die, her choice naturally becomes to save this life as much as possible. Su Ting, if you accidentally turn into a witch one day, he might come to your aid. Su Ting didn't want to be helped by this star god servant. Moreover, this star god servant seems to only care about the witch and not about the lives of others. After learning about the witch from the crow, Su Ting said to Mi Yan, "Can I go see the Grey Crows?" Mi Yan hesitated for a moment, then nodded. She led Su Ting to another ward, where Grey Crow was lying in the middle of the bed. At this moment, the girl had changed into a grey-blue hospital gown, and her whole body was covered with electrodes to monitor her physical condition in real time. Su Ting didn't understand what those numbers meant, but judging from the nurse's grim expression, the situation wasn't good. Seeing Mi Yan and Su Ting approach, Grey Crow struggled to sit up, but was pushed back onto the bed by the nurse. "Don't move. Your wound will reopen." The nurse sternly reprimanded Grey Crow, which elicited an embarrassed smile from the latter. "Thank you, loser. If it weren't for you, Huan Guang and I would probably be dead in the factory by now," the Grey Crow said weakly. Su Ting stared at Grey Crow, whose body was covered with dark blue scars from the scorching heat of the karmic flames. Under the influence of the flesh regeneration agent, pink, tender flesh stubbornly grew from the wound, only to quickly turn into an ugly black. "Can Grey Raven be cured?" Su Ting asked. The Grey Crow forced a smile and replied, "It's just been burned a little, it'll be fine after a while. Anyway, Huan Guang can do the work. She'll definitely envy me." Even though her hand injury wasn't minor, she was forced to do more work because she recovered quickly. Su Ting smiled and nodded, responding silently to Grey Crow. In his heart, however, he was having a fierce argument with the crow. The question of whether the Grey Crow could be cured was addressed not only to the Grey Crow but also to the Black Phoenix. The response they received was far less optimistic than the crows themselves had described. "She's not far from death," the raven concluded. "Her witch transformation has only been halted, not completely removed. Because she was severely damaged by the karmic flames, her body sought the power of the witch to recover, thus restarting the witch transformation process. But Grey Raven no longer has a magic core, so witch transformation is impossible, resulting in her body constantly malfunctioning, until complete self-destruction. Do you have a way to save her, Black Phoenix? The crow was taken aback by Su Ting's address, then protested. Why should we waste our energy saving her? The only way to stop her transformation into a witch is to strip her of her magical girl powers. As her contracted beast, I can certainly do that, but there's no benefit in doing so. Without the power of a magical girl, she is just an ordinary little girl who can no longer be a magical girl. In terms of value, she can't even compare to Chili. When Chili was mentioned, the crow suddenly realized. Seeing her pitiful state, you've started to feel sorry for Grey Raven again. You can't help helping sickly, beautiful girls you see. You don't have that kind of fetish, do you? Like what you humans call disability fetish online. Shut up, you damned crow, Su Ting said angrily. You start talking whenever I try to show you respect. She spoke forcefully. I am your only contractor. If you want to regain your strength, you still need me. I want to save Grey Raven. We can discuss your terms slowly. The raven appeared from the void and sighed. I give up. How could I refuse my contractor's request? Once you get the contract document, help me find a suitable contractor, and I should be able to strip Grey Raven of her magical girl powers. But let me make this clear from the start, Grey Raven is a subordinate of Mystic Words. If Mystic Words refuses, you cannot force Grey Raven to be treated. We can forego making a profit, but we absolutely cannot suffer a loss. If this leads to a complete breakdown in relations with Mian and the loss of this ally, I'll be furious with you. Mystery says the Grey Crow refuses treatment? Su Ting's first reaction was, this statement is too absurd. But upon closer examination, it's not impossible. Even though Grey Raven was close to death, she could still use the cursed doll. This ability is especially crucial for mysticism to maintain its intelligence network. Although the rumors sound nice, such as I didn't want Grey Raven to use magic or I didn't want to see patients die in front of me, but she did indeed involve Grey Raven deeply in her business, with widespread use of cursed dolls. If the moral standards of the rumors are the average level of the middleman in Hezi City, she would definitely reject Su Ting's proposal. Su Ting agreed to Crow's request, and then found an excuse to go next door with Mi Yan for a private chat. Upon entering the room, she went straight to the point. Grey Raven is badly injured and probably won't live much longer. I have a way to save her, but she will lose her magic in the process. Are you willing to trust me and let me undergo treatment? After saying that, Su Ting stared intently into Mi Yan's eyes, waiting for the latter's reply. Are you really sure? Yes, but it will take some time. As expected, Mi Yan was the first to ask this question. To increase credibility, Su Ting continued. I don't need any extra compensation from you, I just need your permission. Hiring mercenaries is at most a matter of harming others for personal gain. I would never deliberately lie to you to do something that harms others without benefiting myself. Mi Yan nodded, but then slowly frowned. But your magic isn't about healing. A girl's innate magic doesn't determine everything about her, Su Ting said confidently. You trusted me last time and got me involved in today's operation, so I saved them. If you want to save Grey Raven again, then please trust me one more time. Seeing that Mi Yan was still hesitating, Su Ting couldn't help but step forward and say loudly, I want to save her, and that feeling is absolutely genuine. With her long-lost sincerity. After speaking, she tilted her head back and looked at Mi Yan, her eyes as beautiful as a pair of rubies. Mi Yan fell into a long silence. Su Ting's heart grew colder and colder. Upon closer examination, it's unlikely that Mi Yan would agree to this proposal. The claim that Grey Crow was not far from death was only Su Ting's side of the story, and such superstitions may not be believed. People tend to believe what they want to believe. Just like gamblers in the financial markets who always believe in so-called insider information because if the insider information is true, they can make money. Therefore, if someone tells them, how could you possibly know inside information, they will become angry and assertive, claiming how strong their connections are, how reliable their information channels are, and how accurate their judgment is. In short, they simply refuse to believe the facts. For Mi Yan, the most favorable outcome is that the Grey Crow is actually not a big problem. She won't agree, the crow couldn't help but say. As long as she uses the excuse that your words are not very credible, she can continue to use the cursed doll without any moral burden. And the Grey Raven itself had no objection. She would definitely be willing to die for superstition, and there's no point in trying to persuade her otherwise. The Raven's verdict effectively sentenced the Grey Crow to death. But Su Ting still harbored a glimmer of hope. Even someone as materialistic and flawed as myself has moments when I act out. Perhaps Mi Yan is using double standards on Grey Raven just like himself? After a subjectively long period of time, the superstition finally spoke. If you can save her, then give it a try. She actually agreed. Su Ting let out a long sigh of relief and solemnly extended his right hand. Thanks. Mi Yan also reached out and shook hands with Su Ting, and quickly said, I should be thanking you for this. Grey Raven was my patient, and I have always grieved that I could not save her. If you can really save her, I can never thank you enough. The two released their right hands, and the mystery continued. Before I became a middleman, I was a doctor. I can see that, Su Ting echoed. It's obvious. Yes, obviously, because I approached this profession with the mindset of a doctor. Mi Yan said helplessly. I'm from Shangshang district. My grandfather was in politics, my grandmother was a doctor, and my parents were businessmen. They were all elegant and respectable people. I was the only oddball who loved playing in the mud since I was a child. When I was a child, I liked mud. When I grew up, I liked people who were belittled as mud. She walked to the window, looked out at the towering steel jungle, and said, I'm a doctor, I've saved many people, but I can't save more. Initially, I didn't intend to get involved in the middleman business. I just started a children's relief fund with others, hoping to give children like Huanguang a place to live. As a result, I was betrayed by my partners who wanted to use the fund as a tool to make money, so I used the power of my family to take them down. In order to firmly grasp the tools for healing and saving lives, I had to cultivate my own power. As a result, I became a middleman. She took a deep breath and exhaled her turbid feelings. This city is terminally ill, I can only save a few people. Only the power of magical girls can save this city. Su Ting shook his head and said, I don't want to save this city, and I can't stop it from rotting away. Mi Yan smiled gently and said, I know, but you've already saved Grey Raven, doesn't she belong in this city? Su Ting had nothing to say about this. Idealists always die quickly, and Su Ting doesn't want to be an idealist. I don't want to right now, at least not right now. Mi Yan didn't intend to delve deeper into this topic. She then pulled a cotton doll from her bosom and said, This is Grey Raven's doll, a remnant of her witch transformation. Take it from me once you start treatment, it might be helpful. Su Ting looked at the doll in Mi Yan's hand. It was indeed a small, chibi-style grey crow, much more exquisite and cute than Zhang Ye's cursed doll. There's one more thing, although you probably intended to talk to me about it alone. But the grey crows must have heard it all. Mi Yan helplessly pointed to the doll. The child has empathy with this doll and can hear every word spoken around the doll. When you met her at the movie theater, I was talking to the doll, asking her to relay my words, but she still went ahead with it. Remember? Su Ting certainly remembered. But she didn't really want to continue the conversation. She should be a cold-blooded loser, a powerful magical girl, and a reliable ally. Instead of the shameless thing of saying I genuinely want to save her behind her back, which was overheard by the person in question. You idiot. I have other things to do. Give me the contract, I'm about to leave. Su Ting suppressed the turmoil in his heart and said, I see. Don't you want to hear Grey Raven's gratitude from you in person? I'm very busy, and those who have lost their color are always busy, Su Ting said. Mi Yan smiled, no longer trying to stop him, and led Su Ting into a cramped room, where he took out a box. This is the contract we agreed upon. Mi Yan handed the box to Su Ting and said, Use it however you like. Su Ting took the box and opened it. This time, the box is no longer empty. A piece of parchment with red writing was prominently displayed among them. That's right, this is a genuine contract document. The crow confirmed the authenticity of the payment. Keep it safe. I think my strength is not far from being fully restored. Ding. The elevator stopped ascending and the doors opened. Just as Zhanya was about to set off, she realized that this was not the floor she was going to. An employee walked in from outside, silently entered the elevator, and pressed the button for another floor. Zhanya glanced at the employee's name tag. N7, barely qualifying as a formal employee of headquarters. She was 5 levels below N12. Looking at the elevator buttons, Zhanya snorted in dissatisfaction. The employee's desired floor is lower than the floor she needs to go to, meaning the elevator will stop at least once more. It's annoying. She had had enough of the torment and didn't want to stay in this terrifying hell for even a second longer. In yesterday's battle, I was struck by the evil magic of that red-eyed magical girl, which caused the 3 little mice to escape. Naturally, the company was furious. Zhanya thought he would be thrown into the laboratory soon, but after being scolded by his boss, everything just fizzled out. After completing her physical repairs amidst fear and anxiety, she received an order. Head to the 36th floor of the Tower of Babel. Someone wants to see you. The Tower of Babel is the headquarters of the Tianyi Group. It is the tallest building in the entire city of Hezi, with a height of over 1,000 meters. It is known within the Tianyi Group as the tower connected to the sky and is a symbol of the Tianyi Group's dominant position in Hezi. The higher the rank of a leader, the higher the floor of their office. The height of the 36th floor means that the person who wants to see Zanyi is a big shot above N20. What is the reason why the other party wants to see me? Will she be lucky enough to survive by cutting off her karma, or will she fall into a deeper hell? The elevator finally arrived at its destination. Upon entering the 36th floor, several streams of magical energy assailed from all directions, scanning Zanyi from all angles. Half a minute later, the scan ended, and Zhanya dared to continue forward. Following her boss's instructions, she found the corresponding office and knocked on the door. Come in. The door opened automatically, and Zhanya stepped inside with trepidation. Have a seat, the office owner said casually. As fellow magical girls, we don't need to worry about so many formalities. Nevertheless, Zhanya responded respectfully. When your boss tells you to do whatever you want, he's just showing his magnanimity. If you actually do it, you're just showing your own stupidity. Let me introduce myself. I am the newly arrived Special Task Force Leader of the Emergency Response Team of Hezi City, codename Polar Day, and my magical girl level is 2 color ring, that is, the ring bond level. I already know about your failure yesterday, and my assessment is, you didn't lose unjustly. The Polar Day was a girl with pure white hair, eyebrows, and pupils. She smiled, rested her chin on her hand, and continued. It has been determined that the organizer of yesterday's incident in the Lower City District was the middleman in the Lower City District named Mian, whose real name is Zhou Xian. She is the granddaughter of Zhou Baoang, a member of the 300-member council of Hezi City. She has a cooperative relationship with a perpetrator of the Zero Airport incident a month and a half ago. The latter is a member of the Magical Girl Rebels, also a member of the Two-Color Ring, and the instigator of the Epitaph incident. The wooden sticks you mentioned in your report should be her masterpiece. Jishu picked up the documents on the table, flipping through them as he spoke. From my personal perspective, your failure is understandable, but Tianyi Group does not want to adopt my proposal. They want someone to take the blame for the mission's failure, and you are the best choice. The biochemistry department has sent an application, wanting you to transfer to their department. Sweating profusely as he cut off his karma. Switching to a biochemistry department? The job would probably involve being researched. That being said, Zhanya gleaned a positive signal from Jizhou's words. Lord Polar Day, it is my shame that I failed to protect the drone swarm. I want to atone for my crimes by doing good deeds. The Polar Day is a newly appointed leader who must be short-staffed. If she really wanted Zhanya to be a test subject in the biochemistry department, she wouldn't have needed to call him over at all. Sure enough, the Polar Day slowly spoke. Because of the Zero Airport incident, more than 90% of the magical girls in the Tianyi group have been placed under investigation and held accountable by their superiors, making them unable to be mobilized. You are one of the lucky few whose promotion path was legitimate and whose rank was so low that it was not worth investigating. Be thankful, I still need you to work for me for the time being, and your punishment will be postponed until I leave office. If you can perform a good deed during this time that is enough to offset your guilt, then there is still hope for you. Upon hearing this, Zhanya immediately pledged his loyalty to Jizhou, bowing and saying, I am willing to give my life for the Lord of the Polar Day. Jizhu waved his hand, signaling Zanyi to stand up, and then said, the drone and its onboard metal module were destroyed. Even if production starts immediately, it's impossible to complete it within a month. And in less than a month, it will be the foggy season. Fog season is a unique weather phenomenon in Hezi City during autumn. The entire city of He will be shrouded in thick fog for some time, ranging from half a month to as long as winter. Because the dense fog will affect shooting, the lower city will enter a rare period of peace. But for Tianyi Group, the foggy season is a big problem. The thick fog that enveloped the entire city of Hezi could not possibly be a normal meteorological phenomenon. It can obstruct not only vision, but also magic. Although close-range spellcasting will not be affected, the range of magic will be significantly reduced, which will directly weaken the ring-type magical girl in the hands of the Tianyi Group, making it difficult for her to exert her full strength. In this situation, scanning the entire downtown area would no longer be possible. The order has been given from above, said Polar Day. The problem of the leaked magical girl contract documents must be resolved before the fog season. At the very least, we must eliminate the ringleader. In other words, it means killing the traitorous ring-level magical girl and the cultist who colluded with her. Your previous strategy was too aggressive, which gave Mian the opportunity to temporarily unite the various forces in the lower city. Although we dealt a heavy blow to the various forces in the lower city yesterday, we also suffered considerable losses. That's unwise. The Polar Day smiled and shook its head, then said, I will investigate the defection, and you will be responsible for dealing with the superstitions. The intelligence department will fully cooperate with our work. Are you confident in your ability to complete the task? Have. Zhanya answered without hesitation. I have learned from my defeat, and I have a strategy to deal with it even if I encounter a wooden stick again. The Polar Day nodded, maintaining its bright smile. There's one more thing, your prosthetic body's performance is no longer keeping up with your magical girl level. They have become a burden to you now. Are you prepared to remove your prosthetic body, or accept this prosthetic body upgrade plan? Zhanya naturally chose to upgrade his prosthetic body. She needs to prove her loyalty, so she must choose the path of greater sacrifice. A barely perceptible flicker of disgust crossed Polar Day's eyes. Then, she put away the documents and summarized. All right, that's all I wanted to say to you. Once you receive the notification, go upgrade your prosthetic body. After Zhanya left the office, Jizhou immediately slumped into his office chair. She irritably rubbed her long hair, puffed out her cheeks, and muttered to herself. This is so annoying. Why did this kind of trouble have to happen to me? Not only did they make me work, but they also captured a whole bunch of magical girls, leaving me with no one to work under me but this lowly commoner. I feel like I'm dirty just talking to her. She fanned the air in front of her with disgust and answered her phone. Hello, this is the Midnight Sunday. Upon hearing the other person's voice, the Polar Day instantly adopted a gentle tone. Oh, it's Hyacinth? How have you been lately? Is work going well? You want me to help you find someone? Who? Oh, I see. I'm sorry, I'm very busy right now and can't get away. You know about all the troubles in Hezi City lately, right? They've all fallen on my shoulders. After complaining for a while, Jizhu hung up the phone. Chili. Such a bastard doesn't deserve to be a magical girl at all. Missing? I'd rather she were dead. The streets are really quiet. The two girls walked side by side down the street. Luo Ruoyi looked around at the scenery and then commented. Yes, Su Ting replied, stopping her humming. There are no gangs on the street, and no one from the Tianyi group. It feels completely different from the past few days. Perhaps all the factions used up their fighting resources yesterday. Luo Ruoyi glanced cautiously at Su Ting, then asked. Su Ting, you seem to be in a pretty good mood. That's for sure, they thwarted the Tianyi group's conspiracy and even obtained the contract they desired. Since Grey Raven was able to be saved, and Mysterious Words was also working hard to resist the Heavenly Will group, she also needed to work harder and find someone to sign a contract with as soon as possible. After all, today is moving day, didn't the ancients say a joyous occasion for moving? Besides the happy news that couldn't be told to Luo Ruoyi, there was another thing to be happy about. That means Su Ting is preparing to move out of the dormitory at the coffee shop. During the few days away from the coffee shop, Su Ting finally tasted the joy of freedom. Murder and arson don't need to be based on attendance. If you want to stay out all night, you just need to give a heads up. Once you've tasted this, the days of being able to resist the urge to fight and go to bed on time are gone forever. Su Ting had already informed Yan Yuling about the move, giving the same reason as before, to stay at Luo Ruoyi's house. In order to cover up Su Ting's lie, Luo Ruoyi had no choice but to return to her own home. This led to her moving back in with her younger siblings. After she said, "My home is broken, there's no point in going back." At first, the three members of the Luo family, who were on opposing sides, did indeed have a very awkward relationship. Although Luo Ruolin realized her past mistakes under the pressure of the Eye of Fear, she still couldn't give Luo Ruoyi, who had disfigured her, a kind look. Luo Ruoyi didn't want to suffer this injustice for nothing. After several attempts to tolerate it, she still lost her temper, feeling that Luo Ruolin was still full of the lingering poison of the gift-giving cult. Luo Ruoshan was caught in the middle, trying to reconcile the two sisters, but neither side listened to him and only used him as a mouthpiece. As a result, the only person who could get the two sisters to communicate calmly was Su Ting. For Luo Ruoyi, Su Ting was her savior. For Luo Ruolin, after being controlled by the Eye of Fear, her worship of the cult leader was transferred to Su Ting. Normally, she can still call him Sister Su Ting or follow Luo Ruoshan's lead and call him Big Sister Su Ting. But when she gets emotional, she can't help but call out Lord Su Ting. Su Ting hates being addressed as adult the most. If someone is called adult, it means that someone else is being treated as a lowly person. Except for calling him Lord Black Phoenix, because that's just teasing the crows. This joking way of calling her is of course another matter. She was often called Big Brother when her younger siblings asked her for candy at the orphanage. Many people in the city of KOH genuinely consider themselves adults. In short, she strictly prohibited such behavior, including a series of strange titles such as Lord Su Ting, God, and Master. Afterwards, she intervened in the sisters' argument twice more, which alleviated the conflict between them to some extent. At least during the period between her killing recursion and her heart-to-heart talk with Mayan, the sisters did not have a fierce argument. In response, Luo Ruoyi once again expressed her gratitude to Su Ting. Just when the atmosphere was perfect, that damned crow jumped out again and started spouting nonsense. Lady Su Ting is really starting to look more and more like a magical girl. Enraged, Su Ting cursed at Crow in the team chat for several minutes, forcing Crow to offer "I'll teach you the preliminary steps to condense a magic core to protect himself." Humming a cheerful tune, Su Ting and Luo Ruoyi arrived in front of the coffee shop. Then I saw an empty hole. The hole wasn't in the front of the coffee shop, but in the side door leading to the dormitory. The original iron gate was completely gone, revealing a dark hole. Cracks and gaps appeared in the surrounding walls, indicating that it had been violently vandalized. Su Ting, unaware of what was going on, walked inside and asked a familiar-looking maid a question. The other party replied. It seems that Qili and Sister Yu Ling had a fight. Then he rushed out the door. Rushing out the door, what a vivid description. Su Ting could almost picture Qili swinging her prosthetic body and smashing open the iron gate. This kid may not be good at much else, but he's definitely strong. Could you elaborate on the specifics? What exactly did they argue about that escalated to this point? The other person thought for a moment, then lowered their voice and said, I don't know the specifics either. I've been here the whole time and haven't heard them arguing. But I heard what Qili said as she ran out crying. Su Ting asked curiously, what did you say? She said. The maid deliberately drew out the last syllable of her words, then said, they're all scammers. Fraud? Su Ting was taken aback. Who was Qili asking him to be a liar? Su Ting is indeed a fraudster who concealed her identity, but she's been busy attacking Tianyi group these past few days, so Qili is definitely not talking about her. Could the liar Qili was referring to be Yan Yuling? Moreover, the word all in her original statement indicates that she sees more than one liar. Could the other swindler be the boss, Wu Wangkaiu? Where's Foreman Yan? She and the boss rushed out to look for someone, the maid said with a displeased expression. When Sister Ruoyi went missing, Sister Yuling didn't seem this anxious. Qili has such a large prosthetic body, her self-defense ability is much better than Sister Ruoyi's. Luo Ruoyi, who was standing nearby, quickly tried to smooth things over. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the group parted ways. Luo Ruoyi went to the dormitory, while Su Ting went to a secluded corner and took out a communication device. She contacted the mystery. Ms. Mystery, I'd like to buy some information about the location of a child named Chili. Su Ting input his requirements into the device. The other party replied quickly. I've already sent my men to look for him. I'll let you know as soon as I have any news. As for the price of this intelligence, 1 credit. Mi Yan's quick agreement made Su Ting feel a little guilty. Now is a critical moment for the mystery business, and Tianyi Group is definitely plotting something to counterattack. However, she regarded Su Ting's request as a top priority and even waived the cost of intelligence. This attitude is the most troublesome, Su Ting thought to himself. In the mercenary world she was familiar with, everything should have a price tag, and personal relationships were merely an excuse to start the next deal. After putting away his communication devices, Su Ting returned to his dormitory and began moving. She didn't actually have many personal belongings. She had already taken the important items with her, and the gold bars and guns in the storage cabinet had been moved to the gift-giving cult's stronghold. Therefore, she didn't spend much time packing up what she needed to take. Luo Ruoyi brought a huge pile of clothes she had bought. Just as I was about to grab my clothes and head out, my communication device received a message from Mian. We've found our target. Some gangs are also looking for her, but their motives are unclear at the moment. Looking at the location in the message sent by Mian, Su Ting fell into deep thought. She picked up the clothes, walked to Luo Ruoyi's bedroom, and placed the clothes on the latter's bed. Please help me take your things back. Luo Ruoyi was about to complain, but after seeing Su Ting's expression, she also became serious. Is there something important? Su Ting nodded. She might get involved in something related to sickly little girl again. Su Ting stopped his motorcycle and gazed at the layered buildings before him. The houses expanded haphazardly like tumors, creating such a filthy place where the residents' houses were almost completely separated from each other, and thousands of people lived in this tiny space. This is one of the many slums in Heath City. Only the most unsuccessful people in the value system of her city would gather here. According to Mian's information, Chili is here. The slum in front of him was small in scale, which was good news for Su Ting. If Chili were hiding in a giant slum-like nest, Su Ting would have had to go through a lot of trouble to even get in, let alone find her. She was dressed in a black robe and wore a mask, walking in with a hunched back. This makeup would be too obvious elsewhere, but it's perfectly appropriate in the slums. There are many guys here with pus-filled faces covered in burlap, and quite a few who wear masks because they are completely disfigured. Su Ting's disguise fooled everyone. The people lying on the concrete floor waiting to die didn't even bother to look at her and continued to wait for her to rot. Su Ting summoned a magic ball and scanned his surroundings. So many people. The images reflected back by the magic ball made Su Ting feel dizzy for a moment. The crowd is like ants or maggots. Compared to these poor people, even drug-addicted gangsters seem much more normal. No matter how many holes those gangsters punched in their bodies or how much they abused their bodies, they were still like living beings. Why would Chili come to a place like this? Filled with questions, Su Ting searched this land inch by inch. It took her more than an hour to find Chili's trail. Su Ting stepped onto the stairs and entered the rooftop. The murky, foul-smelling air suddenly became fresh, as if he had finally climbed out of hell and was approaching the human world. Chili is crying here. Her cries were not loud, the patter of the rain was enough to drown them out. Her tears were inconspicuous, Su Ting couldn't tell whether they were raindrops or tear stains on her face. As soon as Su Ting stepped onto the rooftop, Chili stopped crying and immediately turned around. Who are you? She said warily. Su Ting did not answer, but silently took a step forward. Chili immediately revealed her hand and threatened. Don't come any closer, do you want to die? I mean you no harm, Su Ting said in a low voice. She didn't want to reveal her identity before figuring out Chili's current stance. If Chili is just throwing a tantrum and running away from home, and will return to the coffee shop later, then exposing my identity to Chili or exposing my identity to Tianyi Group will make no difference. Don't come near me. The girl swung her iron fist, making the air hum heavily. I don't want to get close to you, I just want to talk to you, Su Ting replied. Shall we chat? Chili's eyes reddened again, her emotions collapsed once more, and she cried out loudly again. I know, you're with them too. Liar, liar, big liar, the worst villain. I never want to see you again, all of you get out. She became increasingly agitated as she spoke, and in the end, she jumped 3 meters high and leaped off the rooftop. Su Ting rushed to the edge of the rooftop in astonishment and looked down, only to see that Chili had not fallen to the ground, but had jumped to another, lower rooftop. Then, she leaped up again, like a protagonist in an arcade game, and jumped onto another high platform, far away from Su Ting. Her legs were also prosthetic. Su Ting muttered to himself. Watching Chili jump further and further away, Su Ting was not in a hurry. Admittedly, I couldn't get close to the other person, and I didn't even have the chance to use location magic. But she just happened to get her hands on a treasure called the nano-positioning bug. The moment she entered the rooftop, she secretly released the nano-locator worm, which burrowed into Chili's shoulder skin. No matter how far Chili ran, she could always find her. You said you wouldn't get close, but you secretly even used a locator bug. Alas, wicked sir. The crow said in a sarcastic tone. Su Ting responded with dissatisfaction. You talk as if you're not an evil contract beast. Finding Chili would be beneficial for both of us. I have a feeling that the contract we just got our hands on might have found a new place. The crow was puzzled by this. Why do you think that? Why would someone give up a perfectly good big company to come here and do odd jobs? So you don't understand why I made this trip? Su Ting said, somewhat speechless. She patiently explained to the crow. Think about it, Qili said Yan Yuling and the others were liars, and even I was insulted along with them. If it's just a normal tantrum, Qili doesn't need to keep harping on the liar. She must have a strong sense of being deceived, and there is likely a specific point where she can clearly identify the loss of her interests due to being cheated. The biggest interest between Qili and Yan Yuling is the power of magical girls. Qili suffers greatly from complications of prosthetics, and her physical functions decline due to the side effects of the replacement prosthetics. Normal medical methods cannot save her, they can only do their best to prevent her condition from worsening. But the power of a magical girl can save her. After transforming into a magical girl, Su Ting's prosthetic body completely dissipated, and she no longer needed to take prosthetic body suppressants. If Qili were to become a magical girl and undergo similar changes, she would definitely see the power of magical girls as her lifeline. But what if Yan Yuling suddenly told her we're not going to let you be a magical girl anymore? Then all her current actions can be explained. That's just your guess. Yes, so let's prove it with facts. Seeing that the location provided by the nanolocator was no longer changing, Su Ting began to set off. After some time, she returned to the rooftop where Qili was hiding. Upon seeing Su Ting, Qili was about to erupt in anger again, but Su Ting quickly stopped her. Would you like to be a magical girl? Qili was stunned. She stared blankly at Su Ting, her beautiful golden curly hair disheveled by the rain, which only accentuated her cuteness. Who exactly are you? She spoke blankly, then her eyes turned fierce. She glared at Su Ting like an angry little lion and said, they say magical girls are a power unique to the forces behind them. You're still with them. Don't try to fool me. You weren't going to let me be a magical girl anyway, so you're definitely here to do something bad. I won't be fooled. This girl's version is stuck in the past. She had no idea that the magical girl contract document had been leaked. Qili probably doesn't go online at all and doesn't interact much with the other maids, otherwise she would definitely know. Su Ting quickly explained the relevant matters, stating that the power of magical girls was no longer exclusive to Tianyi Group. Qili was skeptical, but still raised his two large iron fists to his chest and said fiercely, I don't believe you. Anyone who won't even show their face must be a bad guy. Okay, then I'll take off my mask. Qili looked at the other person with suspicion. A gust of wind swept by, and the other person's true face was immediately revealed in the rain. Senior, Qili said blankly. The rain dampened her eyelashes, blurring the view before her. She stood frozen in place, as if she had lost all sensation. Qili, I am also a magical girl. Su Ting stepped forward and earnestly advised him. I don't know what you've been through, but I want to help you. 2 steps. I have a magical girl contract. I can make you a magical girl. 3 steps. Didn't I promise you that we would walk hand in hand? 4 steps. Let's become magical girls together. The 5th step could not be taken smoothly, because Qili had already launched a punch. Caught off guard, Su Ting tried to block, but he was too weak to stop her. Left with no other option, she twisted her body as much as possible, letting her shoulder take the hit. Hiss. That was really strong. Su Ting staggered back several steps but still couldn't relieve the force on his shoulder. She leaned back, braced herself with her other arm, and with a burst of strength, stood up again. Why did you hit me? Su Ting did not retaliate, but asked somewhat angrily. Senior, aren't you in cahoots with the boss and her gang? Qili cried out loudly. You're a magical girl, and you work at a cafe, so you must have been recruited by them, right? You're luckier than me to have become a magical girl, so don't come bullying me who can't become one. Broken. Su Ting's relationship with the coffee shop is complicated, and she can't explain it clearly in a short time. Moreover, judging from Qili's state, she didn't seem like the type to listen to his explanation honestly. Faced with this, Su Ting had no choice but to offer his own bargaining chip. Look, this is the magical girl contract document. She took out the box and said, you can use it to become a magical girl right now, and whether I'm with Yan Yuling or not won't affect its effect, right? At the same time, Su Ting also asked Crow to light up the box in the team channel. The Crow also knows some magic, otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to teach Su Ting. Adding special effects to the box can increase the persuasiveness of this contract document. A dazzling light burst forth from the box. Gold and red silk threads seeped out from the gaps in the box, weaving several flowers in the air. The flowers swayed merrily, and several bursts of laughter emanated from among them. These special effects are a bit over the top. Su Ting quickly stopped the crow, telling it to behave. Fortunately, Qili did not suspect anything, but her reaction was worse than if she had become suspicious. Didn't you all say I couldn't be a magical girl? She clenched her fist again and stomped hard on the ground. Didn't you say that if I signed a contract, I would easily turn into that witch? I heard it all. The boss and Yu Ling were both saying that in the office. Qili's contract application has been rejected. The report says her risk of becoming a witch is too high, and it's not worth taking that risk. I heard everything you said clearly. Even if you change your minds now, it doesn't change the fact that I will become a witch after the contract is signed. You just want to trick me into becoming a witch, a cyber psychotic, or a pretty specimen. Finally, she could no longer bear it and charged at Su Ting, swinging her fists wildly. But this time, Su Ting wouldn't indulge her. "Qili, you're just throwing a tantrum." He easily swung his right fist past. "You're a naughty child who doesn't listen to anyone." Grab Qili's left wrist. "And what about bad kids? Push your left arm up and step forward half a step. I always know how to discipline people properly." A punch landed squarely on the girl's abdomen. Qili only modified her limbs, her torso remained that of an ordinary young girl. After being hit so hard, she immediately felt unbearable pain and could no longer exert any force in her arms. Su Ting pressed her advantage, pinning her opponent to the ground. She then straddled the girl, restricting Qili's movements. "My magic can control those who are gripped by fear. I can sense that you are afraid. But I won't control you, because you can't educate children with violence alone." After saying that, she pressed down Qili's restless right hand and slapped the girl across the face. "Can you listen to me properly now?" "I won't listen." Snapped. "I won't listen." Snapped. "I'm listening." Snapped. "Sorry, wrong number." Su Ting withdrew his right palm. "I'll let you hit me lightly once later as compensation. Now tell me the whole story behind your actions." Qili burst into tears, feeling wronged. "You're bullying me." "I didn't bully you," Su Ting said seriously. "Your prosthetic body is very powerful, using it to hit someone could kill them. But you are a magical girl," Qili said, sobbing. "Magical girls are amazing, they won't be hurt even if they take a few hits. Whether I'm a magical girl or not, you want to hurt me, don't you?" Su Ting pleaded earnestly. "Violence is the answer to many problems, but it doesn't get you high marks. You're only 15 and you already want to solve everything with violence. What will become of you in the future?" Su Ting has a lot to say on this topic. She started working as a mercenary at the age of 14. At the age of 14, she would feel nauseous at the sight of a corpse and was quite opposed to murder. After 8 years of abusing violence, she became a ruthless killer, her hands stained with enough blood to soak thousands of servings of fries. "If Qili were to become like that, then we'd be truly doomed." "How fierce," Qili muttered to herself. "What did you say?" The rain was getting louder and louder, and Su Ting couldn't hear clearly for a moment. "I said you're fierce," Qili answered honestly. "This is the first time someone has yelled at me so fiercely." Su Ting thought the child was going to cry again, but the other child did something she didn't expect. Qili smiled. After being beaten, scolded, and harshly disciplined, she smiled. "Senior, I believe in you. Bad guys who want to cheat will only use a nice face to fool people, but the senior is fierce, but he's not a cheater. It's scary, but you're not a liar." Su Ting was quite puzzled by this strange behavior. She stood up from Qili, helped her up from the ground, and led her inside. He reached out and wiped the raindrops from Qili's face, then smoothed her damp hair and said, "Why are you so fixated on scammers? Besides this time, have you been scammed before?" Qili nodded, becoming incredibly obedient. Seeing this, Su Ting's tone gradually softened. She patted the girl's head, wiped the raindrops onto the ground, and, mimicking her sister's voice from her memories, said gently, "Can you tell me what happened back then?" Qili looked up at Su Ting for a few seconds, a hint of reluctance showing in her emerald eyes. "You don't have to say if you don't want to," Su Ting comforted her. "I'm willing to talk about it." Qili took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and spoke as if she had made a great decision. "I was tricked into getting this prosthetic body installed." "Your prosthetic body? That's very harmful to your health," Su Ting prompted with her question. "Who tricked you into having it installed?" Qili hummed twice, then continued. "Many people tricked me into getting this ugly prosthetic body installed. I can't even name many of them." "Then you can talk about the ones that impressed you the most," Su Ting said. Qili thought for a moment, and her body began to tremble involuntarily. She didn't know if it was because her clothes were too cold after being soaked with sweat, or because she didn't want to face the memories of the past. "Of all the people who lied to me, the worst was that always smiling bearded man. Among the other people, the only ones whose names I can name are my mom and dad." Su Ting frowned. "Your parents? Why would they lie to you? Is this another experience like Grey Ravens?" Qili was also selected as a test subject for a new type of prosthetic body, and was then abandoned and betrayed by her own parents, thus suffering a tragic fate. The city of Hercules is filled with such tragedies and conspiracies, so it would not be surprising to see it again. But Qili's next answer completely shattered Su Ting's guess. "Because someone wants to buy my feet." Qili's inexplicable words left Su Ting momentarily stunned. She placed her hands on Huang Guang's shoulders and said solemnly, "Phantom Light, the task of using the Great Wooden Talisman is now entrusted to you. The color loser and I will create a disturbance in the outer area to attract the magical girl. Once she leaves, you quickly set the timer and then evacuate from the inner area. Illusionary Light's innate magic has a limited range. If she is part of the attraction group, then the lurking group will be exposed." Huan Guang nodded. "Don't worry. If all else fails, I'll set the large wooden stick to instant detonation mode and complete the glorious mission of destroying the drone." Ouch. Grey Raven angrily poked Illusion's nose hard and said seriously, "No unauthorized actions are allowed, and no lives are to be wasted. She's just a magical girl at the ascension level. I can drag her out until the end of time."